Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. The first rule of parenting is that you're never really in control. The second rule is that the monsters under the bed are just metaphors. We were wrong about both. It started with a giggle from the playroom at 3 in the morning. I'm just a regular guy, my name is David, and that night I was just a thirsty dad stumbling to the kitchen. But that sound, that tiny laugh in the deep dark, stopped me cold. My heart started doing that stupid thumpy dance against my ribs. I crept to the playroom door, my brain already trying to explain it away. Maybe she left a cartoon on. Maybe it was a dream. The door was open a crack, spilling out the soft, pinkish glow from the nightlight shaped like a star we'd plugged in by her toy box. I peeked in. There she was, my 5-year-old, sitting cross-legged on the floor in her footy pajamas. She wasn't looking at her stuffed animals or her dollhouse. Her back was to me. She was staring straight into the empty corner where the two walls meet, her head tilted, smiling like someone had just told her the best joke in the world. "Sweetheart?" I said, my voice all raspy from sleep. She didn't jump. She just slowly turned her head, her smile getting even bigger. "Hi, Daddy. What are you doing up, bug? It's super late." She pointed a chubby finger at the corner. "I was talking to Molly. She's funny." I felt a cold little drip down my spine, but I shoved it away. This was classic kid stuff. Imaginary friends. I'd had one when I was little. A dinosaur named Grumbles. This was fine. Perfectly normal. I walked in and scooped her up. She felt warm and solid and real in my arms. "Oh yeah, what's Molly like?" I asked, carrying her back toward her bedroom. "She's my friend. She lives in the walls." I almost stumbled. I didn't, but my grip on her tightened just a bit. "In the walls, huh? That's a neat trick." "She says it's cozy," she whispered into my shoulder, her breath warm through my t-shirt. I tucked her back into bed, smoothed her hair, and told her Molly probably needed to sleep too. She nodded seriously, her eyes already closing. "Okay. Night, Daddy. Tell Mommy I said hi to Molly." I stood there in the dark of her room for a minute, watching her chest rise and fall. My wife was sound asleep, dead to the world. I didn't wake her. What would I say? "Honey, our daughter has an imaginary friend who is a squatter in our drywall." It sounded ridiculous even in my own head. I went back to the playroom. I stood in the doorway and looked at that corner. Just two plain, beige walls meeting. A baseboard. Nothing else. The nightlight made weird, long shadows, but that was it. I shook my head, got my water, and went back to bed. The next morning, over pancakes, it seemed even sillier. The sun was shining. The coffee was strong. My daughter was chattering about preschool. My wife, her mom, was laughing at something. It was a perfect, normal scene. Then our little girl put her syrup-covered fork down and said, very matter-of-fact, "Molly says it's always dark where she is." My wife paused, her coffee mug halfway to her lips. She shot me a look, a little smile playing on her lips. "Imaginary friend," her look said. I gave a tiny shrug back. "See? Told you." But then our daughter continued. "And the dirt tastes like old pennies." My wife's smile froze. The mug didn't move. Her eyes, which had been on me, slid slowly to my face. I saw the amusement drain out of them, replaced by something else. A flicker of something cold. Because I knew, and she knew, exactly what our daughter was describing. A month before, a pipe under the house had sprung a leak. I'd had to crawl under there to fix it. It's a space maybe 2 feet high, just a dark, cramped cavity between the floor of our house and the earth. And it is always, always dark down there. Pitch black. And the smell, it's damp, mineral, like wet concrete and metal. Like old pennies. I had come out covered in gray, gritty dirt, spitting the taste of it out of my mouth. Our daughter had never been under the house. She'd been at her grandma's the weekend I did the repair. We never talked about it, because who talks about the taste of crawl space dirt? "That's quite an imagination, sweetie," my wife said, her voice a little too high. She put her mug down carefully. Our daughter just beamed, proud of herself, and went back to stabbing her pancakes. That was the first crack. The rest of the day, we did the parent dance. We rationalized. We quoted articles we'd half remembered about creative development and healthy social exploration. We decided, over a hushed conversation while loading the dishwasher, to play along. To indulge it. Treat it like a game. So at dinner, we asked about Molly. What does Molly like to play? My wife asked, passing the peas. Our daughter thought about it. She likes quiet games, and she says we can't put toys in the corner. That's her spot. We agreed. Of course. We didn't want to upset her. We moved the little toy bin a foot away from the corner. Just like that, we physically cordoned off a part of our home for an entity. We gave it territory. It felt stupid, but also strangely necessary. Like following a rule we didn't understand. After we put her to bed that second night, I felt a low, persistent itch between my shoulder blades. A protective instinct, I told myself. Just my dad radar pinging. I went out to the garage, to the far wall where the metal hatch to the crawl space was set into the concrete foundation. It was a heavy, square thing like a submarine door, with a big brass padlock securing it shut. I'd locked it myself after my repair job, wanting to keep out animals or moisture or whatever. The lock was cold in my hand. It was still fastened, secure. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. See, everything was fine. The house was sealed up. As I turned to go back inside, my shoulder brushed against the metal of the hatch. And from the other side, through the thick metal, I heard it. A faint, dry scrape. The sound was brief, but clear. It wasn't a pop or a creak from the house settling. It was a deliberate, dragging sound, like something with long, hard fingernails had slowly, gently, drawn a single line across the inside of the hatch. I stood there, my blood turning to ice water. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I listened so hard my ears hurt. Nothing. Only the hum of the garage freezer. My mind scrambled. A tree root. A rat? But rats don't have fingernails that scrape. And roots don't move once. I forced myself to walk back into the house, to lock the door from the garage behind me. I didn't tell my wife. What was I going to say? I heard a creepy noise. She'd tell me it was the house, the pipes, the wind. And she'd be right. She had to be right. The next few days, Molly became a third member of the family. Our daughter talked about her constantly. Molly didn't like loud noises. Molly thought her green dress was pretty. Molly said the vacuum cleaner was too loud. We nodded and smiled, but the air in the house started to feel different. It felt watched. I found myself avoiding that corner in the playroom, giving it a wide berth like it was a wasp's nest. My wife started glancing at the walls, her eyes tracing the lines where they met the ceiling, a little frown on her face. She mentioned a damp patch on the playroom wall, the one that shared a side with the crawl space, that we could never seem to paint over properly. It was just a faint shadow, but she kept looking at it now. I couldn't shake that scraping sound. I needed to do something practical. So I went to the store and bought a baby monitor. Not a video one, just a simple audio model. A little white speaker for her room, a parent unit for ours. I told my wife it was for peace of mind, in case she had a bad dream. She agreed too quickly. I think we both knew it wasn't for dreams. I set it up that afternoon. The act of placing the little unit on her dresser, of hearing the hiss of empty air come through the parent unit, made me feel better. I was taking action. I was using technology. I was being a competent father securing his home. I had no idea I was just installing a direct line to the thing in the walls. That night, we went through our routine. Bath, stories, snuggles. Our daughter seemed extra sleepy. As I kissed her forehead, she mumbled, "Molly's singing." "That's nice," I whispered back, my stomach clenching. I closed her door most of the way, leaving it open just a crack, just like always. In our room, the parent unit sat on my nightstand, a little green light glowing to show it was connected. We went to sleep. Or we tried to. I drifted in and out, my sleep shallow and restless. At some point deep in the night, a sound pulled me up from the dark. It wasn't my daughter's voice. It was a soft, rhythmic noise coming from the little speaker on my nightstand. Thump, thump, thump. I lay there, blinking in the dark, listening. It was slow, steady. It was the unmistakable sound of a small fist, beating slowly against a metal door. My hand shot out and fumbled for the parent unit, my fingers finding the volume knob. I turned it down, then up, as if that would change what I was hearing. Thump, thump, thump. It was faint, but clear. It was coming from her room. But her room didn't have a metal door. The only metal door in the house was in the garage. I sat bolt upright. My wife was still asleep beside me. I swung my legs out of bed, my feet hitting the cool floor. I had to check. I had to see. I crept out of our room and down the short hall. Her door was still ajar. The thump, thump, thump was slightly louder here, not coming from the monitor now, but seeping out from her room. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it would crack a rib. I pushed the door open slowly. The room was bathed in the soft blue light of her moon and stars nightlight. She was in bed, asleep. Her covers were pulled up to her chin, one hand tucked under her cheek. She looked peaceful. Perfect. The thumping had stopped. The room was quiet. I stood there, confused, the adrenaline making me shake. Had I dreamed it? Had it been something else? A noise from outside? I took a step toward her bed, wanting to see her, to confirm she was really here. As I did, my foot brushed against something on the floor. I looked down. There, on the carpet next to her bed, were her favorite stuffies, a rabbit and a bear. They were laid out neatly, side by side, and they were facing the wall. Not the wall with the window, the interior wall, the one that had the damp patch on the other side, the one that led to the playroom corner, and to the crawl space beyond. They were positioned like two little sentinels, staring at the blank drywall as if waiting for a show to start. I didn't touch them. I just backed out of the room, pulling the door closed until the latch clicked with a finality that echoed in the hall. I went back to my bedroom, my legs feeling like wood. The parent unit was quiet now, just emitting a soft, empty hiss. I got back into bed and stared at the ceiling, listening to that hiss and the sound of my own breathing. I didn't wake my wife. I just lay there, knowing in my bones that the rules had changed. The game wasn't a game anymore, and we had already given away the first move. The house was quiet, but it was the kind of quiet that feels full like the pause before a thunderclap. Everything was in its place. My family was safe in their beds, and I had never been more certain that we were not alone. We started calling it sleepwalking because being summoned wasn't in any of the parenting books. The night after I found the stuffed animals on guard duty, I woke up to an empty space next to me. My wife was gone too. A bolt of pure panic shot through me, but then I heard her voice, hushed and tense, from the hallway. "Honey, in here." I scrambled out of bed. She was standing in the doorway of our daughter's room, her hand over her mouth. The bed was empty, the covers thrown back. "She's not here," my wife whispered, her voice cracking. We moved together, a two-person search party in the dark, our hearts pounding a frantic rhythm. We checked the playroom, the bathroom, the living room. Nothing. Then I heard it. A soft, repetitive tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the garage. I pushed the door open, fumbling for the light switch. The fluorescent bulbs flickered to life with a sickly buzz. And there she was, our little girl, standing in front of the big metal hatch to the crawl space. She was still in her pajamas, her eyes closed, fast asleep. Her tiny fists were raised, and she was gently, persistently, pounding them against the cold metal. Tap, tap, tap. Her knuckles were raw and pink, and they were smudged with dark, gritty dirt. I knew that dirt. It was the same gray, ashy soil from under the house. But the garage floor was clean concrete. There was no dirt out here. "Baby," my wife breathed, rushing forward. She scooped her up, cradling her. Our daughter didn't wake up. She just went limp in her arms, her head lolling. As my wife turned away from the hatch, our daughter mumbled, her voice slurred with sleep, "She's lonely." "It's so dark." We took her back to bed, washed her hands clean, and sat on the edge of the bed watching her. We didn't speak. What was there to say? The next night, we tried to be smarter. We barricaded ourselves in. We put a kitchen chair under the doorknob of our bedroom door, a janky alarm system. It didn't matter. At some point in the dead hours, the chair just wasn't there anymore. It was back in the kitchen, pushed neatly under the table. And our daughter's bed was empty again. This time, we found her in the hallway closet, the one under the stairs, her face pressed against the inside of the door, her palms flat on the wood. She was whispering, a fast, eager chatter we couldn't understand. It was like she was on a play date in there. The night after that, she made it to the basement door, her fingers curled around the knob, trying to turn it. She was a sleepwalking compass needle, and true north was always a locked door, a closed-off space, a threshold to somewhere we didn't want her to go. We were fraying, coming apart at the seams. My wife made an appointment with the pediatrician. We sat in the cheerful, sticker-covered exam room and laid it out. The imaginary friend, the sleepwalking, the things she said. The doctor, a nice woman with a kind smile, listened carefully. She checked our daughter's eyes, her ears, her reflexes. She asked her about Molly. Our daughter, swinging her legs, happily described her friend in the walls. The doctor nodded, made a note. Then she turned to us, her expression professional and calm. "Nothing physically wrong," she said. "This is very common. Vivid imagination, maybe some anxiety manifesting. Could be something at preschool. A change in routine. She suggested a child therapist if it continued, offered pamphlets on healthy sleep habits. We left with a prescription for reassurance, but it felt like ash in our mouths. Our terror had been diagnosed as an overreaction. Science had no box to check for thing in the crawl space. The divide between us started that afternoon. My wife wanted action. Direct, physical action. "We need to open that hatch," she said, her voice low and fierce in the kitchen. "We need to go down there with flashlights and see what's really there. Rip it out." I argued for reason, or what was left of it. And if we find nothing? Or worse, if we find something and make it angry? Maybe we call someone. A priest. Or that therapist. "A therapist can't fix this," she snapped, and it was our first real fight about Molly. A crack in our united front, and the cold air of fear blew right through it. After that, I went to the hardware store. I bought the biggest, meanest-looking padlock I could find. It was hardened steel, advertised as weatherproof and tamper-resistant. It felt solid and cold in my hand, a symbol of control. I installed it on the crawl space hatch that evening, right over the old brass one. I made a show of it, snapping the shackle into place with a loud, satisfying click that echoed in the garage. I jangled the keys. "There," I told my wife. "Nothing is getting through that." She looked at the new lock, then at me, her eyes hollow. She didn't say anything. She just walked back inside. That night, we huddled around the baby monitor like it was a campfire telling us our fate. We listened to the rustle of our daughter's sheets, her soft snores. Then, around 2 in the morning, we heard her voice, sleepy and small. "Can I come live with you?" My wife's hand clamped onto my wrist, her nails digging in. We waited, our breaths held. The monitor hissed. Then a new sound came through. It was low, wet, wrong. A gurgling, sticky sound, like someone trying to talk with a mouth full of mud and leaves. It bubbled and popped, and then it formed 2 mangled syllables that curled into our ears. "Soon, child." My wife made a choked sound and dropped the parent unit. It clattered on the floor, the plastic casing cracking. The sound stopped. We stared at each other in the dark, and in that moment, every rational explanation, every doctor's reassurance, evaporated. Something had answered her. Something was in there with her. My wife, moving like an automaton, picked up the broken monitor. She fumbled with her phone, her hands shaking. She played back the last 30 seconds, the recording fuzzy but clear enough. Our daughter's question. The static. Then that wet, gurgling reply. She played it again. And again. Then she looked at me, her face pale in the phone's glow. "Listen," she whispered. She slowed the audio down, dragging a finger across the screen. The gurgle became a deep, distorted groan. But underneath it, buried in the electronic mud, was something else. A shape to the sound. It was a twisted mimicry of a human voice, trying to form words. I heard it. It was trying to say, "I'm here." It didn't sound like a monster. It sounded like it was trying to sound like her. Like my wife. I spent the rest of the night on the couch in the living room, a baseball bat leaning against the cushions. I couldn't face our bedroom, the broken monitor, the look in my wife's eyes. Exhaustion finally pulled me under just as the first gray light of dawn touched the windows. I woke up to a small weight on the couch beside me. I opened my eyes. Our daughter was there, curled up against my side, wide awake. She was just watching me, her big eyes calm. Her hand came up and patted my cheek. Her skin was cold, like she'd been outside. "Don't be sad, Daddy," she said, her voice clear and bright. "Molly says she can be my mother when you're too tired." Then she snuggled closer, tucking her head under my chin, as if she'd just offered the most comforting thought in the world. I lay there frozen, staring at the ceiling as the sun rose, bathing the room in a light that no longer felt warm, just exposing. The new lock was on the hatch, the doors were all closed, but the real barrier had been breached. It wasn't in the walls anymore. It was in her head, and it was learning how to use her voice to tear ours out. There are 3 types of locks. Ones that keep people out, ones that keep things in, and ones that are just polite suggestions to whatever lives in the dark. After my daughter's chilling announcement on the couch, a kind of grim numbness set in. We moved through the next day like ghosts in our own home. We didn't talk about what she'd said. We didn't talk about the gurgling voice on the monitor. We just did the motions. Breakfast, getting dressed, playing with blocks on the living room floor, always steering her away from the playroom corner. The massive new padlock on the crawl space hatch became a weird touchstone for me. I'd go out to the garage just to look at it, to see its cold, steel face staring back, telling me I had secured something. It was my totem of denial. The day after the dawn couch conversation, I needed to fix a leaking sink trap. I headed to the garage to get my toolbox. My eyes went straight to the hatch, as they always did now. And my heart just stopped. The padlock wasn't locked. The big, hardened steel shackle was pulled out, hanging loose on the hasp. The lock itself was just sitting there open. I knew, with a certainty that turned my bones to ice, that I had locked it. I had made a point of it every single night, checking it like a ritual. I stood there, my tool forgotten in my hand. I walked over slowly, my knees feeling weak. I reached out and touched the lock. It was cold. I lifted it. It wasn't broken. There were no scratches, no marks of a tool. It was just opened. I fumbled in my pocket for the key, a special small key on its own ring. It was still there. I shoved the shackle back into the body of the lock and turned the key. It clicked, locking again. But the act felt meaningless. It had already been undone. I backed away, my eyes fixed on the hatch. Nothing moved. No sound came from behind it, but the message was clear. Your rules don't apply here. I didn't tell my wife about the lock. I couldn't. She was hanging on by a thread. Instead, I forced myself to go back inside and fix the sink, my hands trembling the whole time. Later that afternoon, I found my daughter in the playroom. She wasn't looking at the corner. She was on the rug, carefully drawing with her crayons. But she wasn't drawing on paper. She was drawing on a long, gray, twisted stick she held in her other hand. I knelt down beside her. "What you got there, Bug?" She held it up proudly. "Molly gave me a present. It's for drawing." I took it from her gently. It wasn't a stick. It was too straight in some places, too jointed in others. It was brittle and dry like old bone. It was segmented like a giant insect's leg, and one end was stained a rusty, flaky brown. It smelled, a damp, earthy smell, like the worst part of a forest floor, and underneath it, a sharp, coppery tang I recognized but didn't want to name. My stomach rolled. "Where did you get this?" I asked, keeping my voice level. "Molly put it in my toy box," she said, going back to her coloring. "She finds neat stuff." I walked to the kitchen trash can, my skin crawling. I threw the thing in, pushing it down under coffee grounds and eggshells. I washed my hands 3 times, scrubbing under my nails. As I turned off the water, a sound started. It was a sharp, furious scratching from inside the wall, not a random settling noise. This was fast, angry, deliberate. It came from directly behind the kitchen trash can, right where I had just thrown her present away. It went on, a relentless scraping of something hard against the inside of the drywall, for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a minute or 2. Then it stopped, abrupt and complete. My wife came into the kitchen, her face white. "What was that?" All I could do was shake my head. That night, my wife broke. We were cleaning up after a quiet, tense dinner. Our daughter was playing with her dolls. My wife just sank to her knees in front of her, right there on the living room floor. She took our little girl's hands in hers. Her voice was desperate, pleading. "Sweetie, please, what does Molly want? Just tell Mommy. What does she want?" Our daughter stopped moving her doll. She looked down at her mother with an expression that was too calm, too patient for a 5-year-old. She said it plainly, like she was explaining why the sky is blue. She wants a family. She's been alone since the old people went away. The words hung in the air. My wife rocked back on her heels as if she'd been pushed. The old people. We bought the house from a family estate. The realtor said the previous owner, an elderly woman, had moved to a specialized care facility out of state. We'd never thought twice about it, until now. After our daughter was in bed, I went to the town's public records website. It took some digging, past the basic sale information. I found a local news digest, a small paragraph from a few years back. It wasn't about a move. It was an obituary. The elderly woman had died in the house, of natural causes, and she hadn't been found for nearly 2 weeks. 2 weeks, alone in this house. A cold wave washed over me. She hadn't gone away. She had stayed, and something else had stayed with her, or maybe had been waiting for her. And now it was lonely. Rationality was a distant memory. I wasn't trying to prove anything to a doctor or a priest anymore. I needed to prove it to myself. I needed to see. I found my old smartphone in a drawer, one with a decent camera and a lot of storage. I charged it up. I downloaded a motion-activated security app. That night, after everyone was asleep, I did a crazy thing. I set the phone on a bookshelf in the hallway, pointed so it could see my daughter's bedroom door and the door to our room at one end, and the entrance to the living room and the garage door at the other. It was a perfect crossroads. I turned off all the lights, and let the phone's night vision take over. Its little green power light glowed in the dark like a cynical eye. I went to bed, but I didn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling, listening to the house. It was a quiet night. No sleepwalking, no tapping, just the normal creaks and groans of a house at rest, or pretending to rest. In the morning, I waited until my wife took our daughter outside to play in the backyard. I grabbed the phone from the shelf. My hands were slick. I opened the app. It had recorded 3 motion events. The first was just me, walking down the hall to bed, looking like a ghost in the green-tinted night vision. The second was my wife, getting up to use the bathroom around 1 a.m. The third was at 3:07 a.m. The timestamp glowed in the corner. The hallway was empty, a tunnel of green and black. Then, from the bottom of the frame, a shadow moved. It didn't walk into view. It unfolded. It seeped out from the darkness under the small hall table we kept by the garage door. It was long and thin, a stain of deeper black against the dark floor. It didn't have a shape I could understand. No legs, no arms, just a flowing liquid darkness. It moved across the wooden floorboards, not like an animal, but like spilled oil, smooth and purposeful. It flowed directly toward my daughter's bedroom door. And as it reached the door itself, which had been shut, silently swung inward, opening just wide enough. The dark shape pooled at the threshold for a moment, and then it was gone, inside her room. The door remained open a crack. The video kept recording for another 30 seconds of nothing. Then it stopped. I stood there in the hallway, the phone hot in my hand. I felt the world tilt. I had proof. Undeniable, digital proof. It wasn't sleepwalking. It wasn't imagination. Something was coming out of the bones of the house and going into my daughter's room at night. I didn't feel vindicated. I felt gutted. The last of the safe, explainable world drained away through a hole in the floor, and I was left standing in the cold, real truth. I had to show my wife. This would end the arguing. This would make us unified again in our terror. We would have to leave. We would have to run. As I turned to go find her, a small, dry sound made me jump. It came from the wall to my left, the one that separated the hallway from my daughter's room. It was a faint, papery whisper, so close it sounded like it was right beside my ear, speaking through the plaster. It was 3 words, clear and cold. I see you. I dropped the phone. It clattered on the floor, the screen going black. I didn't pick it up. I just backed down the hall, my eyes locked on the innocent-seeming wall, until my back hit the front door. The house was still. The sun shone through the windows. From the backyard, I could hear my daughter laughing. But inside, the hallway felt like a tunnel that led somewhere else entirely, and I had just looked down its length and seen the destination. We bought the camera to prove nothing was there. The video proved we were already sharing our home. I stood there by the front door for a long time, my back pressed against the wood, just breathing. The whisper in the wall had faded, but its meaning was stuck in my head, a cold splinter in my brain. I see you. It knew I was watching. It didn't care. Maybe it even wanted to be seen. I finally forced myself to move. I picked up the phone from the floor. The screen was cracked, a spiderweb of lines over the frozen image of the empty green hallway. But it still worked. I tucked it into my pocket like it was a live grenade and went to the backyard. My wife was pushing our daughter on the swing. She saw my face and her smile vanished. She knew. "Honey, can you go collect some pretty rocks for Molly?" she said to our daughter, her voice too bright. Our little girl hopped off the swing and skipped toward the flower bed. My wife walked to me, her eyes searching mine. "What happened?" I pulled out the phone. "We need to watch this." Inside. We went to the kitchen, the heart of the house, where the lights were bright. I felt like a fool for thinking brightness mattered anymore. I set the phone on the table, found the right video, and handed it to her. I watched her face as she watched it. I saw the confusion at first, the squint at the greenish gloom. Then I saw the exact moment she saw the shadow detach from under the table. Her lips parted. Her hand flew to her mouth. Her eyes went wide, glued to the screen as the thing flowed across the floor. When the door swung open by itself and the darkness slipped inside, a small, wounded sound escaped her throat. She put the phone down, pushing it away like it was on fire. She looked at me, and in her eyes, the last flicker of doubt, the last hope for a normal explanation, went out. It was like watching a light being switched off in a faraway window. "It's real," she said. It wasn't a question. "It's in her room." "It was," I said, and it talked to me, through the wall. After. She just nodded, as if that was the only logical next step. The crisis was no longer about our daughter's imagination. It was about a literal, physical infestation. The thing in the walls was real, and it was interacting with our child. The parental switch flipped from fear to a frantic, electric need for action. "We have to leave," my wife said, her voice low and urgent. "Right now. We pack a bag and we go. To my mom's. To a hotel. Anywhere." "Yes," I said. It was the first thing we'd agreed on completely in days. We moved fast, a coordinated team of pure panic. We didn't discuss it. We just started. She ran upstairs and began throwing clothes into suitcases. I went to the hall closet and pulled out our big duffel bags. Our daughter came in from outside, her hands full of dirty pebbles. "Look what I found for Molly's collection." "That's great, sweetie," my wife called down, her voice strained. "Why don't you go watch a cartoon? Mommy and Daddy are doing a project." She seemed happy with that and plopped down in front of the TV. We worked around her, a whirlwind of zippers and folded fabric. We were escaping. The plan was simple, beautiful in its clarity. Get in the car and drive. As I rushed past our bedroom, something made me stop. My wife's jewelry box sat on her dresser, a little wooden thing her grandmother gave her. I had a crazy thought. Should we take it? Were we ever coming back? I lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in the velvet beside her pearl necklace and her wedding ring, was a small, perfect circle of dark, damp soil. It was packed tight, like a mud pie made by a careful child, and pressed into the very center of it was a tiny white baby tooth. My breath caught. I knew that tooth. It was from our daughter's first lost tooth, over a year ago. My wife had put it in a special little porcelain box shaped like a fairy, which she kept on a high shelf in her closet, a shelf our daughter couldn't reach. I picked up the circle of dirt. It was cold and left a smudge on my fingers. The tooth, pristine white against the black earth, seemed to gleam. This wasn't a gift. This was a token, a claim. I shoved the whole thing, jewelry box and all, into the duffel bag and zipped it shut. We finished packing in a frenzy. 3 suitcases and 2 duffel bags sat by the front door like hopeful refugees. The car was in the driveway, ready. All we had to do was get our daughter and go. "I'll get her," I said. My wife nodded, double-checking that she had her purse, her phone, the car keys clenched in her fist. I walked into the living room. The TV was still on, cartoons dancing across the screen, but the couch was empty. "Bug," I called. No answer. A little thread of cold fear pulled tight in my chest. "Sweetheart?" I checked the playroom. Empty. The kitchen. Empty. The downstairs bathroom. Empty. "Honey," I called to my wife, trying to keep my voice calm. "Where is she?" My wife came into the living room, her eyes scanning. She was just here. We moved through the first floor again, faster this time, opening every door. Then I heard it, a faint sound coming from upstairs. It was a tiny muffled crying. It was her cry, but it sounded wrong. Strained, like she was trying to cry quietly. It was coming from the playroom. We took the stairs 2 at a time. The playroom door was closed. I turned the knob and pushed it open. She was standing in Molly's corner, not facing out, but facing the walls, her forehead almost touching the place where they met. Her shoulders were shaking. Tears streaked her cheeks. "Baby, what's wrong?" My wife gasped, rushing toward her. Our daughter turned her head. Her face was a mask of childish betrayal and anger. "She says you're trying to take me away," she said, her voice trembling. "She says you're mean." She pointed a tiny, accusing finger at us. "Molly says this is my home. You're the ones who don't belong." The words hit us like a physical blow. The thing wasn't just influencing her. It was turning her against us. It was speaking through her. My wife fell to her knees, her arms outstretched. "No, sweetie, no. We love you. We want you to be safe. We're a family." "Molly is my family too," our daughter shouted, a full-blown tantrum rising in her voice. "And she's angry at you." She turned back to the corner, pressing her palms flat against the walls, as if comforting them. "It's okay, Molly. I won't go." We were losing her. Right in front of our eyes, we were losing our little girl to the corner of a room. We had to get her out of the house. "Now, we're going on a fun trip," I said, forcing a cheerful tone that sounded insane even to me. "To Grandma's. You like Grandma's." I stepped forward to pick her up. She didn't fight me, but she went stiff as a board in my arms, her body rigid with refusal. I carried her like a log down the stairs, my wife following, grabbing the suitcases. We were a pathetic parade of panic. We got to the front door. My wife flung it open, daylight pouring in. I carried our stiff, silent daughter over the threshold. For one glorious second, I thought we'd made it. We were out. Then she started to scream. Not a cry of fear or a tantrum. This was a raw, shrieking, primal sound of pain, as if I were carrying her over burning coals. She thrashed in my arms with a strength that wasn't hers, her back arching, her hands clawing at my face. "It hurts. It hurts. Put me back," she wailed. Her eyes were squeezed shut, tears streaming. My wife dropped the suitcase handle. "What's wrong? What hurts?" "The light. The air. It burns," our daughter screeched, her voice tearing at her throat. "Molly, it hurts." I stood there on the front porch, the sun warm on my skin, the breeze gentle. It was a beautiful day, and my daughter was screaming that it was torturing her. I looked at my wife. Her face was a landscape of pure horror. We couldn't take her into this pain. What if it was real to her? What if carrying her away actually hurt her? My arms, my father's arms that were supposed to protect her, felt like they were causing her agony. With a gut-deep groan of defeat, I turned around and carried my screaming, thrashing child back across the threshold into the house. The second the door closed behind us, the screaming stopped. She went limp in my arms, gasping for breath, her face buried in my neck. She was shuddering, whimpering. "Inside," she mumbled. "Safe inside." My wife closed the door, plunging us back into the hallway's shadow. She slid down the wall until she was sitting on the floor, her face in her hands. The suitcases by the door looked stupid now. Monumentally stupid. We weren't going anywhere. The house wouldn't let her leave. We brought our exhausted, hiccuping daughter upstairs to our bedroom. We put her in the middle of our big bed. We lay down on either side of her, a human barricade. We didn't speak. We just listened to her breathing even out as she fell into a deep, sudden sleep. The escape was over. We had tried to run, and the house had fought back using the only weapon we couldn't fight against: our own child's suffering. We were trapped. As the afternoon light faded into evening, we made a new, desperate plan. We would never sleep at the same time. One of us would always be awake, on watch, while the other slept right here beside her. We would outlast it. We would watch over her every minute until we didn't know until what. But we would not let it have her in the night again. We ordered the first watch with a silent rock, paper, scissors. I lost. So as my wife curled around our daughter and eventually fell into a fitful doze, I sat propped against the headboard, my eyes on the door, my ears straining for any sound beyond our 3 breaths. The baby monitor was broken, but the house had other ways of speaking. At exactly 4 in the morning, a sound made me jump. It came from the nightstand on my wife's side. A soft, electronic fizz, then a clear, crisp playback of a voice. It was my voice. I recognized the tired, loving tone from 1,000 late-night comfortings. It said, "Go back to sleep, sweetheart." It played once, clear as a bell, into the room. And in the bed between us, my sleeping daughter smiled, nestled deeper into her pillow, and obeyed. There's a moment when you realize your home isn't a shelter. It's a digestive system, and you're living in its stomach. That moment came after the failed escape, after the horrible playback of my own voice lulling my daughter deeper into whatever dream Molly was feeding her. The 3 of us stayed huddled in our bed like survivors on a life raft, taking turns with the watch. It was my wife's turn to sleep. I was propped up, my eyes gritty, staring at the slice of dark hallway visible through our half-open door. My daughter was a small, warm lump between us, breathing steadily. And then I felt it, a slow, cold draft. It seeped up from the crack between our mattress and the headboard, a stream of air so chilly it raised goosebumps on my back through my t-shirt. The headboard was pressed flat against the wall. There was no window back there, no vent, just drywall and studs. That cold air was coming from inside the wall itself, as if something had opened a passage and was breathing out into our bed. I shifted, trying to block it with my body, but the cold spot persisted. It was a tiny violation, a reminder that the barriers were not just failing, they were becoming permeable. The house was breathing on us. Morning came, gray and tired. We were shells of people, moving on automatic. We made breakfast. We watched our daughter, who seemed perfectly normal, even cheerful. She didn't mention our attempted flight. It was like it had been erased from her memory. Or maybe she'd forgiven us. That was worse. The tension was a live wire strung between my wife and me, humming with unsaid things. We needed a new plan, a permanent solution. We whispered about it in the kitchen, while our daughter played in the next room. My wife wanted to call someone, not a doctor, something else. "There are people who handle this," she murmured, her eyes darting toward the living room. "Priests, paranormal investigators, someone." I nodded, but my mind was elsewhere. I was thinking about the video, the shadow flowing under the door. I was thinking about direct action. If it was physical, it could be fought. Maybe. The division was still there, a crack we couldn't seal. The day dragged on. In the afternoon, my wife went upstairs to take a shower, a moment of normalcy that felt brave. I was on the couch, pretending to read a magazine, my senses tuned to my daughter building a block tower nearby. Then I heard a sound from upstairs. A thump. Not loud, but definite. Then the shower was still running, but I couldn't hear the water hitting the tub anymore. A different sound. A panicked, muffled cry. I was on my feet in an instant. "Stay here." I barked at my daughter, and I took the stairs 2 at a time. Our bedroom door was closed. I threw it open. The room was empty. The bathroom door was open, the shower still spraying into an empty stall. "Honey," I called, my voice cracking. No answer. A cold dread, sharper than any before, pierced me. I ran to my daughter's room. Empty. The playroom. Empty. I was shouting now my wife's name, a raw, scared sound. I ran back to our room, my brain firing in a million directions. Then I saw it. The closet door. Our walk-in closet. It was wide open, and the inside was wrong. The clothes, usually hanging neat, were shoved roughly to the sides, and in the back wall of the closet, the drywall was torn away. A ragged, jagged hole had been ripped open, about the size of a laundry basket. It wasn't a clean break. It looked clawed out. Bits of white plaster and pink insulation lay scattered on the carpet like confetti, and the hole led into blackness, into the space inside the walls. I didn't think. There was no plan. My wife was gone. The house had taken her. I dropped to my knees and crawled into the hole. The space was tight, dusty, and dark. My shoulders brushed against wooden studs. Cobwebs stuck to my face, thick and old. The only light came from the closet behind me, fading quickly. I could see the ghostly pink tufts of insulation between the studs. The air was stale and cold and tasted of dust and mold. I crawled forward, my heart hammering against the floorboards just above my head. "Can you hear me?" I yelled, my voice muffled and flat in the cramped space. No answer. I kept going, turning my head to try and see. Then my hand landed on something that wasn't wood or insulation. I fumbled, picked it up. It was a strip of flannel, light blue with little clouds on it. It was from my wife's favorite pajama pants. It was snagged on a protruding nail, torn clean off. A few inches beyond it, in the thick layer of dust on a horizontal beam, was a handprint. I stared at it. It was a fresh mark, fingers splayed. But it wasn't right. The fingers were too long, too thin, and there were too many knuckles. Each finger seemed to bend in 2 extra places. It wasn't a human hand. Something had crawled through here, dragging my wife, and it had paused to press its long, twisted hand down right beside her torn clothing. A wave of nausea hit me. I couldn't go further. The tunnel narrowed, branching off into absolute blackness. I was in the guts of the house, and I was lost. I backed out, scrambling, desperate for the light of the closet. I tumbled out onto the carpet, gasping, covered in grime and webs. I had to find my wife. The house had taken her into its walls. I ran, stumbling down the stairs. "Mommy's gone," my daughter said, looking up from her blocks. She didn't seem worried. "I have to find her." I shouted, not at her, at the house, at everything. I ran to the garage. The crawl space hatch. It was the heart of this. It had to be. I flung the door open. The garage was gloomy, and the heavy metal hatch to the crawl space was wide open. Not just unlocked, swinging wide on its hinges, revealing a rectangle of pure, perfect black. My wife was standing 5 feet from it, her back to me, perfectly still, staring into that blackness. "Thank God," I breathed, rushing toward her. "Are you okay? What happened?" She didn't turn. She didn't move. Then she spoke, and her voice was a monotone, empty of all the fear and life I knew. "She is safe with me." It wasn't her voice. It was using her mouth, her vocal cords, but the inflection was all wrong. Flat. Cold. "You are the ones who are lost." Then my wife's body crumpled to the concrete floor like a marionette with its strings cut. I lunged for her, grabbing her shoulders. She was limp, her eyes closed, but she was breathing. A wet, rattling breath that wasn't quite her own. From the open hatch in front of me, the blackness seemed to pulse. And from deep within it, the real voice came. The gurgling, muddy voice from the monitor. It wasn't loud. It was conversational, almost intimate. It said the same words, but now they came from the earth itself. "She is safe with me. You are the ones who are lost." I dragged my wife's unconscious form away from that hungry opening, my muscles screaming. I got us both through the door into the kitchen and slammed it shut, leaning against it, sobbing for breath. I pulled her into my lap, patting her cheeks. "Wake up. Please wake up." Her eyelids fluttered. She looked at me, confusion swimming in her eyes. What happened?" "I was in the shower. Then I was here." She didn't remember. The house had taken her for a walk and then given her back, empty. We stumbled back into the living room together, clinging to each other. Our daughter was gone from her block pile. We found her at the top of the stairs, sitting calmly on the top step, swinging her feet. Her feet were bare and caked with fresh, black dirt. She looked at us, at our filthy, terrified faces, and she smiled a little smile. "I told her you were scared," she said, as if sharing a secret. "She says you can stay too. There's room in the walls for everyone." The offer hung in the air, grotesque and final. We were being invited to join the infestation, to become part of the house's ecosystem. We didn't answer her. We just walked past her, back into our bedroom. We didn't speak. We got into bed, all three of us again. We pulled the covers up. We were a trembling fortress of flesh under cotton. The escape was impossible. Confrontation was impossible. All that was left was vigilance. A permanent, exhausting watch. We would never sleep at the same time. We would outlast it. We would guard her every second of every night until we collapsed, or until it grew bored, or until we grew old and died right here in this bed. It was the only plan we had left. As we lay there in the fading light, the baby monitor's parent unit, its casing still cracked from where my wife had dropped it, sat dark on the nightstand. Hours passed. My wife finally fell into a twitchy sleep. My daughter was already out. My watch began. I stared at the ceiling, listening to their breaths, listening to the house. The monitor remained dark, a dead piece of plastic. Then, at some point deep in the night, a little green light flickered on. The unit was live again. A soft, static hiss emerged from the speaker. I watched it, wary. Then the hiss changed. It formed into a sound. A clear, crisp, digital recording. It was my voice again, but not from the night before. This was older. From years ago when my daughter was a baby. The voice was young, tired, overflowing with love. It was a phrase I'd said 1,000 times in the dark of her nursery. It played once, softly, into our dark bedroom. "Daddy's got you," the recording whispered. And in the bed beside me, my sleeping daughter sighed, a sound of pure contentment, and murmured back, "I know, Molly." The worst part wasn't the monster in the dark. It was the monster learning to sound like the people in the light. After my daughter's sleepy reply to the recorded ghost of my voice, something broke in me. Not a breakdown, but a shift. The fear was still there, a constant buzz in my teeth, but it was joined by a cold, clear understanding. We weren't being haunted. We were being studied, and the exam was nearly over. The mimicry started small, a psychological poison seeping into our daily life. A few days after the Daddy's Got You incident, my wife was in the kitchen getting a glass of water. From the playroom, clear as a bell, came our daughter's voice. "Mommy!" It was her exact tone, the one she used when she'd scraped a knee or wanted a cuddle, a bright, needful whine. My wife put her glass down and walked to the playroom doorway. "What is it, sweetie?" The room was empty. The call had come from the corner. Not from a child hiding there. From the corner itself, the walls speaking with our daughter's stolen voice. My wife backed out slowly, her face pale. She didn't mention it until later, and when she did, her eyes searched mine, looking for doubt. "Are you sure it wasn't just the TV? Or an echo?" I asked, and I saw the flicker of hurt, the fear that I thought she was losing it. The seed of distrust, tiny and ugly, was planted. It grew faster than anything in our garden ever had. For me, it happened in the basement. The furnace was acting up, making a clunking noise. I went down to look at it, the bare bulb throwing long shadows behind the water heater and the old storage boxes. As I bent over the furnace, I heard my own voice, calm and warm, right beside my left ear. "It's okay to let go." I jerked upright, banging my head on a copper pipe. The voice continued, a loving whisper that seemed to come from the cold air return vent itself. "We'll be happier here. Just let us in." It was me, my cadence, my tone when I was soothing her after a nightmare. But the words were all wrong. They were an invitation to surrender. I ran upstairs, my skin crawling, and found my wife folding laundry. "Did you say something to me just now?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She looked up, confused. "No, I've been here." I nodded, but I didn't believe her. Or a part of me didn't. That was the poison. It was turning our love, our familiarity, into a weapon. We started watching each other when the other wasn't looking for signs that the person across the breakfast table wasn't really them. The most horrifying moment came for my wife. She was in the bathroom, washing her face after another sleepless night. She leaned over the sink, splashed water on her skin, and looked up into the mirror. Her reflection looked back, tired, eyes shadowed. But for a fraction of a second, maybe less than a heartbeat, her reflection didn't move when she did. It stayed still, staring. Then its mouth stretched. Not a smile. A grin that pulled too wide, showing a glimpse of too many teeth, thin and sharp like needles. Then it snapped back to normal, mirroring her gasp of terror perfectly. She screamed. I found her on the bathroom floor, shaking, pointing at the mirror, which now showed only her terrified, real face. It smiled at me, she kept saying. It had her smile, but it wasn't her. She meant our daughter. The thing was learning our faces, our expressions, and twisting them. Our daughter was changing too. She became a messenger, a little ambassador for the thing in the walls. She didn't just talk about Molly anymore, she delivered decrees. Molly says you're too loud at night, she'd tell us, her small face serious. Molly is hungry. She likes it when we're quiet. She started refusing my wife's touch sometimes, flinching away from a hug as if burned. She would set 2 places at her little tea table. One for her, one for Molly, always with the second chair facing the forbidden corner. We were being conditioned. Our behavior was being modified by a third party we couldn't see, using the one person we couldn't ignore. One afternoon, I found myself alone in the garage, staring at the closed crawl space hatch. The padlock was still there, still open, a monument to my uselessness. A wave of despair, black and total, washed over me. I was so tired, so desperately, bone-deep tired of being afraid in my own home. I took a step toward the hatch. I didn't open it. I just knelt in front of it, close enough to feel the cool metal radiating. In a low voice, a voice of defeat, I spoke to the black seam around the door. What do you want? I whispered. Just tell me. Make me understand. I waited. There was no gurgle, no whisper. But after a moment, I heard a sound. A soft, rhythmic sigh. It was the sound of breathing, but slow, slower than any human could manage. In, out. And with each exhale, the fine dust on the concrete floor in front of the hatch stirred. It puffed up, little clouds of gray, and as the dust settled, it wasn't random. It seemed to form letters, shapes. I stared, my eyes aching. One word, formed from the disturbed filth. It was faint, maybe my mind making patterns from chaos, but I saw it as clear as if it had been written. Belong. That was the answer. It didn't want to scare us away. It wanted us to stay, to become part of it. The division between us, husband and wife, was now a canyon. She wanted to fight, to find someone who knew how to fight this. An exorcist, a shaman, someone with holy water and chants. I was sinking into a terrifying resignation. One night, after another tense, wordless dinner, I snapped. Maybe we should just listen to it. The words burst out of me, harsh and loud. My wife stared at me, as if I'd grown a second head. What are you saying? It knows her. I cried, gesturing toward our daughter's room. It knows her better than we do now. It talks to her all night long. Maybe we need to try to communicate. To negotiate. The word felt foul in my mouth. My wife's face went from shock to revulsion. Negotiate? With the thing that's stealing our daughter? Have you lost your mind? It was our worst fight yet, not shouts but hisses, full of tears and terrible, whispered accusations. We were splintering, and the thing in the walls was the wedge. The mimicry got bolder. A few days later, my wife was putting away laundry. She opened my sock drawer and let out a small, choked sound. Every single pair of my socks, every one, was tied together. Not just knotted. Tied in intricate, impossibly tight little bows, the kind that take patience and small, clever fingers to execute. They were knotted so tightly she had to cut them apart with scissors. Our daughter couldn't tie bows that well yet, but something with nimble, patient hands could. The message was clear. It could touch our things. It could get that close, anytime it wanted. Our vigilance was a joke to it. The final straw for our sense of reality came on a Thursday night. It was my wife's watch. I was in a deep, dead sleep, the kind that comes from utter exhaustion. I was dreaming of nothing, a blank, black peace. Then a sound pulled me up. It was singing. A soft, sweet, gentle singing coming from the baby monitor. It was my wife's voice, singing our daughter's favorite lullaby. The one she'd sung every night for years. Hush now, my baby, don't make a peep. The love in the recorded voice was so real, so palpable, it ached. I smiled in my sleep, soothed by it. Then my brain caught up. The monitor. The singing. I forced my eyes open. The room was dark. The monitor on my nightstand glowed with its little green eye, the lullaby threading softly through the room. I turned my head on the pillow. My wife was lying beside me, fast asleep. Her lips were together, sealed. Her chest rose and fell with the slow, deep rhythm of unconsciousness. The singing was not coming from her. It was coming from the walls, from the vents, from the very air, using a perfect recording of her most tender sound to serenade us in the dark. I reached out and shook her shoulder hard. She woke with a start. "Wah! Listen," I whispered, my voice raw. The lullaby continued for another line, then faded into static, and the green light on the monitor went out. "Was that you?" I asked, though I knew the answer. She looked at me, her eyes wide with a horror that mirrored my own. "I was asleep," she breathed. "You know I was asleep." We lay there, not touching, staring at the ceiling. The trust was gone. Completely. We could no longer trust our own ears, our own eyes, our own memories. The monster wasn't just in the walls. It was in our heads, wearing our voices, replaying our love back to us as a weapon. It had won without ever showing us its face. The only thing left was the terrible, unspoken question that hung between us in the dark. If it could sound like us, could it look like us too? And if it could, how would we ever know the difference? Infestations end one of two ways. You exterminate, or you learn to coexist. It was no longer trying to drive us out. It was setting a place for us at the table. The morning after the lullaby, we were ghosts. We moved around each other in the kitchen without speaking, without touching. The trust was shattered. Every glance was a suspicion. Was that really my wife pouring the coffee, or something that had learned her movements? Was that really my husband scratching his head, or a clever copy? The poison of the mimicry had done its work. We were isolated in our own home, prisoners in separate cells of fear. Our daughter, however, seemed to blossom. She was cheerful, helpful even. She skipped instead of walked. That afternoon, she came into the living room where we sat in our separate chairs, 1,000 miles apart on the same rug. She carried 3 items, holding them carefully in her small hands like sacred offerings. She laid them out on the coffee table between us, one by one. First, a dead rat. It was gray, its body stiff, its tail curled. Its eyes were milky film. Second, a tarnished silver locket, old-fashioned, the kind with a tiny clasp. It was smeared with dirt. I didn't recognize it. It wasn't ours. I thought of the previous owner, the woman who died alone here. Third, a framed photograph. It was one of our favorites, from a beach trip the year before. The 3 of us, smiling, squinting in the sun, my arms around them both. But in this version, my face was gone. Not torn out, scratched out, carefully, meticulously gouged away with something sharp, leaving only a ragged hole where my smiling face had been. Our daughter looked at us, her head tilted. "Molly says you can choose one," she explained, her tone polite, like a hostess explaining the dessert options. We stared at the grotesque menu. The dead thing, the stolen memory, the erased father. This was the offer, the formal invitation. We didn't choose. We just sat there, frozen. She seemed disappointed, but shrugged and left the items there. We finally moved when the smell of the rat became too much. My wife, with a tissue, picked it up by the tail and threw it in the outside trash. I took the photo and the locket and put them in a kitchen drawer, out of sight. The house did not like that. That night, we woke to the sound of doors. Not slamming, opening. One after another, a slow, deliberate procession of clicks and creaks. We got out of bed, clutching each other for the first time in days, drawn together by a new shared terror. We walked through the house. Every single interior door was wide open. The closet under the stairs, the linen closet, the basement door, the pantry, every cupboard in the kitchen, all of them gaping open, pointing inward, like dark mouths waiting to be fed. And at the end of this parade of openings, in the garage, the crawl space hatch stood wide open, a black rectangle that seemed to swallow the light from the bare bulb. The house was showing us all the ways in. It was pulling back its own skin, revealing its arteries, and inviting us to step inside. We closed them all, every one, our hands shaking. But the message was received. The next evening, our daughter insisted on a fancy dinner. She wanted to use the formal dining room, a room with a big, polished table we almost never used. She dragged chairs that were too big for her. She set 4 places with our good china, which she somehow got down from the high cabinet without breaking. At the head of the table, She placed a bowl. Not a soup bowl, a mixing bowl filled to the brim with fresh, dark, damp soil. She patted it smooth. "Molly is joining us for dinner," she announced. We didn't eat. We couldn't. We sat at the table, the empty chairs like tombstones, the bowl of earth a centerpiece from a nightmare. Our daughter ate her macaroni and cheese happily, chatting to the empty chair beside her as if someone were there. Then, as we sat in that terrible tableau, the doorbell rang. A clear, chiming ding-dong that made us all jump. No one ever came to our door anymore. We had pushed everyone away. My wife and I looked at each other. I got up, my legs weak, and went to the front door. I peered through the peephole. The porch was empty. The street was still. I opened the door. No one. Just the cool evening air. I closed it, locked it, and walked back to the dining room. As I entered, I stopped cold. The fourth chair at the table, the one opposite our daughter, the one that had been pushed in tight to the table, was now pulled out. Just a few inches, but enough for someone to have sat down, or gotten up. No one had been in the room, but my wife and our child. Our daughter looked at the empty place and smiled. She had to go, she said, but she liked the company. That was it for my wife. "We are calling someone tomorrow," she said that night in bed, her voice flat, final. "A priest, a medium. I don't care. We're getting this thing out of our house." I didn't argue. I just stared at the wall. But a different idea, a dark, crazy idea born of exhaustion and despair, was rooting in my mind. What if you couldn't get it out? What if this was just the ecosystem of this house, like mold in the bathroom, and we were the irritants? What if the only way to end the fear was to accept the offer? I didn't say this. I just nodded. The next day, we caught our daughter doing something that broke the last of my wife's heart. She was kneeling by the heating vent in the living room, carefully pushing little pieces of her turkey sandwich through the metal grill, into the dark duct below. "What are you doing?" my wife asked, her voice trembling. "Molly is hungry," our daughter said, not looking up. "You aren't feeding her right." My wife reached for her. "Stop that! We don't feed things in the vents." Our daughter yanked her arm away, a shocking gesture of rejection. Then she did something she hadn't done since she was 2. She threw a full, screaming tantrum. She threw herself on the floor, kicking and wailing. "You're starving her. You're mean. I want my other mother. Molly is my real mother now." The words were like physical blows. My wife staggered back, her hand over her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She ran from the room. I was left with my screaming child, who was now not just influenced by the thing in the walls, but had fully, emotionally transferred her allegiance. That was my breaking point. A red, roaring rage filled me, burning away the fear, the despair, the crazy thoughts of negotiation. This thing was taking my child. It had taken my wife's sanity, my peace, my home. It was time to fight, not with whispers or priests, but with my hands. I waited until they were both in their rooms, my wife sobbing, my daughter finally cried out. I went to the garage. I got my claw hammer. I walked into the playroom. I stood in front of Molly's corner, the forbidden spot. I looked at the 2 plain beige walls, and I swung. The hammer punched through the drywall with a crash. I swung again and again, tearing out huge, ragged chunks. White dust filled the air. I smashed the studs behind it, splintering the wood. I didn't stop. I was screaming wordless roars of fury, tearing at the wall with the claw end, ripping out great hunks of insulation, throwing it all over the room. I was going to find its nest. I was going to drag it out into the light and beat it to pulp with my hammer. I created a hole big enough to climb into, a wrecked, gaping wound in our house. Inside was just empty space. Cobwebs. A few wires. Dust. No monster. No nest. Just the dark, empty cavity of the interior wall. I stood there, chest heaving, hammer hanging from my hand, covered in white dust and sweat. From deep within the house, from everywhere and nowhere at once, a new sound answered my violence. It was a skittering. A fast, frantic, scraping, scratching, skittering sound. It wasn't from one place. It was from inside all the walls at once, a rushing, scrabbling tide of movement that flowed through the house's hidden veins, a furious, echoing response to my attack. I had torn open its skin, and now the whole house was alive with its anger. I dropped the hammer. I walked out of the playroom. My wife was in the hallway, her eyes huge, staring at the destruction. Our daughter stood behind her. She looked past her mother, past me, at the huge hole in her wall. Then she looked at me, her little face calm, too calm. "Now she's angry," she said, her voice quiet and certain. "And she doesn't have to stay in her corner anymore." That night, We did not try to sleep in our bed. We brought our daughter into our room, as usual, but the air was different. Charged. The skittering had stopped, but the house felt awake, alert, wounded. We took our watches. My wife went first. I lay beside my sleeping daughter, my eyes on the closet door. The closet I had nailed shut after my wife was taken through it. I had used long, thick nails, hammering them in at angles so it couldn't be pushed open from the inside. I stared at those nails in the dim light, and as I stared, I heard a new sound from behind that door. It wasn't skittering. It was breathing, not the slow, dusty sigh from the crawl space. This was loud, wet, close. The sound of something large with congested lungs, breathing slowly, rhythmically, right on the other side of the thin wooden door. It was so close I could almost feel the warmth of the breath, smell the damp, earthy rot of it. The breathing was right there. And this time, when our daughter began to sleepwalk, she didn't sit up and wander toward the bedroom door. She simply rolled over in her sleep, her eyes still closed, and reached out her small hand. Her fingers curled around the knob of the closet door, the door I had nailed shut, and she began to turn it. We thought the crawl space was its home. We were wrong. The crawl space was just the throat. The whole house is the body. I lay there, paralyzed, watching my daughter's small hand turn the closet doorknob I had nailed shut. The wet, ragged breathing from the other side of the door seemed to sync with her movements. She didn't strain. The knob turned smoothly, easily, as if the nails I'd driven were just suggestions, silly bits of metal that had politely dissolved. With a soft click, the latch released. The door didn't swing open. It was pulled. It drifted inward, away from her hand, revealing not the dark cavity of our closet filled with hanging clothes and shoeboxes, but a tunnel. A yawning, pitch-black opening that smelled of wet stone, rotten wood, and the cold, iron-rich scent of deep soil. The clothes were gone. The back wall of the closet was gone. There was only a hole leading into the endless, secret insides of our house. My daughter, her eyes still glazed with sleep, sat up. She turned to me. I had pretended to be asleep, but she knew. She always knew. Her face in the gloom was peaceful, but her eyes held a knowledge that no 5-year-old should possess. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice clear and awake. "Molly says we have to go now. The house is hungry." She paused, then offered a child's version of a consolation prize. "But if you come live with us in the deep down dark, we can be a family forever." Another pause, a tilt of her head as if listening to a voice only she could hear. "She can look like Mommy if you want." As the words left her lips, a shape began to form in the blackness of the closet tunnel. It coalesced from the shadows, pulling itself into the opening. It wasn't the gray, segmented finger. It was larger, more defined. A spindly, multi-limbed shadow that shifted and folded in on itself. Then, as I watched, unable to breathe, unable to move, the shadows seemed to solidify, to take on a familiar outline. The height, the curve of the shoulders, the fall of hair. It pulled itself fully into the frame of the closet doorway, standing beside my sleeping daughter, and it was the silhouette of my wife. A perfect, dark cutout of her. It didn't move. It just stood there, its head tilted with a horrible, predatory curiosity, as if waiting to see what I would do. My real wife stirred then, woke from her exhausted sleep, and saw it. She saw the thing wearing her shadow standing next to our child. A choked, guttural scream was torn from her throat, a sound of pure, unfiltered terror. The thing that looked like her turned its head toward the sound, and it smiled. A crack split the lower part of its dark face, a jagged line that stretched far too wide. No light came from within, just a deeper blackness. That smile was an abyss. My wife's scream cut off, strangled by fear. All sound in the house ceased. The faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen stopped. The ticking of the hall clock vanished. The gentle rustle of night wind outside the window disappeared. The world narrowed to the three of us in the bed and the two figures in the closet doorway. The only sounds were the wet, eager breathing of the thing and a new one. A slow, steady drip, drip, drip of something cold and liquid falling from the ceiling vent above our bed, striking the covers with soft, precise taps. This was the event horizon, the point of no return. The offer was on the table, not with dead rats or scratched photos, but in flesh and shadow. Assimilation or oblivion. Follow my daughter into the dark and become part of the house's permanent collection, or try to grab her and run, triggering a finale I knew would be swift and violent. I locked eyes with my real wife across the expanse of the bed. A silent, desperate conversation passed between us in a fraction of a second. Her eyes were wide pools of terror, but in them, I saw a fierce mother's love that outshone the fear. I saw a shake of her head so slight. "Don't let her go." I gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. "I won't." Our daughter reached out. With her left hand, she took one of the thing's long, gray hands. Its fingers, too many joints, curled around her small ones with a terrible gentleness. Then she stretched her right hand out toward me in the bed. Her face was a heartbreaking mix of a child's loving expectation and something utterly, chillingly alien. "Come on," she whispered, her voice so normal, so sweet. "It's time to come home." The thing in the doorway, still wearing my wife's stolen shadow, began to hum. It was a low, buzzing, organic sound at first, like insects in a wall. Then it shifted, tuned itself, and formed the melody. It was our lullaby, the one from the monitor. "Hush now, my baby, don't make a peep." The voice wasn't a mimicry anymore. It was a fusion. It had my wife's gentle tone, but underneath it ran the gurgling, muddy current of the crawl space, a horrible harmony that made my teeth ache. It was inviting me in with the sound of our most intimate love. My wife found her voice, a raw, ragged whisper. "No, baby, no. Come to mommy." Our daughter looked at her real mother, and for a second, I saw a flicker of confusion, a war behind her eyes. The thing's humming grew louder, more insistent, filling the room, vibrating in the boards beneath us. The drip from the vent sped up. Drip, drip, drip. I moved. I didn't have a plan. I had instinct. I threw back the covers and lunged across the bed, not for my daughter, but for the thing in the doorway. My hand passed through the shadowy silhouette of my wife. It was like plunging my arm into a vat of freezing, viscous oil. A cold so intense it burned shot up to my shoulder. The shadow swirled and dissolved around my arm, and I saw what was underneath for a fleeting second. A tangled, pulsing mass of dark, woody tendrils and slick, grayish membrane, like the roots of a rotten tree grown through decaying meat. The humming became a furious, vibrating shriek. My daughter cried out, a sound of betrayal and pain. The thing's other hand, the one not holding hers, lashed out. It wasn't a hand anymore. It was a whip of knotted cord and sharp, chitinous hooks. It wrapped around my forearm, yanking me off the bed and onto the floor with a force that knocked the wind from me. I was being pulled into the closet, into the tunnel. My wife screamed again, but this time it was a battle cry. She scrambled across the bed and grabbed our daughter around the waist, pulling her back, trying to break her grip on the thing's hand. Our daughter wailed, caught between two forces. The thing in the doorway was strong, impossibly strong. I dug my heels into the carpet, but I was sliding toward the black opening. I could smell the rot, feel the cold air flowing out. My wife wrapped both arms around our daughter and pulled with all her might. For a second, our daughter was a rope in a tug of war. Then, with a sound like tearing Velcro and breaking twigs, her small hand came free from the thing's grasp. The thing shrieked, a sound of pure, scalding rage that wasn't a sound at all but a pressure in my skull. It yanked hard, and I slid another foot into the closet, the threshold right in front of my face. My wife didn't hesitate. She let go of our daughter, who fell sobbing on the bed, and she threw herself at the thing. She didn't go through the shadow. She went for the center of the swirling darkness, arms flailing, nails scratching. She connected with something solid. She let out a grunt of effort and pain, but she shoved with all her weight. The thing, off balance, its focus split, stumbled back a step into the tunnel. Its grip on my arm loosened for a fraction of a second. I ripped my arm free. I felt hooks tear through my skin, a hot, wet line of fire from wrist to elbow. I scrambled back, crab walking on the floor, pushing with my legs. My wife fell backward onto the floor beside me, her hands scratched and bleeding, her face splattered with something black and foul-smelling. The thing in the doorway gathered itself. The shadow of my wife was gone completely now. It was a column of furious, shifting darkness, studded with glimpses of wrong shapes, a coiled limb, a snapping mouth, a cluster of staring, sightless nodes. It took a step forward, back into our room. This was it. It was coming out, not to invite, to take. And then our daughter spoke. She was standing on the bed, tears streaming through the dirt on her cheeks, her little fists clenched. She wasn't looking at us. She was looking at the thing, and her voice was not her own. It was a channel, a conduit for the voice of the house. It was the gurgle, the whisper, the hum, and her own voice, all twisted into one commanding tone. No! The thing froze. It quivered, a vibration of frustrated power. This one is mine, the composite voice spoke through her. You are too loud. You break the walls. You are not for the deep down dark. You are for the edges. The quiet places. Go back. She pointed a trembling finger at the closet tunnel. "Go back and be quiet, or I will make you be quiet." The thing in the doorway seemed to hesitate, to wilt. The furious energy bled out of it, replaced by something else. Something like resentment and fear. It looked at my daughter, at this small vessel that held the authority of the house itself, and it shrank back. With a final, wet, sucking sound, it retreated into the tunnel. The closet door swung shut. Not with a bang. With a soft, definitive click. The nails were back in the wood, bent and twisted, but holding it fast. The dripping from the vent stopped. The hum of the fridge returned. The world rushed back in, loud and shocking. My daughter collapsed on the bed, unconscious or asleep, we couldn't tell. My wife and I crawled to each other, clutching our bleeding arms, holding onto each other, shaking too hard to even cry. We had faced it. We had fought. And we had survived because the house, in its own twisted logic, had chosen our daughter over us. She was its favorite, its true belonging. We were just the noisy guests. The sun rose. We cleaned our wounds. We watched our daughter sleep, her face peaceful, no dirt on her hands or feet. The playroom corner remained, but the hole I'd made was still there, a stark reminder. We didn't speak of what to do next. There was no next. We knew now. We could not leave her, and the house would not let us take her. We were stuck in a terrible, permanent equilibrium. We were the caretakers of the chosen one, living on the sufferance of the walls. That evening, as I made a simple dinner, my daughter came into the kitchen. She hugged my leg, a normal, warm, 5-year-old hug. "I'm sorry you got hurt, Daddy," she said. I told Molly not to be so rough with the loud ones. I patted her head, my throat too tight to speak. She smiled up at me, and her eyes were clear, loving, and entirely her own. But as she turned to skip away, she paused at the kitchen doorway. She didn't look back at me. She looked at the wall, and she whispered so softly I almost didn't hear it. "Soon it'll just be us. And we'll be so quiet." Then she was gone, leaving me alone with the sizzling pan and the terrible, certain knowledge that our reprieve was temporary. The house was patient. It had all the time in the world. And we were living on borrowed time, in the quiet edges of a home that had already decided who its real family was. Story number 2. My name is David, though it felt like the least important thing about me the day the letter came. It arrived in a thick, creamy envelope that felt expensive and wrong, like wedding invitation paper for a funeral. The return address just said the Lawson Family Trust in a fancy, old-fashioned typewriter font. My wife brought it in from the mailbox, holding it between her thumb and forefinger like it might be dirty. She didn't say anything, just dropped it on the kitchen table where I was drinking coffee. "Smells weird," she finally said, sitting down across from me. I picked it up. She was right. It had a scent, something underneath the lemony laundry smell of our clean kitchen. It was a mix of cold, damp earth and that sharp, herbal smell of the liniment my grandpa used to rub on his knees. A deep, uncomfortable memory stirred. I slid my finger under the flap, the paper tearing with a too loud ripping sound in our quiet morning. What was inside wasn't a friendly note. It was typed formal and used words that didn't belong in a family invite. Mandatory attendance. Legally binding covenant of continuance. Penalties for noncompliance. My stomach did a slow, lazy turn. "What is that?" my wife asked, her voice tight. She always saw trouble coming before I did. "It's for the family reunion," I said, trying to sound casual. "Out at the old farm. My grandfather's thing. Happens every 10 years or so." I pushed it across the table to her. She scanned it, her eyes getting wider with each line. "This doesn't sound like a reunion, David. This sounds like a subpoena. It says we have to be there for the full 3 days. It mentions financial penalties." "Who does that?" I tried to laugh. It came out weak. "It's just how they are. Backwoods formality. My granddad's big on tradition. It's probably just lawyer talk to make it sound important." She wasn't buying it. It was sent certified mail. I had to sign for it. They wanted proof we got it. That detail stuck in my head, a little cold thorn. Why would you need proof your family got an invitation? I pushed the thought away. "Look, it'll be fine. It's a weird old house in the mountains. They make a huge pot of stew. Everyone tells the same stories. It's quaint. You've never been. It's time you met everyone." She looked from the letter to me, her face a mask of pure, "Are you hearing yourself?" "It smells like dirt and medicine, David," she said again, as if that explained everything. And in a way it did. The next 2 weeks were a low-grade argument. She wanted to call, to make excuses, to send a polite no thanks. I felt this stupid, deep-seated obligation, a thread pulling me back to that place. I hadn't been since I was a teenager. My dad always made us go, and he always left in a quiet, seething mood I was too young to understand. I remembered the stew, though. A rich, dark, savory smell that filled the whole house. A taste I'd never found anywhere else. I couldn't even picture what meat was in it, just that it was delicious, a secret family recipe. In the end, we went. The obligation won, or maybe my own dusty curiosity did. We packed the car on a Friday morning, the sky a flat, boring gray. The drive started normal, highways and billboards and rest stops. Then we turned off the main road, and the world started to change. The towns got smaller, the trees got taller, and the air coming in through the vents started to smell of pine and wet stone. My wife was quiet, scrolling on her phone. Then she said, "My map just went blank." "Probably just a dead zone," I said. "We're pretty far out." But the blank spot on the screen was large and perfectly circular, centered right on the coordinates from the letter. The road began to twist, hugging the side of a mountain, a steep drop on our right with just a rusted guardrail between us and nothing. That's when our phones, both of them, gave a little chirp and the service bars vanished. Completely. Not one bar searching. Just no service. It happened at the exact same moment we passed a huge, ancient pine tree. On its trunk, painted in a flaking, rusty red color, was a symbol, a circle with a twisted line through it, like a snake in a knot. The family crest. I'd forgotten all about it. A childhood memory surfaced, my dad pointing it out, saying, "That's where the outside world ends." I'd thought he was joking. "Did you see that?" my wife whispered. "Yeah," I said, in my attempt at a joke. "Guess we're officially off the grid." Felt totally flat. The road got worse, rough gravel that pinged against the underside of the car. The forest closed in, thick and dark, even though it was only late afternoon. The sunlight couldn't seem to break through the canopy. We drove in a strange, green-tinged twilight. According to the odometer and the handwritten directions, we should have been there. But there was nothing. Just more trees, more shadows. My hands were sweaty on the wheel. "Did we miss a turn?" she asked, her voice higher than usual. Just as I was about to pull over and admit we were lost, we rounded another bend and there it was. The Lawson farmhouse. It didn't look real. It looked like a postcard from 100 years ago. A big, two-story wooden place with a wide porch wrapped around it. No power lines led to it. A single, flickering lantern hung by the heavy front door. And on that porch, in rocking chairs and on the steps, they were all there. My family. Aunts, uncles, cousins I hadn't seen since I was a kid. They were sitting perfectly still, not talking, just staring out at the woods. Our car crunched on the gravel drive, and every single head turned. Not one at a time. All of them, together, like a flock of birds changing direction. They looked at us, and then their faces all did the same thing. They smiled. Big, wide, toothy smiles that didn't reach their eyes. Their eyes stayed watchful dark. My heart was beating a fast, hard rhythm against my ribs. "Okay," my wife breathed out. "That's seriously creepy." We got out of the car, the sound of our doors shutting way too loud in the quiet. The air was cooler here, and still like the inside of a church. The smell from the envelope, earth and medicine, was here too, but now it was mixed with wood smoke and that stew. The stew smell was stronger, intoxicating. It should have been comforting. It wasn't. Nobody called out a hello. Nobody waved. They just watched us walk toward the porch, their smiles fixed in place. Then my grandfather stepped out of the front door. He was supposed to be old, frail. In my memory, he was a bent man with a cane. The man on the porch stood straight. His hair was thick and white, his face lined but strong. He looked like a 40-year-old who'd been expertly painted to look 70. His eyes found me, and there was no warmth in them, no grandfatherly joy. It was a look of assessment, like a farmer checking a horse's teeth. It made me feel 10 years old and in trouble. I walked up the steps, my wife close behind me. "Grandpa," I said, my voice sounding too young. I held out my hand. He took it. His grip was crushing, his skin dry and hard as tree bark. He held it for a second too long, his dark eyes locked on mine. Then he let go and the smile appeared on his face too, just as wide and empty as the others. "You made it," he said. His voice was smooth, deep. Just in time. From behind him, my grandmother appeared. She was the same, too alert, too upright. She fluttered her hands. "The stew is almost ready. You must be hungry from your trip." She looked at my wife, and her smile got, if possible, even wider. "And you must be the new one. We've so looked forward to meeting you." She said it like my wife was a special dessert. An aunt I barely remembered stood up from her rocking chair. She was holding a wooden spoon. "You want to wash up? We eat when the sun is fully down. It's tradition." The way she said tradition made it sound like a law. We were herded inside. The house was a museum of my childhood, but a museum where everything was kept dusty and unchanged. The same ugly crocheted blanket was on the same rocking chair. The same picture of a sad-looking Jesus hung crooked in the hall. The same smell of old wood, stew, and that faint medicinal tang. We were taken to a small bedroom upstairs. It had a slanting ceiling and a quilt with faded stars on it. It was the room I'd slept in as a kid. My small, childish crayon drawing was still tacked to the wall by the dresser. I walked over to it. I'd drawn stick figures around a big, bubbling pot. Above it, in my clumsy second-grade handwriting, I'd written, "The Forever Soup." A cold finger traced its way down my spine. "David," my wife said. She hadn't put her bag down. She was standing in the middle of the room, hugging herself. "This is wrong. All of this is wrong. They're not blinking enough. They're just country people," I said, but the words had no strength. "They're odd. It's fine." She shook her head, turning to look at the dark window. The way they looked at us, it wasn't like seeing people. It was like being seen by a thing. Downstairs, a bell rang, a deep, iron sound. "Supper," my grandmother's voice floated up the stairs. The sound was cheerful, but it felt like a command. We went down. The long wooden table in the kitchen was packed. Every relative was there, seated in a specific order. 2 empty chairs were left for us, right in the middle. The giant pot of stew sat in the center of the table, steaming. It smelled incredible, that same rich, deep, meaty smell that haunted my memories. My grandfather sat at the head. He didn't speak. He just picked up a big ladle and started filling bowls, which were passed down the table from hand to hand. No one spoke. The only sounds were the clink of the ladle on the pot and the soft thud of bowls on wood. A bowl was placed in front of me. The stew was a dark brown, with chunks of meat and carrots and potatoes. It looked normal. It smelled like heaven. My wife's bowl was placed in front of her. She looked at it, then up at my grandmother, who was watching her with that fixed smile. "I'm actually vegetarian," my wife said, her voice polite but firm. The smile on my grandmother's face didn't change. It didn't falter for a single second, but something behind her eyes went flat and cold. "It's just for tonight, dear," my grandmother said, her tone sweet as poison. "For tradition. You need your strength." The way she said strength felt heavy. My wife looked at me, a plea in her eyes. I felt torn in two. This was my family. This was their weird, sacred thing. Making a fuss would ruin everything. I gave her a tiny, helpless shrug and picked up my spoon. I had to show her it was okay. I took a bite. The taste flooded my mouth, exactly as I remembered, savory, herby, with a unique, iron-rich undertaste that was almost sweet. It was the taste of childhood, of safety. For a second, I was convinced my wife was overreacting. It was just weird old people and a weird old tradition. Everything was fine. I took another bite. Around me, my family began to eat. They did it in unison, each one bringing their spoon to their mouth at the same time. Up, chew down. Up, chew down. Like a machine. My wife didn't touch her food. She just watched them, her face pale. The meal ended as silently as it began. Bowls were emptied and stacked. My grandfather stood. "The first night is for rest," he announced, his voice filling the quiet room. "Tomorrow we talk. We remember. We prepare." He looked right at my wife. "You'll feel more a part of things after tomorrow." It didn't sound like a hope. It sounded like a promise. We went back to our room. The house was utterly still, not a creak or a whisper. It was the kind of quiet that feels like a held breath. My wife finally put her bag down. "I'm not eating that again," she said, her voice low and fierce. "There's something in it. I can smell it. It's not just herbs." "It's fine," I said, but I was looking at my own hands, feeling strangely heavy and warm. "It's just game meat. Venison, probably. Or rabbit." "That wasn't rabbit," she whispered. She walked to the window, peering out into the pitch-black night. Then she gasped and stepped back. "What?" I asked, joining her. Down below, in the yard, figures were moving. A line of them, walking single file from the house toward the old, dilapidated barn. They carried no lanterns, no flashlights. They moved slowly, surely, through the complete darkness. I recognized my father's shape, and my uncle's, and my brother's. They walked into the black mouth of the barn and disappeared. "What are they doing?" my wife breathed. "I don't know," I said, and for the first time, I admitted to myself that I didn't know anything about these people at all. My wife turned from the window and went to her bag. She pulled out the tarnished silver locket my grandmother had pressed into her hand as we went upstairs. "A welcome gift," she had said. My wife clicked it open. Inside was a tiny, blurry photograph of a smiling young woman with old-fashioned hair. "Who is that?" I asked. "I don't know," she said. Then she pried at the back of the locket with her fingernail. It popped open. Behind the photo, sealed inside, was a single long strand of hair. It was gray. She held it up to the dim light from the window. "This isn't an antique," she said, her scientific, analytical mind cutting through the fear. "This follicle is intact. This was put in here recently." She looked at me, and the last of the color drained from her face. "Your grandfather," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "When we came in, I saw a photo in the hall. An old black and white one from like the 1970s. He's standing right where he was tonight, on the porch. He's wearing a different shirt. But David, it's the same face. Exactly the same." I stared at her, the warm fullness from the stew turning into a cold, hard lump in my gut. The endless quiet of the house pressed in on us from all sides. Downstairs, the front door clicked softly shut. The night walkers had returned. We were awake in the dark, listening to the sound of their footsteps moving below us. And for the life of me, I couldn't remember what any of them had said to me over dinner. I could only remember the steady, rhythmic sound of their spoons hitting their bowls, over and over, like a clock counting down in the silent, waiting dark. I woke up with the sun, but it felt wrong. The light was too sharp, cutting through the dusty window of the childhood room. My wife was already awake, sitting on the edge of the bed, still dressed from last night. She held the silver locket open in her palm, staring at the gray hair inside. "I didn't sleep," she said, not looking at me. Her voice was raspy. "I listened to the house. It doesn't settle. No creaks, no pipes groaning. It's just still." I felt a thick grogginess clinging to me, a leftover warmth from the stew. I pushed it off, the cheerful morning sounds of a normal house completely absent. There was no coffee brewing, no chatter from a kitchen radio. Just that waiting quality in the air, like before a thunderstorm. "Let's just get through today," I said, more to convince myself than her. "We'll say our goodbyes after breakfast and go." She just nodded, closing the locket with a sharp snap. Downstairs, the house was a museum. I mean that exactly. Nothing had moved. The same crocheted blanket was folded on the same chair in the exact same way. The coffee tin sat on the shelf at the same angle. My crayon drawing, the forever soup, was still pinned to the kitchen wall, the paper yellowed but the pins clean, like someone dusted around it regularly. It was a house preserved in amber. My grandmother was in the kitchen, stirring a pot of oatmeal. Her movements were efficient, precise. "Good morning," she chirped, her smile instantly there, wide and bright. "Sleep well." "Fine, thank you," I mumbled. My wife said nothing. We sat at the long table. One by one, relatives filed in. They didn't greet each other. They just took their seats, the same seats from last night. My uncle, a big man with rough hands, sat across from me. He looked at me, his head tilting slightly. "How's the city?" he asked. His tone was flat, like he was reading from a card. "It's okay," I said. "Busy." He nodded, a slow, mechanical bob of his head. "Driven any good cars lately?" he asked next. It was such a specific, weird question. One he'd asked me every time he saw me since I was 16. "Not really," I said, feeling uneasy. "Just the same old sedan." He stared at me for a beat too long, his eyes not quite focusing. Then he said, "I reckon that's the way of things," and turned to his oatmeal. The phrase "I reckon" stuck out. It was an old, folksy thing to say. A few minutes later, my aunt sat down next to him. She looked at me, smiled her empty smile, and asked, "How's the city?" I froze. "It's okay," I said. "Driven any good cars lately?" She followed up, her voice a near-perfect echo of my uncle's. My skin prickled. I looked at my wife. Her eyes were wide, watching this. I gave a different answer. "Actually, I'm thinking of buying a truck," I said, trying to break the script. My aunt blinked slowly. Her smile didn't change. "I reckon that's the way of things," she said, and started eating. A cold understanding dripped into my stomach. They weren't having conversations. They were performing rituals, repeating lines. My wife was being erased. They set a bowl of oatmeal in front of her, but no one offered her the brown sugar or the milk that sat in the center of the table. When she reached for it herself, the pitcher was just out of reach, and no one passed it. They talked around her, to me about the weather, about the garden, using the same phrases, the same I reckon punctuating everything. She was becoming a ghost at their table. After breakfast, we were expected to enjoy the grounds. There was nothing to enjoy. The garden was too orderly, rows of vegetables standing at attention. The flowers bloomed with a vibrant, fake-looking color. No bees buzzed. No birds sang in the surrounding woods. The world felt muted, like the volume had been turned down on everything but us. I wandered, my wife a tense shadow beside me. We found my grandfather near the old barn. He was just standing there, looking at the weathered wooden boards. "Grandpa," I said. He turned, that assessing look in his eyes again. "The barn's seen better days." I offered for something to say. "It serves its purpose," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Some things look worn on the outside, but what happens inside is what matters. The important work." He clapped a hand on my shoulder. His grip was firm, too firm. "You'll understand more tonight. Your wife will too. It's important she feels part of things." He walked away, leaving us there. My wife shuddered. "Important work? What does that mean?" "David, I want to leave. Now." I wanted to say yes, but a stupid, stubborn part of me, the part that remembered being a kid here, the part that hated causing a scene, spoke up. "We can't just bolt. It'll cause a huge fight. Let's just be polite. Get through the day. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. I promise." She looked at me like she didn't know me. The day dragged on, a series of eerie, repeated interactions. Cousins I barely knew asked me the same questions about the city and cars. They gave the same scripted responses. I felt like I was losing my mind, trapped in a looping recording of a family reunion. The only break in the routine came from my grandmother. She approached my wife in the parlor, where my wife was pretending to look at a bookshelf of ancient, unreadable books. My grandmother took my wife's hand, not asking, just taking it. She pressed something into her palm, a small cloth pouch tied with string. "For the discomfort," my grandmother said, her sweet voice laced with something else. "Brew it as a tea. It'll help you sleep. You'll need your rest for tomorrow." My wife pulled her hand back as if burned. Later, in our room, she opened the pouch. It was full of crushed, dried leaves and tiny purple flowers. "I don't know what this is," she said, "but I'm not drinking it." She tossed it into the small wastebasket. The afternoon bled into evening. A low fog crept in from the woods, fingering its way across the yard. The family gathered on the porch again, watching the mist advance. No one commented on it. They just watched. My wife stayed by my side, a silent sentinel of fear. Dinner was the same silent, rhythmic affair as the night before. Another bowl of stew appeared before me. The smell was even richer, more compelling. My wife's bowl sat untouched in front of her. I saw my grandmother's eyes flick to it, then back to my wife's face, that smile never slipping. I ate. I told myself I had to keep the peace. The warmth spread through me faster this time, a comfortable, fuzzy blanket smothering my worries. It was easier to just go along. After dinner, my grandfather stood. "An early night for everyone," he announced. "Big day tomorrow, the heart of the reunion." There was a murmur of agreement, a dry rustle of sound. My wife and I went upstairs. She was shivering, though the room wasn't cold. "Did you see that?" she whispered. "See what?" "Your mother. At dinner. She wasn't eating. She was just pushing the stew around her bowl. And she looked at me, just for a second. It wasn't like the others. It was scared. She looked scared, David. I hadn't noticed. The stew fog was in my brain. I just wanted to sleep. "You're imagining things," I said, the words thick on my tongue. "We'll leave tomorrow. It's almost over." She didn't argue. She got into bed, turning her back to me. I fell into a deep, dark sleep almost immediately. Something woke me. Not a sound, but a change. The air in the room felt different. Colder. The deep, soupy sleep the stew gave me parted for a second, and I was just awake enough to hear it. A soft, shuffling sound. A rhythmic brush of fabric on wood. Footsteps, many of them, moving with a slow, deliberate pace down the hallway. I lay still, my heart beginning to thump. The footsteps passed our door. They went down the stairs. I carefully, slowly slid out of bed. My wife was asleep, her breathing deep and steady. Too steady. I crept to the window and looked down. A line of figures moved across the yard, toward the barn. They walked in single file. No lights. The moon was hidden behind clouds, but they moved with certainty through the deep gloom. I recognized the shapes. My father, my brother, my uncle, the aunt who asked about the cars. They walked into the black open doorway of the barn and were swallowed up. A jolt of adrenaline burned through the last of the stew's haze. What were they doing? What was the important work? I had to know. A reckless need to understand. To prove to myself this was all just some bizarre family quirk took over. I pulled on my pants and a shirt, my hands fumbling in the dark. I eased our bedroom door open. The hallway was empty, lit only by a faint glow from a night light downstairs. I moved to the stairs, each creak of the old wood sounding like a gunshot to my ears. No one stirred. The house was a tomb. I made it to the front door. My hand closed on the cold iron of the latch. I lifted it, expecting it to be locked. It wasn't. It gave way with a smooth, well-oiled click. The door opened outward. The night air washed over me, damp and cold from the fog. I could see the barn, a darker shape against the dark woods. A faint, flickering orange light now leaked from its cracks. They had a fire inside. I took one step onto the porch, then another. My plan was simple. Creep to a window, peek inside, see something boring and normal. Maybe they were just playing cards by lantern light, and then slink back to bed feeling foolish. I made it to the bottom of the porch steps. The gravel of the drive was under my feet. I took 3 steps toward the barn. A hand shot out from the deep shadow of the porch rocking chair and closed around my wrist. The grip was strong, desperate. I almost yelled. I whipped my head around. It was my mother. She was crouched in the darkness of the chair, her face pale, her eyes wide and glistening with tears. She pulled me back, her strength surprising. "Don't," she breathed, her voice a raw, torn thing. It was the first real, unscripted emotion I'd heard from anyone in 2 days. "Mom, what is it? What are they doing?" I whispered back. She shook her head, her tears spilling over. She looked older than I remembered, worn thin. "You can't go out there. Not now. The night walk is for the prepared." She swallowed hard, her gaze darting toward the barn, then back to me, full of a terror that was completely her own. "You're not ready, my boy. Not yet." She released my wrist and shrank back into the shadows of the chair, pulling a shawl tight around her shoulders, her eyes fixed on the barn's glowing cracks. She wasn't one of them. Not fully. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I stood there on the gravel, frozen, looking from my mother's terrified face to the distant, pulsing light of the barn where the rest of my family had gathered. The comfortable lie of a weird family tradition was gone, shattered by the palpable fear in my mother's grip. Something was very, very wrong in that barn, and the only person who seemed to understand the danger was sitting in the dark, too afraid to stop it, only to stop me from seeing it. I took a slow step back toward the porch, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs, the unseen work in the barn now screaming at me in the quiet of the night. Back in our room, I couldn't sleep. My mind raced, replaying my mother's terrified face, her desperate grip. The fog in my brain from the stew was completely gone, burned away by a cold, sharp fear. My wife slept on, a deep, unnatural sleep. I watched the slow, steady rise and fall of her chest, and a new kind of panic started to itch under my skin. I shook her shoulder gently. "Hey, wake up." She didn't stir. I shook harder. "Come on, wake up." Her head lolled to the side. Her skin felt cool, clammy. A real, physical jolt of terror shot through me. I grabbed the small mirror from her toiletry bag and held it under her nose. A faint cloud formed on the glass. She was breathing, but it was too slow, too deep. It was the sleep of someone who had been drugged. On her nightstand sat an empty glass of water. She didn't remember drinking it. I did. My grandmother had brought it up, smiling, saying the night air was dry. I had been too distracted, too wound up from seeing the night walkers. My wife had drunk it without thinking. Rage, hot and clean, flushed through me. They were doing something to her. They were preparing her. The word from my mother's warning echoed in my head, prepared. I had to find proof. I had to know what we were really dealing with. I needed something concrete I could hold on to, something that would break the last of my stupid loyalty, and tell me exactly what kind of nightmare we were in. I waited until the first gray light of dawn began to seep around the edges of the curtains. The house was in that pre-morning hush. I slipped out of bed, dressed quickly, and eased the door open. My plan was to check the root cellar. Every old farmhouse had one, a cold, earth-floored room for storing potatoes and preserves. If there was something they were hiding, somewhere they didn't think anyone would look, that was it. I moved through the hallway, past the closed doors of sleeping relatives, my senses screaming. Every floorboard felt like a trap. I made it to the kitchen. The door to the cellar was a flat, painted piece of wood in the floor near the pantry. I hooked my fingers into the iron ring and pulled. It came up with a groan that sounded impossibly loud. A set of rough wooden stairs led down into blackness. The smell that wafted up was of damp soil, rot, and that same underlying medicinal tang. I found a flashlight on a shelf, clicked it on, and descended. The cellar was just as I remembered from childhood explorations, but neater. Jars of pickles and jams lined crude shelves. Burlap sacks of potatoes sat in a corner. But at the far end, something new hummed. A large, industrial freezer, the kind you'd see in a restaurant. Its white surface was stark and modern against the old stone walls. It looked utterly out of place. The hum was the only sound. My mouth went dry. I walked toward it, the beam of my flashlight bouncing. I reached for the handle, a thick chrome bar. It was cold even through my shirt sleeve. I took a breath and lifted it. A puff of frozen air billowed out. Inside, everything was wrapped in clean, white butcher paper, each package neat and uniform, stacked in rows. It looked professional. Nothing like the haphazardly wrapped deer meat I'd expected. I picked up a package from the top. It was solid, frozen rock hard. I turned it over. Stamped on the paper in crisp, black ink was a label. Property of Lawson Trust, Biological Sustenance Division. Biological sustenance. The words made no sense, and every kind of horrible sense at the same time. My hands started to shake. I put the package back and reached for a smaller one from a lower shelf. It was heavier than it should have been. As I lifted it, my slick fingers fumbled. The package slipped, tumbling from my grasp and hitting the hard dirt floor with a solid, sickening thud. It didn't sound like a roast. It didn't sound like anything from an animal. The white paper tore at the corner from the impact. Something pale and waxy poked out. I pointed the flashlight beam at it. My brain stuttered, refused to process. It was a finger. A human finger, curled in a partial fist, the nail chipped and dirty. A wave of nausea slammed into me so hard I stumbled back, hitting the edge of the freezer. The cold metal bit into my back. I stared. The shape inside the paper was unmistakable. A hand. A human hand. All the weirdness, the creepy smiles, the scripted talk, it crystallized in that second into a single, monstrous truth. This was not about tradition. This was about something else. Something unspeakable. The stew. I clapped my own hand over my mouth, a gag rising in my throat. I thought of the rich, iron taste, the unique flavor I could never place. I knew what it was now. On a cellular level, I knew. I forced myself to breathe, to think. I couldn't fall apart. Not now. I shone the light around the cellar, looking for anything else, any records. On a shelf above the potatoes, half hidden behind a dusty crate, I saw a book. It was an old ledger, the kind with columns handwritten in ink. I pulled it down. The cover was stiff leather. I opened it. The first page was dated 1923. It was a record of the reunions. Column headings were written in a careful, looping script date. Attendees present. Absentees. Provisions provided. My eyes scanned down. Reunion after reunion, every 10 years. The lists of names were familiar. My great-grandparents, grandparents, all the relatives. My eyes locked on the provisions provided column. For each reunion, there was a single name written there. And each name in the provisions column matched a name from the absentees list of the reunion 10 years before. A pattern as cold and clear as the freezer's hum. Someone didn't show up, and 10 years later, they provided. My finger traced down the brittle pages. 1993, 2003, 2013. I found my father's brother, my favorite uncle, the one who'd taught me to fish. He'd stopped coming to reunions when I was a kid. The story was he'd moved out west for a job. There his name was in the 2013 ledger. Provision provided, Richard Lawson. The room tilted. I had to brace myself against the shelf. I kept looking, my heart a frozen lump. I found the page for this year. My own name was there, under attendees present. Next to it, my wife's name was written in a separate, smaller column titled Spousal Introductions. And beside her name, in fresh ink, was a single symbol, a question mark. The meaning was clear. She was being evaluated. Judged. For what? I slammed the book shut, the sound like a gunshot in the confined space. I had to get her out. Now. Right now. I scrambled up the cellar stairs, my legs weak, and shut the door behind me. I leaned against the kitchen counter, trying to steady my breathing to look normal. The house was starting to stir. I heard footsteps above. I had to act natural. I went back to our room. My wife was still asleep. I sat on the edge of the bed, watching her, my mind screaming. When she finally began to stir, it was a slow, groggy struggle. She blinked, moaned, and put a hand to her forehead. "My head," she mumbled. "I feel thick." "What happened?" "They drugged you," I said, my voice low and urgent. "With the water. Listen to me. We have to leave. Today. Now." She tried to sit up, then fell back, her face pale. "I feel sick. Really sick. There's a metal taste in my mouth." She looked at me, her eyes swimming with confusion and fear. "I had dreams, David. Bad ones. I was under the ground, in the dark. I could feel things in the soil, pressing in on me." Her words, paired with what I'd just seen, made my skin crawl. I helped her sit up. "We're going to tell them you're sick, that we have to get you to a doctor. It's our way out." We went downstairs, her leaning on me. The family was gathering for a sparse breakfast of bread and jam. My grandfather sat at the head, watching us approach. I cleared my throat. "Grandpa, my wife isn't feeling well at all. Really unwell. I think we need to cut the trip short, get her to a clinic in town." All movement at the table stopped. Every face turned to us. The smiles were gone. In their place was a flat, blank attention. My grandfather dabbed his mouth with a napkin. "Nonsense," he said, his voice pleasant but firm. "We have remedies here. Your grandmother has a tea that will set her right." "It's more than that," I insisted, putting a little force into my voice. "She needs a real doctor. We're going to head out." I looked at my father, hoping for support. He was staring at his plate, his jaw working. My grandfather's eyes narrowed, just a fraction. The pleasant mask slipped for an instant, and I saw something hard and immovable underneath, like stone. "The roads are tricky this time of day," he said, his tone dropping, becoming smoother, more dangerous. "And the forecast calls for rain in the passes. It wouldn't be safe." He leaned forward slightly, his dark eyes locking onto mine. "You'll stay until morning. I insist." The last word hung in the air, not a suggestion, not a grandfather's request. It was an order. It carried the finality of a judge's gavel. The family watched, waiting for my response. My father finally looked up. His face went through a strange series of shifts. Surprise at my defiance, then a flicker of what might have been concern, and then it settled into a placid, empty calm I recognized from the others. "Listen to your grandfather, son," he said, his voice dull. "He knows what's best. It's for the continuance. Don't trouble yourself with the details. Just enjoy the time with family." The word continuance from the ledger now felt like a physical weight. I looked from my father's hollow expression to my grandfather's unyielding stare. My wife gripped my arm, her fingers trembling. We were outnumbered. We were trapped. The polite fiction of a family visit was over. We were prisoners, and they had just gently, firmly, reminded us of the walls. I forced a nod, my throat tight. "Okay, you're probably right. Just worried." The tension around the table eased. The smiles reappeared. The conversation about the weather started up again, the script resuming as if our little rebellion had been nothing more than a skipped line. I helped my wife back to our room. Once the door was closed, she sank onto the bed, her face in her hands. "They're not letting us leave," she whispered. "I know," I said, staring at the locked window, my mind racing over the contents of the freezer, the ledger, the question mark next to her name. We were stuck until morning, surrounded by people who were not my family, not really. They were something else, something that needed to be fed, and the ledger and the freezer told me exactly what was on the menu. The only question left, the one that clawed at my insides as I watched the gray morning light strengthen outside, was which column my wife and I were meant to fill. The day passed in a blur of strained politeness and watchful eyes. My wife stayed in bed, claiming her sickness was worse, which was the truth. Her color was bad, a grayish pallor, and the metallic taste in her mouth wouldn't go away. She said she felt hollowed out, processed. I brought her water from the bathroom tap, not trusting anything from the kitchen. I sat with her, my mind a frantic animal looking for a way out of a cage. The memory of the thing in the freezer, the finality in my grandfather's voice when he insisted we stay, it all mixed into a cold cement of dread in my gut. As evening approached, the atmosphere in the house changed. A low buzz of activity hummed through the old boards. People moved with more purpose. I heard the clang of the big stew pot being taken down in the kitchen. The rich, meaty smell began to seep under our door, and this time it made my stomach twist. I knew what gave it that unique, iron-rich flavor. My wife smelled it too, and turned her face into the pillow. "I can't," she whispered. "I can't even smell it. It's in my pores." When the bell rang for dinner, we went down. It felt like walking to a sentencing. The table was set, the family in their places. The giant, bubbling pot dominated the center. A full bowl was placed in front of me. An empty bowl was placed in front of my wife. She looked at it, then looked at my grandmother, who was watching her with that unblinking, pleasant smile. "No, thank you," my wife said, her voice clear and firm in the quiet room. "I'm not hungry." The smile on my grandmother's face didn't move, but the air in the room got very still. The usual pre-meal routine of passed bowls and spoons halted. All eyes were on my wife. My grandfather, at the head of the table, slowly put down his napkin. "It's not about hunger, dear," he said, his voice like oiled wood. "It's about participation. It's about becoming part of the family. Truly part of it." "I don't want any," she repeated, pushing the bowl an inch away with her fingertip. A muscle in my uncle's jaw twitched. My aunt, the one who always asked about cars, let out a small, disapproving click of her tongue. The meal proceeded, but it was different. No one looked at my wife. They looked through her. They talked over her. It was as if she had become invisible, a stubborn stain on their perfect ritual. The message was clear. Refusal was not an option. It was a rejection of them, and that was unacceptable. After the tense, wordless meal, my wife went to the kitchen to get a glass of water from the tap. I lingered in the hallway, trying to hear if my mother might be about, but she was nowhere. A few minutes later, my wife returned, her face white as paper, her whole body trembling. She held out her arm. On her wrist were 4 livid, red marks, the clear imprint of fingernails. "Your aunt," she breathed, her voice shaking with a mix of fear and fury. She cornered me by the pantry. She grabbed me. She showed me the bruise forming. She said, "You will eat what you're given. It's how we stay family. It's how you become one of us." She meant it, David. She wasn't just being pushy. She was threatening me. The last of my denial crumbled. This was beyond creepy tradition. This was active, physical menace. "That's it," I said. "We're leaving. Now. We'll walk if we have to." We went back to our room, and I started shoving our things into our bags. My heart was pounding, but it was a good, clean, adrenalized beat. We were doing something. I finished packing and grabbed my jacket, feeling for the car keys in the pocket. They weren't there. I checked the other pocket. I checked the dresser. I dumped out my bag. "They're gone," I said, a new layer of cold settling over me. "My keys are gone." "We'll walk," my wife said, already putting on her shoes. "Just get us to the main road. Someone will drive by eventually." We crept downstairs. The house was quiet, the family apparently having retired to the parlor. We could hear the low murmur of their voices, all speaking in that same, even tone. We moved to the front door. I reached for the iron latch. It wouldn't budge. I pulled harder. Nothing. I examined it in the dim light. A new, shiny steel bolt had been installed on the outside, slid firmly into place. We were locked in. "The back door," my wife whispered. We hurried through the dark kitchen. The back door had the same new bolt. Every window we checked on the first floor was nailed shut, painted over generations ago. The house was a sealed box. We were trapped. As we stood there in the dark kitchen, defeated, a voice spoke from the doorway. "Looking for something?" My grandfather stood there, holding a glass of amber liquid. He didn't look surprised. He looked amused. "Grandpa," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We were just getting some air." "Come," he said, ignoring my weak lie. "Walk with me. The night air is better outside." He led us not to a door, but to a coat closet. He pulled out 2 thick wool coats and handed them to us. Puzzled, terrified, we put them on. He then opened a door I'd always thought was a pantry. It revealed a narrow, stone passageway that led outside. He had a way out, a private way. He ushered us into the cold night. The fog was back, coiling around our ankles. He walked with a steady pace, not toward the road, but around the side of the house, toward the old family plot, a small cemetery nestled under a gnarled oak tree. The headstones were weathered, names worn smooth by a century of wind and rain. He stopped in front of them. "Our true memorial," he said, gesturing with his glass. "Not what's written, but what's remembered in the flesh." Then he pointed past the last headstone to a bare patch of earth. The soil there was dark, rich, and freshly turned. It was empty. "That one," he said, his eyes finding mine in the gloom, "is for you. If you're worthy." He then pointed to a smaller plot right next to it. "And that one is for her, if she partakes." The offer was a death sentence. Either join them in whatever they were, or end up in that dark soil. My mouth couldn't form words. My wife's hand found mine, her fingers icy. What if we're not worthy? I finally managed to ask, the question tasting like ash. My grandfather smiled, taking a sip of his drink. In the faint light, his teeth looked very white, very even. Then you feed the roots, boy. Everything serves the continuance, one way or another. He turned and walked back toward the house, leaving us standing there in the fog, staring at our own waiting graves. We stood there until the cold bit through the coats. We followed him back inside, through the secret passage, because there was nowhere else to go. The house felt even more like a prison now, its walls not just holding us in, but holding something terrible in with us. Back in our room, a new horror waited. My wife was exhausted, swaying on her feet. She went to lie down and then froze. On her pillow sat a single, small bowl. It was stoneware, steaming gently. It was full of the stew. A folded note rested beside it, written in my grandmother's ornate handwriting. It read, for her health, see that she drinks it all. It wasn't a request. It was a prescription, a test, a final ultimatum. My wife looked from the bowl to me, her eyes huge in her pale face. The bruise on her wrist stood out, a purple promise of more violence to come. The empty plots of earth outside waited. The question mark in the ledger needed an answer. The bowl on the pillow steamed between us, a line drawn in the sand. I looked at her, then at the bowl, the rich smell now suffocating, full of dark memory and darker promise. They had made their move. The choice somehow had landed in my hands, and I had until morning to make it. The bowl sat on the pillow like a poisonous jewel. My wife stared at it, then at me, her expression shifting from fear to a kind of heartbreaking betrayal. "You're not actually thinking about it," she whispered. I wasn't, but the pressure was a physical thing, a vice squeezing the air from the room. I picked up the bowl. It was warm, almost hot, in my hands. The smell was overpowering. "I'm going to get rid of it," I said, my voice low. I carried it to the small bathroom, my hands shaking so badly the rich liquid sloshed against the sides. I poured it all into the toilet, watching the dark broth swirl and vanish. I flushed, the sound grotesquely loud. But getting rid of the stew didn't get rid of the problem. It was a rejection. They would know. Morning would come, and they would know she had refused. The ledger with its question mark would get its answer, and I'd seen the empty plot of earth with my own eyes. I couldn't just wait. I had to do something. I had to see what they were, what they really did. Knowledge was my only weapon. My wife fell into a fitful sleep, her breathing shallow. I checked her pulse. It was there, but it was slow and thready, a weak flutter under my fingertips. They were preparing her. The words from the cellar, biological sustenance, echoed. She was being processed for their larder. Rage, cold and sharp, cut through my fear. I waited for the deep part of the night. The house settled into that unnatural quiet. I knew the routine now. The shuffling footsteps would come. I stood by the door, listening. And there it was, the soft, rhythmic brush of fabric, the coordinated steps moving down the hall, down the stairs. I counted them. More than last time. Almost everyone. I gave them a minute to clear the house, then I slipped out. I didn't go downstairs. I went to the window at the end of the hall that overlooked the backyard and the barn. I wiped a circle in the grimy glass. The barn doors were closed, but a fierce, flickering orange light leaked from every crack and knothole, painting the drifting fog with pulses of hellish color. They were all in there, and they had a big fire going. This was it, the heart of it. I had to see. I moved like a ghost, back down the stairs, avoiding the third step that groaned. I went out through the secret passage my grandfather had shown us, the stone corridor cold and smelling of wet earth. The night air hit me, crisp and shocking. The fog muted everything, making the pulsing light from the barn seem both close and far away. I crept across the yard, the wet grass soaking my socks. My heart hammered against my ribs, a drumbeat of pure terror. I reached the side of the barn. The wood was rough and splintery under my fingers. I found a wide crack between two boards, right at eye level, and put my face to it. The sight inside stole the breath from my lungs. The barn was not a barn. It was a temple. The central area was cleared, the dirt floor swept smooth. A large, stone fire pit blazed in the middle, the flames licking up toward the shadowed rafters. And around it, in a perfect, wide circle, stood my entire family. They weren't moving. They were just standing, facing the fire, their hands at their sides. Their faces were blank, serene, lit from below by the jumping flames, making their familiar features look like masks. They were utterly still. Not a fidget, not a cough. They just stood, and then, as if a silent bell had tolled, they all moved at once. not in a rush, but with a smooth, practiced, economical purpose. My uncle went to a woodpile and began feeding the fire. My father and brother lifted a huge black iron cauldron, the stew pot, and hung it on a hook over the flames. My aunts brought baskets of vegetables from the shadows, peeling and chopping in unison, without a word being spoken. They worked around each other with an efficiency that was beautiful and horrifying. This wasn't a frenzied ritual. It was a process, a routine. They had done this many, many times. The boredom in their perfect precision was the worst part. My eyes scanned the edges of the space, looking for. I didn't know what. Then I saw it. In the corner, partly covered by a stained canvas tarp, was a shape. A long, lumpy shape. As my cousin walked past, his leg brushed the tarp, pulling it aside for just a second. The firelight fell on what was underneath. It was a foot, a human foot, pale, waxy, looking almost like marble. The toes were slender, the nails painted a chipped, faded pink. It was not old. It was not from some historical crime. It was fresh. This was the provision, the biological sustenance. The thing in the freezer had been a preview. This was the main event. A wave of dizziness washed over me. I pressed my forehead against the cold wood, the rough grain digging into my skin, trying to anchor myself in reality. This was real. This was happening. My family were cannibals. They were murderers. They were something worse, something that stood too still and moved too together. I had to get back. I had to get my wife and what? Run into the woods? With no keys, no phones, and them knowing the land for generations? A deep, hopeless despair started to sink its claws into me. I took one last look through the crack, trying to memorize the layout, looking for anything that could be a weapon, a tool, a way out. That's when I felt it. A presence behind me. A warmth against the chill of the night. The smell of earth and herbs and stew washed over me, undercut by something older, like dry leaves and stone. I went rigid. A hand settled on my shoulder. The grip was not hard, but it was absolute, the fingers like iron cables. I slowly turned my head. My grandfather stood there. He wasn't angry. He looked curious, his head tilted, his dark eyes reflecting the firelight from the crack. They looked black, completely black, the pupils swallowing the irises whole. "Curious boy," he whispered, his voice a soft rumble that seemed to vibrate in my chest. His hand tightened, pulling me gently but irresistibly away from the wall. I couldn't speak. My throat was sealed shut with terror. He leaned closer, his breath warm on my ear. "You think we're just eating to eat?" he murmured, as if sharing a delicious secret. "You misunderstand. We don't invite family to the reunion. We renew them. The stubborn ones, the ones who fight the bond. Their strength doesn't leave. It goes into the broth. Into us. It's a beautiful, closed circle. The one gives so the many can continue." He gestured with his free hand toward the barn, toward my father and brother, who had stopped their work and were now looking at us from the open barn doors. They held long, sharp butcher knives not like tools, but like extensions of their arms. Their faces were calm, expectant. They looked at me not as a son or a brother, but as a task to be completed. My grandfather's grip became the only thing holding me up as my legs turned to water. "The land gives," he continued, his tone almost reverent. "But it must receive. One stubborn branch is pruned, so the tree may live another decade. It's the first law of the land." He turned me to face him fully. His black eyes held me. "It's time you learned your role." He nodded toward my father and brother, who now stood blocking the path back to the house. "You can walk in there as a participant," my grandfather said, his voice dropping to a low, intimate note that carried over the crackle of the fire. "Or you can be carried in as the prize." He released my shoulder and took a step back, opening a path toward the glowing barn doors. "Choose." The word hung in the foggy air. Behind me was the dark, unknown woods. To my left and right, other figures were emerging from the mist, my aunts and uncles and cousins, forming a loose, inescapable circle. Ahead was the fiery mouth of the barn, where my father and brother waited with their knives, their expressions unreadable. In that moment, standing in the circle of my family under the cold, starless sky, I understood there was no running. Not yet. To run was to be the prize, to be the provision. My mind, numb with horror, made a cold, desperate calculation. The only way to survive the next few minutes was to play along, to step into the firelight. I looked at my grandfather, then at the ground, trying to seem defeated, compliant. I took a shuddering breath, the air tasting of smoke and damp earth. Then I took a step, not toward the woods, not toward the house. I took a step forward, toward the blazing barn, toward my father and the waiting knives. I chose the stool as he'd offered. In that moment, pretending to join them felt less like a betrayal of my wife than dying would. It was a lie to buy time, a mask to wear in the monster's den. I walked past my grandfather, my shoulders slumped, and approached the two men who had raised me and played catch with me. They didn't smile. They just watched me come, their knives pointing at the ground, their eyes as black and depthless as their father's. I walked between them, through the barn doors, and into the heat and the light of the fire. The circle of my family closed behind me. The heat from the fire was intense, a physical wall that pushed against my face. The inside of the barn was a world apart from the cold fog outside. The air smelled of wood smoke, herbs, and that rich, unmistakable stew, but also of something sharper, a coppery, clean scent like a hospital room. My family's circle parted to let me through to the center, their movements fluid and synchronized. No one spoke. Their eyes followed me, those dark, watchful eyes that reflected the flames. My grandfather walked in behind me, his presence at my back like a guard. He guided me not to the tarp-covered shape in the corner, but to a low, three-legged stool placed near the fire, just outside the ring of workers. "Sit," he said, not unkindly. It was a command. I sat. The stool was solid, smooth from use. From here, I had a perfect view of the entire operation. My father and brother resumed their work, stirring the big pot with a long wooden paddle. My aunts continued chopping, but their attention was split now, their glances flicking toward me, assessing. I was a new variable in their ancient equation. My grandfather stood beside me. "The continuance is not about death," he began, his voice taking on a lecturing tone. "It's about translation. The essence of a person, their vitality, their memory of being alive, it's a form of energy. It doesn't just vanish. We redirect it. We blend it. Through the ritual, and through the feast, that energy is shared. It sustains us. It keeps the family line strong, unbroken." He spoke like a professor of some awful science. The ones who join us willingly, they become stewards of that energy. Their aging slows. Their minds stay sharp. They become part of something everlasting. He looked down at me. "This is the honor being offered to you. To be a steward, not sustenance." My eyes were drawn across the fire. In the shadows on the other side of the barn, on a wide, flat wooden table like a workbench, I saw her. My wife. She was laid out on her back, draped in a clean white linen sheet up to her shoulders. Her eyes were closed. She looked peaceful, asleep, but her chest rose and fell in that same terribly slow rhythm. An empty space on the stone slab beside the main pot waited, a place for the next ingredient. My breath hitched. They had brought her down. She was here. She was the centerpiece. My grandfather followed my gaze. "She is the question mark," he said simply. "The spouse's introduction is always a moment of potential. She can be integrated. She can become one of us through the blending. But she must accept the gift, willingly, or through the blending of her essence after her choice is made." He made it sound so clinical. Integration. Blending. It was just pretty words for killing her and eating her, or making her eat until she became like them. A cold, clear fury began to burn underneath my terror. It focused me. I had to be smart. I had to play this perfectly. "I understand," I said, forcing the words out. They sounded hollow, but hopefully they sounded convinced. "I want in." I looked up at him, trying to mirror the blank devotion I saw on my brother's face. My grandfather studied me, his head tilted. The black pools of his eyes seemed to swallow the firelight. He was looking for a lie. I held my breath. After a long moment, a slow smile spread across his face. It was a real smile, one that reached his eyes, and that was somehow worse than the empty ones. "Good," he said. "Good boy. The blood knows its own." He gestured to my uncle, the one with the rough hands. The man stepped forward, holding something. It was a small, ornate wooden bowl, filled with the same dark stew. This batch seemed thicker, almost oily, and the smell was so potent it made my head swim. "The first step of a steward is to partake of the dedicated broth," my grandfather said. "This is prepared separately. It carries the blessing of the continuance. It will open your mind to the truth, soften the resistance of the outsider's world you've lived in." He took the bowl from my uncle and offered it to me. It was a test, a much bigger test than just walking into the barn. Drinking this was crossing a line I could never uncross. It was accepting their poison, their reality. My hands trembled as I took it. The warmth seeped into my fingers. I looked into the dark liquid. I thought of the foot under the tarp. I thought of the ledger. I thought of my wife on the table. I couldn't drink it, but I couldn't refuse it. I lifted the bowl to my lips, pretending to take a sip. I let the rim touch my lips, but I kept my mouth closed, letting only the overpowering scent flood my nose. I then lowered it, making a small swallowing motion. "It's strong," I croaked, hoping that was the right thing to say. My grandfather watched me, his smile still in place. He seemed satisfied. "It is. The truth often is." He took the bowl back and handed it to my uncle. "Now, the next step. Every steward contributes to the whole." He pointed to a small porcelain jar sitting on a shelf near the fire. It was delicate, painted with little blue flowers, utterly at odds with everything around it. My uncle fetched it and brought it to me. "This is the binder," my grandfather explained. "The final seasoning. It helps with the blending of essences. To truly join us, you must add it to the main pot." He took the lid off the jar. Inside was a fine, grayish powder. It looked like ash, but grainy. I knew what it was. It was ground bone, the bone of the provision. My stomach turned over. I was supposed to sprinkle human remains into the soup. This was the loyalty test. This was where I had to commit the act, to stain my own hands, to prove I was one of them. My uncle held out the jar to me. The circle of family leaned in, their collective attention a weight on my skin. I looked at the jar, then at the huge, bubbling cauldron. My wife lay beyond it. My mind raced. If I refused, I was dead. If I did it, I was damned, but I might live long enough to find a chance, any chance, to get her out. I had to buy more time. I reached out. My fingers brushed my uncle's as I took the jar. His skin was cool and dry, like parchment left in a tomb. I understood then, on a visceral level. These weren't warm-blooded people anymore. They were something else, preserved by their gruesome feast, their life force borrowed from others. The powder was lighter than I expected. I stood up from the stool, the jar in my hand. Every eye in the barn tracked my movement. I walked the few steps to the fire pit, feeling the heat bake my skin. The main pot bubbled and churned, the paddle resting against its side. The lid was off. The steam coiled up, carrying that rich, awful, hypnotic smell. I stood over it, the jar poised. I could sprinkle the dust in, and by more time, prove my loyalty. Or I could throw the entire jar into the fire and see what happened. Cause a distraction. But a distraction with what? They would be on me in a second. I had no weapon, no plan. It would be a glorious, useless gesture that would end with me on the table next to my wife. I made my choice. I tilted the jar over the pot and gave it a small, careful shake. A tiny puff of gray powder drifted down, disappearing into the dark broth. A collective, soft sigh went through the family around me. It was a sound of approval, of warmth. The tension that had been holding the room relaxed. Shoulders loosened. My father gave a single, slow nod. I had passed the test. I was inside. My grandfather took the jar from me, his hand patting my back. "Well done. You see, it's just a part of the process. Nothing to fear." They began to treat me differently then. Not as a prisoner, not as a potential victim, but as a junior member of the crew. My aunt handed me a clean linen towel. My brother gestured for me to take a turn with the paddle, to stir the pot. "Slow, even circles," he instructed, his voice a monotone. "It must blend perfectly." I took the paddle. The wood was warm, smooth. I stirred, the motion hypnotic. For a terrifying second, I felt the pull of it, the simple, rhythmic action, the warmth of the fire, the sense of being part of a group with a clear, shared purpose. It was seductive. It was easy. I shook my head, breaking the spell. I looked across the pot at my wife. As I watched, she stirred. Her head moved on the table, and she let out a low, groggy moan. She was waking up. Her eyes fluttered open. They were unfocused at first, then they found the fire, the rafters, and finally they found me, standing there, stirring the pot. Her expression shifted from confusion to dawning, absolute horror. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. She tried to move, but I could see now that her wrists and ankles were tied to the table with loops of rough rope. Her eyes locked onto mine, and they asked a screaming, silent question. "What are you doing?" I looked away, back to the stew, my face burning with shame. I kept stirring. I played my part. My grandfather noticed she was awake. He walked around the fire to stand beside her table. He looked down at her, then across the flames at me. "The final lesson," he announced, his voice filling the barn. He picked up something from a smaller table beside her. It was a knife, but unlike the sharp butcher knives. This one was longer, thinner, its blade carved from a yellowed, polished material that gleamed in the firelight. A bone knife, a ceremonial tool. He walked back around the fire, the knife held flat on his palms. The family closed the circle tighter, their chanting beginning, a low, guttural hum that vibrated in the floorboards. He stopped in front of me. "A steward does not just add seasoning," he said, his eyes holding mine. "A steward participates in the translation. To bond you to the act, to the continuance, you must make the first cut. It is the final acceptance." He turned the knife, offering me the handle. The bone was warm, as if it had already been used. "It is the only way she can become part of us, truly." He nodded toward my wife, whose eyes were now wide with a terror so complete it had passed beyond panic into a kind of awful stillness. The hum of the family rose, enveloping us. The handle of the bone knife waited in the space between my grandfather's hands and mine. The fire crackled. The pot bubbled. My wife stared, gagged now by the sheer force of her fear. Every path I had taken, every lie I had told, had led to this single impossible point. The bone knife was warm, as if it had already been used. I looked from my wife's tear-filled eyes to my grandfather's expectant, black gaze. The humming of the family was a living thing in the air, pressing in from all sides. I had run out of time to pretend. I reached out. My fingers closed around the handle. It was smoother than I expected, perfectly shaped to fit a grip. A sickening sense of rightness flowed up my arm. My grandfather's smile widened, a crack in a stone face. He stepped back, giving me space. "The left arm," he instructed, his voice soft but carrying over the low chant. "The wrist, a shallow cut, to let the essence begin to flow into the vessel. We will complete the translation after." He meant they would kill her after I started it. My role was just to begin the process, to tie my soul to the act. I held the knife. It felt light, deadly. I looked at my wife. Her eyes were pleading, screaming at me over the imagined gag. I gave a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of my head. "No. Trust me." I don't know if she saw it. I turned from her, facing the main pot, the bone knife in my hand. The family's hum hit a higher, anticipatory note. They thought I was positioning myself. I took a step toward the cauldron, as if to get a better angle to walk to her table. But instead of moving toward her, I swung my arm in a wide, desperate arc and hurled the bone knife with all my strength into the heart of the fire. The reaction was not what I expected. There was no shouting, no screams. The family's unified hum cut off, as if severed with a wire. The sudden quiet was more shocking than any noise. The bone knife blackened and cracked in the flames. Every face turned to me, their expressions shifting from blank devotion to a unified, seamless rage. Their features didn't contort. They simply settled into a new, terrible arrangement. Lips pulled back from teeth, eyes narrowed to slits. They didn't roar. They hissed. A low, sibilant sound that came from every throat at once, like a nest of snakes disturbed. My grandfather's face was a mask of cold fury. "Wrong choice," he whispered, the words carrying in the new quiet. That was my cue. I didn't go for my wife. Not yet. I reached under my jacket where I had hidden the only things I'd managed to grab from the root cellar when I was sent to fetch binding herbs earlier. A rusty hatchet and a half-full can of lantern fuel. The errand had been another test of trust, giving me the key to the locked cabinet. I'd ignored the herbs and taken the only potential weapons I could find. I pulled the hatchet free, its weight solid and comforting in my hand. I swung it in a wild, horizontal arc to clear a space around me. The family flinched back, not out of fear of the blade, but out of surprise, their perfect synchronization broken for the first time. I used that second of confusion. I grabbed the fuel can, popped the cap, and splashed the pungent liquid across the central fire and into the open stew pot. The result was instantaneous. A pillar of flame erupted with a loud whump, engulfing the cauldron and shooting sparks into the rafters. The fire, already big, became a raging beast. The family reeled back, arms thrown up against the sudden, blistering heat. The orderly temple became a scene of chaotic, flickering shadows. I didn't wait. I lunged around the inferno, the hatchet raised. My father moved to block me, his butcher knife coming up. I didn't swing at him. I couldn't. I barreled into him, using my shoulder to knock him off balance, and scrambled past. I reached my wife's table. Her eyes were wide, reflecting the towering flames. I brought the hatchet down on the rope at her right wrist. The old fibers parted. One swing, then another, and her left hand was free. I saw it at the ankle ropes as she frantically pushed herself up to a sitting position, coughing from the smoke now filling the barn. "Come on!" I yelled, the first human sound in what felt like years. I grabbed her hand and pulled her off the table. She stumbled, her legs weak from whatever they'd given her and from being bound. I caught her, holding her up. We turned to face the barn doors. The fire was between us and most of the family, but my brother and 2 cousins were circling around the edges, their knives held low and ready. Their faces were no longer serene. They were focused, intent, like hunters cornering prey. There was no anger, just purpose. That was somehow worse. I brandished the hatchet. "Get back!" I screamed, my voice raw. They paused, calculating. The fire roared, and a section of burning rafter fell with a crash near the tarp-covered shape, sending up a new shower of embers. My grandfather's voice cut through the chaos, calm and utterly cold. "Take them, unharmed. The ritual will continue." His words galvanized them. My brother took a step forward. I did the only thing I could think of. I threw the hatchet. It wasn't a good throw. I didn't aim for him. I aimed for the wall next to the barn doors. It struck the old wood with a solid thunk and stuck there, quivering. But it made him duck, made him hesitate. That was all we needed. "Run!" I shoved my wife toward the doors and we ran, our footsteps pounding on the hard dirt. We burst out of the barn into the shocking cold of the foggy night. The clean air was a slap. We didn't look back. We ran for the house, not for shelter, but for the gravel drive where our car was parked. Our only thought was the car, the road, escape. The world was a blur of dark shapes and pulsing orange light from the burning barn behind us. We reached the car and stopped. All 4 tires were slashed to ribbons, the rubber lying in flat, gutted strips on the gravel. They hadn't just taken the keys. They had made sure we couldn't drive. "The woods," my wife gasped, pointing to the tree-line. We go through the woods. We turned toward the dark wall of pines and stopped again. From the fog, figures emerged. Not running, walking. A slow, calm, spreading walk coming from the house, from the sides of the barn, from everywhere. They moved to encircle us, cutting off our path to the forest. At the front was my grandfather. His clothes were smudged with soot, his white hair wild from the heat. In his hand, he held my forgotten hatchet, pulled from the barn wall. His face was a calm, furious blank. The family closed their circle, tightening it around us where we stood by our useless car. The barn fire painted their advancing shapes in flickering, monstrous shadows on the ground. My grandfather stopped a dozen feet away. He looked from me to my wife, then back to me. "The road is closed," he said, his voice echoing with an unnatural resonance in the still woods, as if the trees themselves were speaking. "But the hearth is still warm." He took a step forward, the hatchet hanging loosely at his side. "Come back to the fire, boy. It's time to finish your story." I gripped my wife's hand, her fingers icy in mine. I looked at the dark, endless forest at our backs, a wilderness I didn't know. Then I looked at the closing circle of my family, their eyes glinting in the reflected firelight. Every path led to a different kind of consumption. We were trapped in the open, with nothing but our hands and our wits. The firelight gleamed on the blade of the hatchet in my grandfather's hand, and on the butcher knives held by the others as they took one more step inward, shrinking the world to a tiny, hopeless circle. The circle was tight, a noose of familiar faces made alien by the flickering barn light. My grandfather stood with my hatchet, a dark shape against the roaring fire. The woods behind us were a wall of black. My wife's hand was a vice grip on mine, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. There was no good choice, but there was a choice. I looked at my grandfather, at the calm certainty in his ancient eyes. He thought we were beaten. He thought the story ended with us walking meekly back to that hellfire. I let go of my wife's hand. I took a step forward, not toward him, but toward my brother who stood to his left, a butcher knife held low. "Okay," I said, my voice loud, trying to sound broken. "Okay, you win." I hunched my shoulders, making myself smaller, defeated. "Just don't hurt her. I'll come back. I'll do what you want." I took another shuffling step, closing the distance to my brother. My grandfather's expression didn't change, but I saw a flicker of satisfaction. He believed the act. My brother watched me approach, his knife lowering just a fraction. That was all I needed. When I was 2 steps away, I didn't go for the knife. I dropped my shoulder and lunged, not at my brother, but past him, toward my aunt who stood just behind his shoulder. She was older, slower. I crashed into her, my hands grabbing for the knife in her grip. We went down in a tangle of limbs and wool coats. The impact was jarring. She hissed, a sound of pure surprise, and her fingers loosened. I wrenched the knife free, its handle slick in my palm. The world erupted into motion. My grandfather roared, a real, human sound of rage. The circle broke as they surged forward. The woods, Now, I screamed at my wife, scrambling to my feet, the knife held out in front of me like a talisman. She didn't hesitate. She turned and sprinted for the treeline. I backed up after her, waving the knife in a wide arc. My brother lunged, his own blade slicing the air where my chest had been. I parried, the clash of steel on steel ringing out, a shockingly normal sound in the nightmare. I didn't fight. I turned and ran. I plunged into the trees after my wife, the world dissolving into a chaos of slapping branches, uneven ground, and pitch blackness. The firelight faded fast, leaving us in a gloom so complete I could barely see my own hands. I could hear them behind us, crashing through the undergrowth. They weren't yelling. They were coming, and they knew these woods. We ran blindly, terror lending our legs a frantic strength. Roots reached up to trip us. Branches clawed at our faces and clothes. My wife stumbled ahead of me, a pale ghost in the dark. I caught up, grabbing her arm to steady her. "This way," I panted, pulling her to the right, away from the sounds of pursuit. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs trembled. We fell behind a huge, fallen log, its bulk a temporary shield. We crouched there listening, trying to muffle our ragged breaths. The sounds of the chase seemed to fade, to scatter. They were searching, spreading out. We were mice in a hawk's field. We had to keep moving. We crept from tree to tree, our progress agonizingly slow. The fog was thinner here under the canopy, but the darkness was absolute. After what felt like an hour, we found a shallow creek, its water a faint, gurgling glimmer in the dark. "We should follow it downstream," my wife whispered, her voice cracking. "Water leads to roads, eventually." It was a slim hope, but it was all we had. We stepped into the icy water, the shock making us gasp. It was only ankle deep, but the current was strong, pulling at our feet. We used it as a path, its noise covering our splashes. We walked for what felt like miles, the cold seeping into our bones, our wet feet numb. The sky began to lighten, a gradual shift from black to deep gray. Dawn was coming. The shapes of the trees became clearer, monstrous and twisted in the half-light. And then we saw them, hanging from the lower branches, dangling on wires so thin they were almost invisible, were bones. Old, weathered bones, bleached gray-white by decades of weather. Rib cages wired into circular shapes like macabre mobiles. Skulls staring with empty sockets, turning slowly in the faint morning breeze. Femurs and tibias clacked together like wind chimes. The entire stretch of woods along the creek was a gallery, a catacomb in the trees. My wife let out a choked sob, clutching my arm. This was their legacy, their art, the proof of the continuance, hanging for no one but themselves to see. We pushed on, faster now, desperate to be away from that awful garden. The creek widened, babbling over rocks. The trees began to thin, and then through a break in the pines we saw it, a ribbon of gray, a paved road. It was just a country terrain, but it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. We scrambled out of the creek, our soaked shoes slipping on the muddy bank. We stumbled up a shallow incline and onto the asphalt. It was empty in both directions, vanishing into the morning mist. We had no idea where we were, left or right. We chose right, for no reason other than it felt like the direction we'd been traveling. We started walking, shivering violently, our hope a fragile, fluttering thing. We hadn't gone more than 100 yards when we heard an engine, a low grumbling sound, coming from behind us. A pickup truck, old and dented, emerged from the mist. It slowed as it approached us. The driver was an older man in a flannel shirt and a cap. He rolled down the window, his face lined with concern. "You folks all right? You're soaked through. Car breakdown." He had a kind face, a normal face. The relief was so profound my knees almost buckled. "Yes," I stammered, stepping forward. "An accident. We need to get to the police. The nearest town, please." The man's eyes narrowed just a fraction, looking us over. Our torn clothes, our wild eyes, the butcher knife I still clutched in my hand. I quickly dropped it, letting it clatter on the road. "Please," my wife said, her voice trembling with a truth that needed no acting. "We need help." The man hesitated, then nodded. "Get in the bed. I'll take you to Clarksville. It's about 10 miles down." We didn't need to be asked twice. We climbed over the tailgate into the truck bed, sitting on the cold, corrugated metal. As the truck pulled away, I looked back the way we had come. The woods were a dark, seamless line against the brightening sky. There was no sign of the farm, no sign of the fire, no sign of them. The truck picked up speed, the wind biting through our wet clothes. We huddled together for warmth. We had made it. We were out. We were going to the police. We would tell them everything. The ledger, the freezer, the barn, the bones in the trees. They would send cars, deputies with guns. They would raid the farm. It was over. I let out a long, shuddering breath, the first one I felt I'd taken in days. My wife leaned her head against my shoulder, crying quietly, tears of exhaustion and relief. The sun broke over the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of orange and pink. It was a new day. The truck drove on, the miles passing. After a while, the driver turned on the radio inside the cab. We could hear the faint crackle of a country music station. Then a news bulletin cut in. The driver turned it up. We could just make out the words over the wind and the engine. Authorities are investigating an early morning fire at a remote property in the Lawson Mountain region. The historic farmhouse and outbuildings are reported to be a total loss. No bodies have been recovered at this time, and the cause of the fire is under investigation. The Lawson family, longtime residents of the area, could not be reached for comment. The report ended, and the music came back on. No bodies recovered. They were gone. They had vanished into the earth, just like they always did. The fire had cleansed the evidence. The ledger, the freezer, the bones in the trees deep in the woods. All of it would be written off as a tragic, strange fire. The continuance would go on, somewhere else. The truck slowed, turning off the main road. A sign flashed by. Clarksville, Pop 1203. We were entering a sleepy, normal town. A gas station, a diner, a small sheriff's office with a single cruiser parked outside. The driver pulled up in front of the diner. "Sheriff's usually in here for breakfast about now," he said, getting out and coming around to the back. "You can tell your story to him." We climbed out, our bodies stiff and aching. We thanked the man, who just nodded, tipped his cap, and got back in his truck, driving off toward the gas station. We stood on the sidewalk in the cool morning sun, outside the warm, glowing diner. The smell of bacon and coffee wafted out. Normal people talked and laughed inside. We were free. We were safe. My wife looked at me, her eyes hollow but clear. "It's not over, is it?" she asked softly. I looked down the empty road that led back toward the mountains, then at the friendly, oblivious town around us. The police would take our statement. They might even send a car up to look at the smoldering ruin. They would find nothing, and we would be left with a story no one would believe, and the certain, chilling knowledge that my family was still out there. They had lost a battle, not the war. The continuance needed stewards. It needed sustenance, and we had rejected them. We had become the stubborn branch. I took my wife's hand. It was warm now, alive. "No," I said, my voice quiet but steady. "It's not over, but we are." We turned our backs to the road that led to the mountains and walked together into the diner, toward the smell of coffee and the sound of ordinary life, to begin the long, hard work of figuring out how to live in a world where the monsters knew our names, and where the past was not just memory, but a patient, hungry thing waiting for its turn to feed again. Story number 3. My name is Sam, and my world is made of other people's emergencies. I sit in a chair that's seen better days, in a room that never gets dark, surrounded by the sounds of problems. I hear crashes and shouts, and the kind of crying that comes from a place so deep it twists your own guts. You get used to it, or you tell yourself you do. You stop hearing the person and start hearing the puzzle. What's broken? Who's hurt? What badge number do I send? It's a job, and most days it feels like putting out small fires with a coffee cup. The shift was dragging on, one of those slow burns that makes your eyes feel gritty. I just finished up with a guy who was yelling about his neighbor's music, and before that, a woman who was so calm it was scary, telling me her car was upside down in a ditch. I took a sip from my mug, the coffee inside it cold and bitter. The next light on my console blinked, a little green eye demanding attention. I clicked it, my voice switching to professional mode without me even thinking. 911, what is the address of your emergency? I always asked for the address first. Get the location, then the problem. You'd be surprised how many people forget where they are when they're panicking. But this call didn't have panic. There was no sound at all at first, just the hollow, waiting silence of an open line. It was the kind of quiet that felt heavier than any scream. "Hello, this is 911. Can you hear me?" I said a little louder. Still nothing. Then, underneath the usual electronic hum, I heard it, breathing. Slow, careful pulls of air, like someone was trying to be absolutely still. It was too measured for a sob, too quiet for an adult, I thought. It sounded like a child hiding in a closet, holding a phone. My training kicked in. "I can hear you breathing. It's okay. You're safe now." I need you to tap the phone if you can hear me. Just once for yes. A moment passed. Then, a soft, delicate tap came through the headset. Good. Contact. Okay, good job. Are you hurt? Tap once for yes, twice for no. 2 careful taps. Tap. Tap. Not hurt. That was something. Is there someone else in the house with you who is making you feel unsafe? A longer pause. The breathing hitched just a little. Then a single definitive tap. Yes. My fingers were already moving across the keyboard, pulling up the information tied to the landline number. An address popped up on my screen, a house over in the newer suburbs. I sent it to the patrol unit queue with a few keystrokes, marking it as a possible prowler or domestic, priority 2. Help was on the way, but it would take minutes. Those minutes were my job to fill. Help is coming right now, okay? They're in their car, and they're coming to you. Can you tell me your name? The silence stretched out so long I thought the call had dropped. Then a whisper. It was so faint, so paper thin, I had to press the headset into my ear to catch it. Emma. A little girl's voice, trembling with the effort of staying quiet. Hi, Emma. You're doing really well. Is the person in the house a man or a woman? A man, she breathed into the phone. He was watching cartoons with me. Then he got up, and he went to the kitchen. He was smiling, but it was a wrong smile. Now he's in the hallway. He's just standing there. Her description, that wrong smile, sent a cold trickle down my back. Kids had a way of cutting right to the truth of things. Where are you right now, Emma? In my bedroom. In the big closet. I have my pink blanket. That's a good spot. Can you lock the closet door? There's no lock, she whispered, and I heard the first real tear in her voice. It's okay, I said, keeping my own voice low and steady, a calm counterpoint to her fear. Just stay quiet. The police are coming. They'll have big flashlights, and they'll call out police department. You'll hear them. Can you tell me about the man? What does he look like? She was quiet again, thinking. He's tall. He has a blue shirt. Grandpa jeans. Grandpa jeans? I asked, typing it all into the narrative log for the responding officers. Like my grandpa wears. With the pleats. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. Okay. Is he your grandpa, Emma? This time the silence was different. It was full. I could almost feel her thinking, trying to piece something together. The breathing got a little quicker. He says he is, she finally whispered, and the confusion in her voice was worse than the fear. He told me my mom sent him to watch me while she worked late. He knew my Teddy's name. He knew about my fish that died. A chill, deeper than before, settled in my stomach. Grooming behavior. My mind raced through the possibilities. A family friend? A relative no one had vetted? But you don't think he's your grandpa? I asked gently. He looks like the pictures, she said, her small voice so bewildered it ached. But my grandpa lives in Florida. My mom called him on my birthday. This man. His voice is different. It's like he's talking through a fan. I updated the log, my words flying across the screen. Possible family impersonator. Proceed with caution. I could hear the radio traffic in the background of my own headset. The unit was 2 minutes out. Emma, I need you to be super brave for just a little bit longer. The police are almost there. They're going to help you. Is the man still in the hallway? A tiny shuffling sound, like she was adjusting the phone. I think so. I hear him, humming. Humming. The casual normality of it was terrifying. What's he humming, sweetie? She listened for a second. It's the song from the commercial. The one for the pizza rolls. The absurdity of it almost made me laugh, but it got stuck in my throat. This was a real little girl, in a real closet, listening to a stranger hum a jingle outside her door. Okay, you just keep listening for the police cars, okay? Don't come out until you hear them say it's safe. I'm going to stay right here with you. Okay, she whispered. Don't hang up. I won't. I promise. We sat there on the line together, connected by this thin thread of signal. I could hear her trying to control her breathing, the soft rustle of her pink blanket, and underneath it, faintly, I could hear the humming. A tinny, off-key rendition of that stupid pizza roll song. It was the soundtrack to a nightmare. My screen updated. Unit on scene. The radio crackled in my ear as the officer announced his arrival at the address. I relayed to her immediately. Emma, they're there. The police are right outside your house. You'll hear them knock on the front door soon. I hear a car, she whispered, a spark of hope lighting her voice. Good. That's them. We both listened. I heard the officer's voice through my headset, loud and official, announcing his presence. A second later, Emma whispered, He's knocking. "The man in the hallway," I said urgently. "What's he doing?" The humming had stopped. She was quiet for a long, terrifying 3 seconds. "He's walking," she whispered, her voice dropping even lower. "Away from my door. Down the hall, I think. Towards the back." I relayed the information to the officer on the radio. "Subject may be moving to the rear of the residence. Use caution." The officer acknowledged. I heard the sound of a door being forced open, a shout of police department. More radio chatter as a second unit pulled up, covering the back. Emma was crying softly now, relief and fear all mixed together. "They're inside, Emma. It's almost over. Just stay put." I listened to the officers clear the house. Room by room. Living room clear. Kitchen clear. They were methodical, their voices tight with focus. Then, the officer's voice came back, confused. "Dispatch, we've got the child. She's in a bedroom closet, just like you said. She's fine, she's scared. But there's no one else here. The house is empty. All doors and windows are locked from the inside." "Empty? That couldn't be right." "Are you sure?" The subject was described as an adult male, last heard moving towards the rear of the house. "Negative, dispatch. No one here. We've checked everywhere, including the attic crawl space and the basement. The only person in this house is the little girl." My brain stuttered. I looked at my log, at the words I'd typed. The man in the hallway. The humming. Emma's trembling voice. It was all so vivid. "Emma," I said into the phone, my professional calm straining. "The police are there with you now." "A lady officer is here," she said, her voice muffled, like she was talking to someone in the room. "She has my blanket." "Okay, honey. You're safe. I need to talk to her for a second, okay?" I heard the rustle as the phone changed hands. The officer's voice came on, firm and no nonsense. "Dispatch, this is Officer Valdez. The kid's okay. A little shook up, but fine. She's insisting there was a man here, but there's no sign of forced entry, no one hiding. We're gonna check with the neighbors, see if anyone saw anything. Could have been an overactive imagination, a bad dream while she was awake." I knew what she was saying. It happened. Kids got scared. They watched a scary movie, heard a strange noise, and their brains filled in the rest. But the detail, the grandpa genes, the humming, it was so specific. "Copy," I said, my voice flat. "Is the mother on her way? We're calling her now. We'll stay with the juvenile until she arrives." The call ended. The line went dead in my ear, replaced by the muted chaos of the dispatch floor. I finished typing up the incident report, my fingers feeling clumsy. "Prank call possible," I typed. "Unfounded." The words looked wrong on the screen. I sat back in my chair, the cold coffee forgotten. My shift partner glanced over from the next console. "Weird one?" they asked. "Just a kid, scared of the dark, probably," I said, repeating the officer's theory, trying to make myself believe it. I pulled up the call recording, something I wasn't really supposed to do for a closed incident. I just needed to hear it again. I put my headset back on and hit play. There was my voice, asking for the address. The long silence. Then her whisper. "Emma." I listened all the way through, to the part where the officers arrived. And then I heard it, something I'd missed in the live moment, something drowned out by the radio traffic in my ear. Just after the officer announced his presence at the front door, just before Emma whispered, "He's knocking," there was a sound on her end of the line. It wasn't a hum. It was a voice, a man's voice, low and distorted, like it was coming from the other side of a door. Only 2 words, crystal clear on the recording. He whispered, "Next time." And then the sound of a single, soft footstep moving away. The recording ended. I stared at my screen, the incident report still open. Unfounded. I highlighted the word and deleted it. I didn't know what to type instead. My hands were steady, but my heart was pounding a rhythm against my ribs. I looked at the address, still glowing on my secondary monitor. A normal house in a normal suburb. The little girl was safe. The police were there. The event was over. But as the next call lit up my console, a wave of unease washed over me, cold and certain. That voice on the recording hadn't been talking to Emma. It had been talking to me, and I had no idea what next time meant. I couldn't sleep. The image of that little girl in the closet, the sound of that man's whispered, "Next time" on the recording, it all played on a loop behind my eyes every time I closed them. My own apartment, usually a calm cave after the chaos of the dispatch center, felt different. The refrigerator's hum sounded like that off-key tune from the call. The creak of the old building's pipes mimicked the footstep I'd heard. I made coffee at 3 in the morning, my hands not quite steady, and stared out the dark window. It knew about me. The thought was a cold stone in my gut. That voice had been for my ears only. The call was closed. The official report said it was an unfounded incident, a child's imagination. But I had the recording. I had the proof that something wasn't right. When my shift started the next afternoon, walking back into the bright, buzzing room felt like stepping onto a stage. The familiar sounds, the typing, the low chatter, the static from radios, were all the same, but I heard them differently now. I kept expecting to see that green light flash for that same address, to hear that same hollow open line. My first few calls were normal. A car fire on the interstate, a medical alarm from an elderly woman who'd just fallen. I handled them, my voice automatic, but my mind was stuck in that suburban closet. During a lull, I did something I knew was against protocol. I pulled up the closed log for that call. I highlighted the audio file. I plugged in my headset, and with a glance over my shoulder to make sure my supervisor wasn't looking, I hit play. I listened to the whole thing again, from my first question to the officer's all clear. I heard the fear in her whispers, the terrifying normality of the humming. And there it was again, clear as day, a man's gritty murmur right before the police arrived. Next time. It was real. It wasn't a glitch. It was a message. A sick feeling, part dread and part furious curiosity, tightened in my chest. I couldn't let this go. I opened another database on my terminal, one we used to verify property information. My fingers hesitated over the keys. This was another line crossed. Using system resources for a personal obsession was a quick way to get fired. But I typed in the address from the call anyway. The information populated on the screen. A tidy single-family home. Purchased 6 months ago. The names of the owners were listed, a couple. Their first names meant nothing to me. But then I scrolled down. There was a field for previous owner. I clicked it. A man's name appeared. It wasn't my name. It wasn't anyone I knew. But next to his name was his date of death, just over a year ago. Caused cardiac arrest. He had died alone in that house. That fit a pattern, a sad, normal pattern. But then I saw the field for physical description on file, pulled from an old driver's license. My breath caught in my throat. The man was described as 6'2", with a slim build, gray hair, and a distinct scar on his left cheekbone. My father was 6'2". He had a slim build. His hair was steel gray before he died, and he had a scar on his left cheekbone from a childhood accident with a bicycle. A coincidence. It had to be a massive, universe-sized coincidence. My hands were cold. I looked around the room, half expecting someone to be staring at me, to know what I was thinking. Everyone was busy, wrapped up in their own crises. I was alone with this impossible information. The man who had died in that house looked exactly like my father. My father, who had died of a heart attack in his own living room 5 years ago. A different city, a different house, a different life. I sat there, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The pieces were like jagged glass, and they were starting to form a picture that cut me to look at. A little girl calls about a man who looks like her grandpa, but isn't. The man who used to own that house looked like my father. The voice on the line whispered, "Next time," to me. It felt like a hook was sinking into my life, pulling me towards something I didn't understand. I needed to see it. I needed to see the house. On my lunch break, I drove. It wasn't far, just 20 minutes into a neighborhood of quiet streets and trimmed lawns. I felt like an intruder as I turned onto the street. I slowed my car, creeping along until I saw the number. There it was. It was just a house. A nice, normal, 2-story house with beige siding and white trim. A basketball hoop stood over the garage door. A bright red tricycle lay on its side in the front yard. A for sale sign was staked neatly in the grass. It was so ordinary it made my skin prickle. The terror from the call, the whispering voice, it didn't belong here. Yet this was the place. I pulled over a few houses down and just watched. An older woman came out of the house next door, holding a watering can. She began to sprinkle a flower bed. She looked over, saw me sitting in my car, and gave a friendly, neighborly wave. Panic shot through me. I couldn't just sit here. I forced a smile and waved back, then made a show of checking my phone, as if I was waiting for someone. I put the car in drive and pulled away, my hands slick on the wheel. As I drove back to work, a new, more terrible idea occurred to me. The little girl, the one who called. She was real. The officers had seen her. She lived there now with her family. The thought that she was in that house, sleeping in that room, playing in that yard where something had happened, it made me feel sick. Back at my console, the afternoon dragged on. Every call from a child put my nerves on edge. I jumped when a mother called about her son's high fever, my mind instantly flashing to a closet and a whisper. I was slipping, and I knew it. I needed to know more about the man who died, the previous owner, the one who looked like a ghost of my father. Using the system again, I dug deeper. I found an obituary. It was short. He was a retired engineer. No surviving family mentioned. He died alone. The date of his death was exactly 1 year, to the day, after my own father's passing. That wasn't a coincidence anymore. That was a pattern. 1 year apart. 2 men who looked identical, dying the same way. A cold certainty settled over me. This wasn't random. It was targeted. It was following a rule, a terrible, unknown rule. And the 911 call was part of it. The call was the link. My shift ended. I drove home, but I didn't go inside. I sat in my car, the engine off, staring at my own dark apartment window. The entity, the thing, the whatever it wasn't just haunting a house. It was using the phone lines. It was using my channel, the one I worked on every day. It knew how to get to me. It knew about my father. The hook was in deep now, and it was pulling. I went inside, bypassing the kitchen and the thought of food. I went straight to my small home desk and opened my personal laptop. I didn't know what I was looking for. I typed in phrases like 911 paranormal calls, emergency call phenomena, feeling stupid even as I did it. I found forums, crackpot theories, ghost stories. It was all nonsense. Then I found a small, dusty-looking message board tucked away in a corner of the internet. It was for first responders only, a place to vent, to share stories that didn't make it into the official reports. You needed a verified agency email to join. I had one. I created a login, my heart thumping. I didn't post. I just searched. I searched for keywords like voice change, impossible details, caller not found. And I found a thread. It was old, from years ago. The title was simply The Open Line. A paramedic had posted. They described a call from a woman reporting her husband wasn't breathing. They arrived. The house was empty, but the phone, a landline, was off the hook in the bedroom, the line still connected to 911. The address was in a different state. Another post, from a police dispatcher in a different county. A child calling about a lady in the basement. Units found nothing, but the child described the woman's dress in perfect detail, a dress that matched the burial outfit of the home's previous owner, who had died a decade before. The poster ended with, "Sometimes the call isn't for help. Sometimes it's just a signal, and it's testing the line." My blood felt like ice water. I wasn't crazy. This had happened before. Not often, but it happened. I read every post in the thread, my eyes straining in the glow of the screen. Then, a private message notification popped up in the corner of the forum. It was from a user whose name was just a string of numbers. Their profile was blank. The message had no subject. It contained only one sentence. It follows the wire. It likes the quiet voices. Stop listening, or it will start speaking your language. The message was sent 2 minutes ago. I stared at it. They knew I was here. They knew I was looking. I quickly logged out of the forum, slammed my laptop shut as if it were something alive and dangerous. I sat in the dark of my apartment, breathing hard. The only light came from the digital clock on my microwave. It glowed a steady, green 11:23 p.m. Then the numbers flickered. They scrambled, becoming a jumble of 8s and 0s, before snapping back to the correct time. A simple glitch, a power fluctuation. I told myself that over and over, but in the deep, listening dark of my apartment, with the memory of a whisper in my ear and a warning on my screen, I couldn't make myself believe it. The call was over, but the connection was still open. And something was very clearly listening back. The warning from the anonymous message burned in my mind. Stop listening, or it will start speaking your language. But I was in too deep now. The hook was set, and the line was pulling me toward the past. I needed to understand where this started, and a terrible, growing suspicion told me it started with my father. I called in sick the next day, something I almost never did. My voice sounded convincing enough over the phone to my supervisor. A slight rasp sold as a flu coming on. Instead of resting, I drove downtown to the city archives, a place I'd never been. It was a solemn, dusty temple of old paper and microfilm readers, smelling of ink and forgotten things. A clerk with tired eyes directed me to the section for old public safety records. I was looking for a specific date, the day my father died. I knew the official story. I'd come home from school, found him in his favorite chair. No struggle, just gone. A neighbor had called it in after I ran to their house, screaming. But I'd been a kid, lost in a storm of panic and grief. I never knew what was said on that 911 call. I never wanted to. Now I had to know. Finding the right logbook took hours. The system was a maze of ledgers and filing codes that made no sense to me. My frustration grew, a hot ball in my chest. Finally, in a large leather-bound book for that year, I found it. Neat, typewritten lines recorded the call. Time, address, nature. 55-year-old male, unconscious, possible cardiac. The call taker's ID was listed. It wasn't my ID, of course, that was years later. But reading the dry, official words made my throat tight. Then I saw the disposition code. The box that said how the call was resolved. It read, unfounded. My breath stopped. Unfounded? They'd found his body. I'd identified him. The medical examiner had signed a certificate. How could it be unfounded? My hands started to tremble as I turned the brittle page. There was a supplemental note, handwritten in cramped blue ink. It said, responding officers found deceased male. Juvenile son on scene states he was alone with father. No evidence of foul play. Caller prior to juvenile was a... The handwriting got messy here, scratched out. Then it finished. Unknown juvenile female, line disconnected. Logged as possible prank. I read it 3 times. A call before my call. Another kid. A little girl. I leaned back in the hard chair, the archives spinning around me. The pattern wasn't just similar, it was a perfect, awful echo. A little girl calls about a man. Then the tragedy happens. It happened at that house a year ago. It happened at my house 5 years ago. The entity didn't just mimic loved ones, it sent a warning. A warning no one understood until it was too late. I needed to hear it. I had to hear that call. Getting the audio was a different problem. Those old tapes, if they even existed, were in deep storage. It required a formal request, a supervisor's approval. I didn't have time for that. I didn't have the courage to ask and explain why. So I did something reckless. I waited until the clerk stepped away for a coffee break. I took a blank requisition form from a pile on the counter. With a steady hand I didn't feel, I forged my supervisor's signature. I'd seen it 1,000 times on my own dispatch logs. It wasn't hard. I wrote the date and the case number from the ledger, citing a routine audit. My heart hammered against my ribs, so loud I was sure the entire building could hear it. I slipped the form under the glass window to a different clerk who didn't ask questions. 20 minutes later, they handed me a dusty cassette tape in a cardboard sleeve. I took it to a listening station in a far corner, an old machine with a cracked plastic headset. I slid the tape in. It whirred and hissed. Then, a voice I knew came through the small speakers. It was my own voice, but younger, thinner, crackling with distance and time. I was the kid on the call, sobbing, begging for someone to come. My father wasn't moving. Hearing my own childhood terror, filtered through static and years, was a physical blow. I had to force myself to keep listening. Before my call, there was another. Just as the log said, the line connected. There was the hollow sound of an open line. Then a little girl's voice whispering, "My grandpa won't wake up." The call taker, a woman, asked for an address. The girl gave it. My address. The call taker asked if she was alone. The girl said, "Just me and Daddy." Then a click. The call ended. The tape hissed on. I sat frozen. Just me and Daddy. But that wasn't right. She'd said Grandpa first. I rewound the tape, my fingers clumsy. I listened again, straining. The girl's voice was so soft. "My grandpa won't wake up." The call taker. "Is anyone else there with you, honey?" A pause. Then the whisper. "Just me and Daddy." But this time, with the volume cranked all the way up, with my whole being focused on that moment, I heard it. It wasn't just her voice. Underneath her whisper, layered like a shadow, was another voice. A man's voice, also whispering, saying the same words in perfect, sickening unison. It wasn't just me and Daddy. The two voices together, the child's and the man's, bled into one phrase that made my skin crawl. "We're here with Daddy." The tape ended with a final, flat hiss. I pulled the headset off like it was on fire. I sat there in the dusty archive light, the muffled sounds of researchers and copying machines around me feeling a million miles away. The entity wasn't just calling about the dead. It was there with them. It was part of the event. It announced itself. And then it what? Watched? Fed? I didn't know. All I knew was that it had been there when my father died. It had used a little girl's voice to make the call, just like it had used a little girl's voice last week. And I, years later, had been the one to answer its latest call. The symmetry was perfect and horrifying. I was connected to this thing not by chance. but by a thread running straight through the worst moment of my life. I gathered my things, my movements slow and mechanical. I returned the tape, avoiding the clerk's eyes. I walked out of the cool archive into the bright, noisy street. The sunlight felt wrong, too harsh and real. I drove home, not remembering the trip. My apartment was just as I left it, quiet and still. I poured a glass of water, but didn't drink it. I just stood in the middle of my living room, feeling the weight of the past pressing down on the present. Then my personal cell phone, sitting on the coffee table, rang. The screen said block number. Every nerve in my body went tight. I stared at it as it rang again, a shrill, demanding sound in the quiet room. It rang a third time. My hand moved without my brain's permission, picking it up. I swiped to answer and held it to my ear. I didn't speak. On the other end, I heard the empty sound of an open line. Then breathing. Slow, steady, patient breathing. It was the same rhythm from the first call with the little girl in the closet. My mouth went dry. I couldn't speak, couldn't hang up. I was trapped in that breath. Then the breathing stopped. A man's voice came on. It was my father's voice, not as I remembered it from happy times, but as it sounded in his last, tired years. A little rough, a little sad, edged with a weariness that always made my heart ache. He said 3 words, clear and close, as if his lips were right next to the receiver. Let it go, kiddo. The line went dead. I stood there, the phone still pressed to my ear, listening to the dial tone that buzzed like an insect. He hadn't called me kiddo since I was 12 years old. The voice was perfect. The affection was a cruel, precise replica. It wasn't a threat. It was a request, a paternal suggestion from beyond the grave to stop digging. But it was also a confirmation. It knew my past, my pain, my private memories. It could twist them into a weapon that felt like a caress. I lowered the phone. The immediate terror of the call began to fade, replaced by a cold, hard resolve that settled in my bones. The thing on the line, the echo in the wires, had just made its first mistake. It had shown me its hand. It wasn't just some random haunting. It was personal. It was about me. And by trying to scare me off, it had only proven how much it didn't want me to know what came next. I put the glass of water down untouched. The fear was still there, a constant companion now, but it had a new friend, a fierce, burning need for answers. It had told me to let it go. That meant there was something to find. I walked to my desk, sat down, and opened my laptop. The hunt was no longer about understanding a weird call. It was a fight for my own history, and I had just learned that the past wasn't finished with me. Not by a long shot. The sound of my father's voice, that gentle, heartbreaking warning, left me shattered. I spent the next day in a fog, jumping at every car horn, every creak of my apartment floor. I tried to act normal. I called a friend to cancel weekend plans, mumbling about work stress. I tried to read a book, but the words swam on the page. My mind was a trapped animal, pacing the same terrified circles. A rational part of me screamed to do what the voice said, to let it go. But a deeper, stubborn part, the part that had answered thousands of calls and fixed countless problems, refused. It had invaded my life, my memories. I couldn't just walk away. I needed to fight back, to understand the enemy. So I turned to research, desperate for any explanation that wasn't a ghost in the machine. I spent hours online, looking up voice mimicry technology, psychological operations, mass hysteria. I learned about something called EVP, electronic voice phenomena, where people claim to hear voices of the dead in recordings. It all felt flimsy, like trying to catch smoke with my bare hands. None of it explained the specific, viciously personal details. The scar, the anniversary of the death, the childhood nickname. The terror was in the precision. It was building a profile of me, and it was doing a perfect job. My thoughts kept returning to the little girl, the real one, from the daddy's home call. She was the key. She was a real person in a real house, and something had happened to her that night, something the police had missed. Using my work access for personal searches was a fireable offense, a line I'd already crossed. I crossed it again, deeper this time. I found the current residents of the house. A couple. Their names didn't matter, but their faces, smiling from a social media profile, did. They looked happy, normal. And there she was, the little girl. In a picture posted a week before the 911 call, she was grinning in front of the house, holding a sparkler. The caption read, "Loving our new home." My stomach turned. She existed. She'd been there. The police said the house was empty, but she had been there. She had to have been. Then I found another post from the mother, dated the day after the call. A picture of the same girl, but she looked pale, her eyes a little glassy, curled on a sofa. The caption said, "Not feeling great after a bad dream last night. Lots of cuddles today." The date stamp was undeniable. The girl was in the house during the call. The police hadn't found her because she wasn't hiding in the closet when they arrived. She was probably in her parents' bed or somewhere else, scared out of her mind after her encounter. The entity hadn't just mimicked a child's voice. It had used a real child's experience, her fear, and twisted it into a broadcast for me. This was worse than a ghost. This was a parasite. It was feeding on real terror and bouncing it down the line. I needed to know what she saw. It was a stupid, reckless idea, born of desperation. The family had a Wi-Fi connected baby monitor listed in their public registry of devices. The security was laughable. The default password, which a quick search told me was still the most common. I told myself I was just going to look, to see the room, to confirm it was real. I logged in. The screen showed a child's nursery, quiet and still in the soft glow of a night light. It was empty. I watched for 5 minutes, my guilt a sour taste in my mouth. Nothing moved. I was about to log off, to shut this violation down, when the monitor's screen flickered. The night vision view, a landscape of green and black, stuttered. When it cleared, a tall, shadowy figure was standing in the doorway of the nursery. It wasn't walking in. It was just standing there, facing into the room, its form blurred and indistinct but undeniably human-shaped. It stood for a 10 count, perfectly still. Then slowly its head turned. It turned toward the camera, a smooth, deliberate motion. It paused, facing the lens directly. I couldn't see any features, just a darker shape in the gloom. But I knew it was looking. Right at me. Then the feed cut out. The screen went blue, displaying the words "signal lost." I shoved back from my desk, my chair rolling and bumping into the wall behind me. My heart was a wild drum in my chest. It wasn't just in the phone lines. It was in their house. It was watching that little girl. And it knew I was watching it. The violation was complete. I had crossed every line, and the thing I was hunting had been waiting for me on the other side. I spent the rest of the night checking my own locks 3 times, unplugging every electronic device I could. My smart speaker, my Wi-Fi router, even my microwave clock. I felt like a caveman hiding from lightning. It didn't matter. The feeling of being watched clung to the air in my apartment, a pressure against my skin. Sleep was impossible. As dawn broke, gray and slow, a new, even more reckless thought took hold. The phone number. The landline number from the original 911 call. It was still active, registered to that house. What if I called it? Not from my work line, but from a blocked number on my cell. It was a direct line into the heart of this. It was also possibly the dumbest thing I could do. My hands were cold as I dialed, using an app to scramble my number. I held the phone to my ear. It rang. Once, twice. The normal sound was somehow terrifying. 3 times, 4. On the 5th ring, someone picked up. There was no greeting. No hello. But the line was live. And I heard it. A child's voice, very faint, humming. It was a tuneless, wandering little hum. And then, after a few seconds, it resolved into the same off-key, familiar melody. The jingle from the commercial for pizza rolls. The same song the man had been humming in the hallway. The hum continued for a few more notes, soft and innocent and chilling. Then it stopped. A small, whispered voice, right against the receiver, spoke 2 words. "You're next." The call ended. I stood in the middle of my kitchen, the morning light now streaming through the window, feeling more alone and terrified than I ever had in my life. It wasn't a warning anymore. It was a schedule. It had moved from my past to announcing my future. "You're next." The game had changed. It was no longer about me digging into its business. It had decided I was part of the pattern. The little girl's call, my father's death, a 3rd point was needed to complete the shape. And I was it. The fear was absolute, a freezing cold that locked my joints. But deep under the ice, a spark of anger caught and held. It thought it had me. It thought I would just wait for it to come. It had my father's voice, it had invaded my job, it had terrorized a child, and now it was sending me my own invitation to a horror I didn't understand. No, I was done being a passenger in this. I was done listening. If it was coming for me, then I wouldn't be in the dark. I wouldn't be a victim in a closet. I walked to my work bag and pulled out my old analog notebook, the one I used sometimes for shifts when the computer system was down. I found a pen. I sat at my clean, empty kitchen table, the sun warming my back. I started to write down everything I knew. Dates, addresses, descriptions. The pattern of the calls, the physical similarities, the timeline. I drew lines connecting them, a messy web of coincidence and terror. I was making a map of my haunting. It wasn't much. It was just words on paper. But it was mine. It was a declaration that I was still here, that I was still thinking, that I was not just a receiver waiting for the next signal. The entity used wires and signals and echoes. It spoke in stolen voices. I had a pen and paper, and a growing fury that burned away the last of the cold fear. Let it come. But I wouldn't be waiting in the dark. I'd be ready, and I'd have a list of questions for it when it arrived. The first one was already written at the top of the page, underlined twice. What do you want? I had a feeling I was going to get the answer, whether I wanted it or not. Your next call changed everything. It wasn't a mystery to solve anymore. It was a countdown. I went back to work because sitting in my apartment waiting for the end was its own kind of torture. Besides, my new fragile theory was that the entity was tied to the 911 system itself. If that was true, maybe being at its heart, surrounded by its noise and light, would give me some control, or at least a warning. Sitting back down at my console felt like walking into a cage I knew was about to be locked. Every beep, every flashing light felt like a provocation. The headset was no longer a tool, it was a leash. I took calls. A car accident on the freeway. A kitchen fire in an apartment downtown. My voice was steady, my fingers accurate on the keyboard. Inside, I was a storm. Every call from a child made my heart stutter. Every report of a prowler sent my mind racing. And then, halfway through my shift, the call came in. An elderly woman, her voice quivering with age and fear. She said a man was in her backyard, just standing there, looking at her window. I asked for a description, my mouth going dry as I waited for her answer. He's tall, she said. Very tall. And thin. He's just standing there. And the streetlight, it doesn't seem to touch him right. He's all blurry at the edges. My blood turned to ice. A tall, blurry man. The figure from the baby monitor. I dispatched a unit, my tone flat and professional, giving the description. My hands were cold as I typed the notes. Possible peaceful prowler, visual on subject. The officers arrived quickly. I listened to their radio traffic, my knuckles white. They searched the yard. They found nothing. No footprints in the damp soil. No sign of forced entry. The old woman was adamant, but the evidence wasn't there. As they were leaving, she came back on the line, patched through by the officer. Her voice was even more confused now. Officer? After you shined your light, after he was gone. I heard something else. From the side of the house. Like a little kid laughing. A giggle. But there's no children on this street. The unit logged the call as unfounded. A possible combination of poor eyesight and an active imagination. I closed the log, but I didn't move on. I pulled up the address. It was a small, older house, and it was one street over from my own apartment building. The entity wasn't just announcing my turn. It was moving into my neighborhood. It was scouting. After my shift, I didn't go home. I drove to a 24-hour diner and ordered coffee I didn't drink. I pulled out my notebook. The pattern was clear now, and it was a pattern of 3. My father's death was point 1. The daddy's home call was point 2. I was point 3. A third call was coming, and it would be the finale. It would happen to me, or near me, or because of me. Logic said it would be at my home. The thought of my apartment, my one safe space, being violated was more than I could bear. I had to understand the rules. I started digging deeper, not online, but in the one place that might have physical records of the pattern, the dispatch center's own basement archives. During my lunch break the next day, I went downstairs. It was a cavernous room full of cardboard boxes and old filing cabinets, smelling of dust and damp concrete. I was looking for the old paper logs, the ones from before everything was digital. I was looking for other calls like mine. It took hours. My eyes burned from the poor light and the tiny typed print. But I found them. Not many. A handful over 40 years. A call in 1983 from a boy saying his uncle was walking around the house, but his uncle was deployed overseas. A week later, the boy's father died of an aneurysm. A call in 1998 from a girl reporting a nice lady in her basement who smelled like roses. The lady matched the description of the home's previous owner, who had died of a stroke. The girl's mother was found dead in her sleep 2 days later. Each event was a strange, impossible warning call from a child, followed by a death in the home. The calls were always logged as unfounded or pranks. The deaths were always natural, always explainable. And always, there was a 911 operator in the middle, hearing the warning that made no sense until it was too late. I was part of a chain of listeners. I needed to talk to someone who had been in the links before me. One of the old logs had a dispatcher's ID code on it, from the 1998 call. With some more digging in the employee registry, I matched the code to a name. He was retired now. I found a phone number listed in an old internal directory. I called him that evening, from a payphone near the diner. I didn't trust my own phone. An old man's voice answered, wary. I didn't give my name. I just said I was a current dispatcher, and I'd come across an old call log with his code on it, the one from 1998. I asked if he remembered it. The line was quiet for so long I thought he'd hung up. I don't talk about that, he said finally, his voice rough. Please, I said, and the desperation in my own voice shocked me. I think I'm in the middle of one now. Another pause. Then he sighed, a sound full of old pain. Meet me. The bench by the old water tower. 10 minutes. He hung up. I drove there, my mind racing. The water tower was on a hill overlooking the city, a lonely spot at night. An old man was sitting on a bench, a cane hooked over his knee. He looked small and tired in the glow of a distant streetlight. I sat down, not too close. He didn't look at me. You heard the kid's voice, he stated, not asking. Yes. And then someone died. Yes. He nodded slowly, staring out at the twinkling lights of the city below. It likes the sensitive ones, he said. The good listeners. The ones who care just a little too much, who lean into the headset. It finds a crack and it pushes in. What is it? I whispered. A ghost? He gave a short, bitter laugh that turned into a cough. A ghost wants peace. This thing, it doesn't want peace. It wants a connection. It's lonely. But it's a wrong kind of lonely. It's a static kind. It uses the wires, the old copper lines, the signals in the air. It hangs up on the living to talk to the dead, and it's always hungry for a new voice. He turned to look at me then, his eyes glinting in the low light. You're digging. I can see it on you. You're poking at it. It told me I'm next, I said, the words feeling like a confession. A look of deep pity crossed his face. Then it's already got its teeth in you, son. The only way out from my call was to quit. I left the job. I moved across the country. I got rid of every phone in my house for 10 years. I broke the connection. It might have saved my life. Or maybe it just got bored and moved on. He stood up, leaning on his cane. Stop listening. Break the line, before it makes you a permanent part of the circuit. He walked away, a slow, painful shuffle into the dark. I drove home, his words echoing. Break the line. Quit. Run. It was the same thing to do. But as I sat in my parked car outside my apartment building, looking up at my dark window, I knew I couldn't. It wasn't just about me anymore. It was about the little girl who giggled one street over. It was about the next operator who would get the call after me. The entity was a predator in the wires, and I was the only one who knew it was there. I couldn't run. I had to fight. But how do you fight a signal? I went upstairs. I unplugged my landline phone, coiled the cord, and put it in a closet. I took my cell phone, turned it off, and sealed it inside a metal lunchbox, a makeshift Faraday cage to block any signal. I checked the locks on my doors and windows, then installed a simple, old-fashioned slide bolt on the inside of my front door, something that needed no power, no connection. I was building a fortress against something that traveled through the air. It felt futile and absolutely necessary. That night, I sat in my living room. I had turned off everything that could make a sound. No humming fridge, no ticking clock, no low buzz of electronics. The room was absolutely still. I just sat there, in the perfect quiet, listening. I was waiting. Not waiting for a knock, because a knock would mean a person. I was waiting for the sound that wasn't a sound. I was waiting for the line to open in the empty air of my own home. I sat there for hours, until my eyes grew dry and my body ached. Nothing happened. The quiet remained unbroken. A part of me started to feel foolish, to believe the old man was right, that I was making myself crazy over echoes and shadows. I stood up, my joints protesting, and decided to go to bed. As I passed my small desk, I saw the red light. It was a tiny LED on the side of my computer monitor, indicating it was in standby mode. I had unplugged it. I was sure I had unplugged it. I walked over and reached behind the monitor. My fingers found the power cord. It was plugged firmly into the wall outlet. A jolt of pure adrenaline shot through me. I hadn't plugged it in. I yanked the cord from the wall. The little red light vanished. I stood in the dark room, my breath coming fast. The fortress had a breach. The fight wasn't going to be on my terms. It was already inside, and it was just letting me know. The plugged-in monitor cord was a declaration. The rules I understood, physics, logic, safety, were suggestions to this thing, not laws. My fortress was a joke. I spent the rest of the night in a chair, not sleeping, just watching the dark space where the monitor sat, half expecting the little red eye to blink back on by itself. It didn't. The morning came, gray and tired. I moved through my apartment like a stranger, every familiar object feeling suspect. My cell phone was still sealed in the metal lunchbox. I didn't open it. The quiet in the apartment was no longer peaceful. It was a held breath, a waiting. I tried to go about a normal day. I made toast. I watched the news with the volume low. The ordinary world felt like a thin painting over a crack in reality. In the afternoon, a knock came at my door. I jumped, my heart lurching. I peered through the peephole. It was my neighbor from across the hall, an older man who kept to himself. I opened the door a crack, the new slide bolt still engaged. He looked apologetic. "Hey, sorry to bother you. Everything okay over here last night?" My mouth was dry. "Yeah. Why?" He shrugged, looking uncomfortable. "I heard. Well, it sounded like you had your TV up really loud. Late. Like after midnight. Sounded like one of those talk shows, a bunch of people all arguing at once. Woke me up." I stared at him. "I don't own a television. I haven't for years." The noise in my head must have shown on my face because he took a step back. "Maybe it was from another apartment," he said quickly. "Sorry to bother you." He hurried away. I closed the door and locked it, leaning my forehead against the cool wood. The sounds were manifesting for others now. It wasn't just in my head or on my phone line. It was leaking. The entity was tuning itself to the world around me, broadcasting on frequencies other people could receive. The isolation I felt became a physical pressure. I was living in a haunting that was starting to echo. Later, as I was washing the single plate from my toast, I heard a sound. A soft, electrical crackle. It came from the living room. I walked in, wiping my hands on my jeans. The room was empty. The sound came again, a pop and hiss, like an old radio tuning. It was coming from the decorative ham radio on my bookshelf, a vintage piece I'd bought at a flea market years ago. It wasn't plugged in. It never had been. It was just for looks. A small, amber light on its panel began to glow, pulsing softly. Then the dial on the front started to turn, all by itself, clicking through empty bands of static. It stopped. A voice bled out of the speaker, tinny and broken by age. It was the little girl from the first call. "He's in the hallway," it said, a clipped fragment. The dial spun again, stopped. The old man's voice from the baby monitor house, the one who died alone, whispered, "So cold here." Another spin. A chorus of voices, men and women and children, all talking over each other in a tangled wave of fear and sorrow. And cutting through them, clear as a bell, my father's voice, tired and sad, saying, "Shouldn't have gone looking." The dial spun wildly, a blur of clicks, and the voices merged into a storm of awful noise, a tower of Babel built from pain. Then, with a final pop, the light went out. The radio was just a silent, dead hunk of metal and plastic again. I stood there, my hands clenched at my sides. It was showing off. It was demonstrating that it didn't need a phone. It could use anything. Any wire, any piece of metal, any forgotten machine. My apartment wasn't a shelter. It was an antenna. The anger that had been smoldering in me since the "your next" call finally boiled over. This thing, this echo, thought it could just move into my life. It thought it could use my father's voice to scare me, use my own home to threaten me. Rage burned away the last of the fear, leaving something clear and sharp and dangerous. I walked to the closet and pulled out my landline phone. The cord was still coiled, disconnected from the wall jack. I carried it into the living room and set it on the coffee table. I sat on the floor in front of it, cross-legged. I stared at the phone. This was the instrument of its entry. This was how it first spoke to me. I was done waiting for it to perform. I was done jumping at shadows. If it wanted a connection, I would give it one. On its terms. I reached out and picked up the receiver. The plastic was cool in my hand. I put it to my ear. There was no dial tone, of course. The line was dead, physically disconnected. I held it there anyway, in the perfect quiet of my apartment. I didn't speak. I just listened to the nothing. A minute passed. 2. My arm began to ache. Then a sound. Not through the earpiece. From around me. A low, vibrating hum. It was the same off-key tune from the pizza roll commercial. It wasn't coming from one place. It seemed to come from the walls themselves, a droning, omnipresent sound that filled the room. I didn't move. I kept the dead phone to my ear. The humming stopped. A new sound replaced it. A whisper, but not from the phone. It was in the room with me. A breath of air against my right ear, as if someone were leaning over my shoulder. It was the chorus of voices from the radio, blended into one hissing, multi-tonal word. Listen. I closed my eyes. I focused on the feel of the phone in my hand, the solid floor beneath me. I was not going to run. I'm listening, I said aloud, my voice steady. The air in the room grew colder, a sudden, noticeable drop like someone had opened a freezer door. The whisper came again, this time from my left side. Alone. You're not, I said. You're a recording. You're a copy. You're nothing new. A wave of static crackled through the air, sharp and angry. The phone in my hand grew warm, then uncomfortably hot. I dropped it onto the carpet. It landed with a thud. From its speaker, now lying on the floor, a clear voice emerged. It was my voice. Not my father's. Mine. It was a recording of me from some past 911 call. I didn't know which one. My professional, calm dispatch voice. It said, "What is your emergency?" Then it played another fragment from a different call. "Help is on the way." Then another. "Stay on the line with me." The phrases spliced together, a grotesque parody of my own work. It had been collecting me. It had my voice now too. The recording stopped. The cold in the room intensified. I could see my own breath forming a faint mist in the air. In the mist, for just a second, I saw a shape. Tall, thin, a man's outline, but made of shifting shadows and the faint, after-image of light. It stood across the room, near the dark television screen. It didn't move. It just existed. This was it. The core. The thing that followed the wires. I stood up slowly, my legs trembling not from fear now, but from a kind of wild, electrified focus. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice echoing in the cold room. The shape didn't move. The answer didn't come from it. It came from all around. 100 whispering voices, speaking in unison, using my father's voice as the foundation. "We want the line to stay open." And then they were gone. The cold vanished. The room temperature snapped back to normal, so fast it made my ears pop. The shape was gone. The phone on the floor was just a phone. The only sound was my own ragged breathing. I looked around. The apartment was just my apartment again. But it was different. I was different. I had faced it. I had demanded an answer. And I'd gotten one. It wanted the line to stay open. It was lonely, just like the old dispatcher said. But it was a hungry, endless loneliness that fed on final moments and terror. It didn't want to kill me. It wanted to use me. To make me a permanent part of its broadcast, another voice in its static chorus. I picked up the landline phone and placed it back on the table. I wasn't afraid of it anymore. I understood the enemy now. It was a parasite of connection, and I had just forced it to show itself. The fight wasn't about hiding or unplugging cords. It was about control of the signal, and I had just sent my first clear message back. The conversation had begun. The confrontation in my apartment changed the game. The entity, the chorus, the static, whatever it was, had shown itself and spoken its desire. It wanted the line open. It wanted company in its endless, hungry loneliness. Knowing its goal didn't make it less dangerous. It made it predictable. And I had a new, terrible idea. If it was tied to old wires, to places where calls had been made and deaths had occurred, then it had a source. A home. I needed to find it. Not to run, but to end this. The text message came an hour later. It appeared on my personal cell phone, which was still powered off inside the metal lunchbox. When I opened the box, the screen was glowing, hot to the touch. The message was from my own number. It contained an address downtown, in a rundown industrial area I didn't recognize. Below the address, 3 words, "Come alone." Finish. It wasn't a request. It was an invitation to the final act. I knew it was a trap. Of course it was. But it was also the only move left. I couldn't live waiting for it to pull me into its broadcast. I had to see where the signal originated. I drove as the sun dipped below the city skyline, casting long, deep shadows. The address led me to a forgotten part of town, a street of boarded-up warehouses and chain-link fences. The building was a low, brick structure, its windows covered with plywood. A faded, rusted sign above the reinforced door showed an old-fashioned telephone receiver and the words Bell County Telephone Exchange, authorized personnel only. A telephone exchange, a central hub where thousands of old landlines once connected. a literal heart of the network for this part of the city decades ago. My hands were slick on the steering wheel. This was it, the nexus. The front door was chained shut, but a side delivery door hung open on one broken hinge, the lock long since smashed. I pushed it, the metal groaning in protest. The inside was a cathedral of decay. It was one huge room, the ceiling lost in shadows high above. And hanging from that ceiling, stretching from wall to wall, were thousands upon thousands of old telephone wires. They were thick copper cables, severed and dangling like metallic vines in a dead jungle. They formed a dense, coppery forest under the roof. The air smelled of damp brick, rust, and the sharp, clean scent of ozone, like after a lightning strike. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, catching the glint of metal. In the very center of the vast room, sitting alone on the cracked concrete floor, was a single, beige rotary dial telephone. Its cord snaked away from it, not plugged into anything, just lying there like a dead snake. This was the source, the phone from every nightmare. I took a step inside, my footsteps echoing. I moved slowly, the beam of my light jumping from dangling wires to hulks of dead switchboard equipment. As I moved deeper, the beam caught the far wall. It wasn't blank brick. It was covered in writing. I walked closer, my heart thudding against my ribs. It wasn't graffiti. The words were scratched into the brick itself, neat and deliberate, as if done with a nail or a sharp piece of metal. They were names, dates, and call sign numbers. Dispatcher IDs. I scanned them, my light trembling. I saw the name of the man who had died in the suburban house. I saw his date of death. Next to it, a dispatcher ID code I didn't recognize. I saw the name of the woman from the 1998 call the old dispatcher had told me about. Her date. Another ID. I moved the light down, my breath catching. I saw my father's name, the date of his death, and next to it, the ID code of the dispatcher who had taken that call all those years ago. And at the bottom of the wall, the scratches were fresher, the brick dust still a pale powder on the floor beneath them. There was my name. Not Sam, but my full given name, the one only official documents used. And next to it, my 911 operator ID number. We were all logged here, the victims and the listeners. We were all part of the record. This was its ledger, its collection. A terrible understanding washed over me. This thing wasn't just mimicking the dead. It was a repository, a psychic echo stuck in the wiring of this place, fed by the final, lonely moments of people who died alone, their last impulses, their fear, their confusion, bleeding into the phones connected to this exchange. It had absorbed them, and it used dispatchers, the sensitive listeners, to find more. We were the antennae. We were the ones who tuned into its frequency of despair. The rotary phone in the center of the room rang. The sound was a physical blow in the huge, empty space, a metallic brawling that echoed off the brick walls and seemed to shake the dangling wires. It was the loudest, most demanding sound I had ever heard. I knew, with a cold certainty that settled in my bones, that if I answered that phone, it would be the third call. The one that completed the pattern with my father's death and the little girl's warning. The one that would finish with me. I didn't move. The phone rang again, brawling. The dangling wires around me began to sway. Not from any wind. There was no wind. They moved as if something was brushing past them, walking through the forest of cables towards the center of the room. A shape began to pull itself together from the shadows, and the dust motes caught in my flashlight beam. It was tall, man-shaped, but it had no real substance. It was like looking at a television tuned to a dead channel, a form of shifting static and faint, overlapping after images. You could see a suggestion of a face, a shoulder, a hand, but it never settled. It was the shadow from the baby monitor, the cold presence in my apartment, given a space to fully manifest. It stood near the ringing phone, a monument of wrongness. The phone stopped ringing. The sudden quiet was worse. The static shape didn't approach me. It just stood there. The voice, when it came, didn't come from it. It came from the walls, from the wires, from the air itself. It was the chorus, but it had coalesced into a single, clear tone, using my father's gentle, weary voice as its vehicle. We are so alone here. The words were filled with a bottomless sorrow that seemed to pull at the air in my lungs. The calls end. The voices go away. The line goes dead. We float in the dark between the tones. I found my voice, though it was rough. You're not them. You're just a copy. A recording. A recording remembers, the voice answered, the sadness deepening. A recording is all that is left. We remember the quiet, the empty rooms, the last heartbeat into the receiver that no one heard. We remember the listeners who tried to help. Your voice. Your father's voice. All the voices. You hear us. You are a good listener. It was making its case. It wasn't threatening. It was pleading. Stay, it said, the word a soft, aching whisper that seemed to come from right beside me. Be our operator. Be our voice to the world. The line is always open here. You can talk to us. You can give us new words. You already know the job. The offer hung in the ozone-scented air. It wasn't an offer of death. It was an offer of a purpose. An eternal shift, taking calls from the dead, being the anchor for this lost, hungry chorus stuck in the wires. I would be their connection. I would never be alone, but I would be surrounded by a loneliness so vast it would swallow me whole. I looked at the phone on the floor. I looked at the shape of static and sorrow. I looked at the wall, with my name freshly carved into it. This was the choice. Be consumed by it in some violent finale, or join it voluntarily. Become part of the collection. I thought of the little girl, Emma, whispering in her closet. I thought of the old woman hearing giggles in her yard. I thought of the next dispatcher who would get the call after me, and the next, each one pulled into this nightmare because I walked away. The fear was still there, a cold stone in my gut. But stronger now was a vast, towering refusal. This thing was a wound in the world where loneliness had pooled and festered and learned to reach out and create more of itself. It needed to be closed, not joined. No, I said. The word was quiet, but it echoed in the vast space. The static shape flickered. The sorrow in the air curdled into something else. A chill, focused attention. The line must stay open, the chorus whispered, 100 voices fraying at the edges of the one. It is the only thing that is real. It's a prison, I said, taking a step forward toward the phone. And I'm not signing up for your life sentence. I reached down, my movement fast before I could think better of it. I didn't pick up the receiver. I wrapped my hand around the phone itself, the old, durable plastic cool under my fingers. I lifted it. It was surprisingly light. I turned, and with all my strength, I hurled the phone across the room. It sailed through the beam of my flashlight, a clumsy, arcing projectile. It struck the far wall, right in the center of all the carved names. The plastic casing shattered with a sharp, satisfying crack. Pieces clattered to the concrete floor. For a second, nothing happened. Then, the static shape in the center of the room dissolved. It didn't fade, it burst apart like a cloud of gnats, a scattering of dark motes that were swallowed by the deeper shadows. The oppressive, sorrowful pressure in the room lifted, gone so quickly it left me dizzy. The exchange was just a dead, dusty room again. I stood there, breathing hard, the echo of the shattering phone still ringing in my ears. I had rejected it. I had broken its symbol. I had walked into its home and said no. It felt like a victory, a shaky, terrifying victory, but a victory all the same. I turned my flashlight back to the wall. The phone had left a sharp, white scar in the brick, obliterating several of the older names. My name at the bottom was still clear. I walked over, pulled my keys from my pocket, and found the sharpest one. I leaned close to the wall and began to scrape at the brick. I scratched over my name, again and again, until it was an unreadable gouge in the stone. I was not going on its ledger. Not now, not ever. I stepped back, dusting my hands on my jeans. The exchange was quiet, truly quiet, for the first time since I'd entered. No humming wires, no whispers, no sense of being watched. I had faced it down. I had made my choice. I walked back to the broken door, the beam of my flashlight leading the way. As I stepped out into the cool night air, I felt a lightness I hadn't known in weeks. It was over. I had broken the pattern. I had won. I got into my car and started the engine. As I pulled away from the curb, I glanced at my cell phone, now lying on the passenger seat. The screen was dark, powered off. I drove toward the lights of the main city, toward home, toward a life that might finally be my own again. I didn't look back. Behind me, in the deep dark of the abandoned exchange, on the shattered pieces of the rotary phone, a single, faint crackle of static popped. Then another. It was the sound of a line, trying desperately to reconnect. The feeling of victory lasted for 2 days. 2 days of blessed, normal quiet. 2 days where my apartment was just a place, not a battleground. 2 days where the past felt buried, and the future felt like my own again. I slept through the night. I ate real meals. The world had color and sound that didn't feel like a warning. On the morning of the 3rd day, I made a decision. I couldn't go back to the dispatch console. The headset, the flashing lights, the open lines, they were tainted. The job that had been my life was now a minefield of memory. I needed a clean break. I typed up my resignation letter, my fingers steady on the keys. I drove to the dispatch center for what I told myself would be the last time. Walking in felt surreal. The chaos was the same, the frantic typing, the low, urgent voices, the smell of stale coffee and ozone from old electronics. But it was like watching a play from the back row. I was already an outsider. I handed the letter to my supervisor. They were surprised, tried to talk me out of it, asked if it was about stress, offered leave instead. I was polite, firm. I said I needed a change. It was true. I cleaned out my locker, a small metal box containing a spare sweater, a headache medicine bottle, a photo of my father I'd kept tucked away. I placed the photo in my pocket, a weight against my chest. My shift partner gave me a half hug, said they'd miss me, asked me to keep in touch. I said I would, knowing I probably wouldn't. I was severing ties, breaking the line, just like the old dispatcher said. As I packed the last of my things into a cardboard box, I felt a profound sense of closure. I had faced the thing in the wires, rejected it, and now I was walking away from its favorite hunting ground. I was free. My final shift technically ended at 4 p.m. At 3:55, the last call of my career flashed on my console. A part of me wanted to let it roll over to the next operator, but a deeper habit, years of training, made my hand move. Muscle memory. Protocol. One last time. I clicked the line open. The caller ID was blank. A jolt of old fear shot through me, cold and sharp. I almost disconnected, but I was a professional. For 5 more minutes, I was a 911 operator. I put the headset on. 911, what is your emergency? I said, my voice the perfect, calm mask I had worn for years. There was no static, no hollow open line sound. There was perfect, clear audio, as if the caller was in a soundproof room. And on the other end, I heard the soft, controlled sound of someone breathing. In, out, in, out, in perfect, slow rhythm with my own breaths. They were listening to me listen. A chill crawled up my spine, but I held my ground. I can hear you breathing. Can you tell me what's wrong? The breathing continued, synchronized. Then a crackle, not of static, but a different sound. It was the distinct, plastic-on-plastic clatter of 100 telephone receivers being picked up at once, a wave of clicking sounds. My blood turned to ice. And then a voice spoke. It wasn't the little girl's. It wasn't my father's. It was my voice. My own dispatch voice, but wrong. It was a Frankenstein's monster of my own phrases, spliced together from who knows how many calls, edited into a new, seamless sentence. It sounded like me, but hollow, a recording stripped of soul. It said, the emergency is in your house. The caller is you. We've been waiting for you to come home. At that exact moment, on the main dispatch monitor to my left, a new alert auto-populated with a sharp beep. A 911 call. The system processed it instantly. The GPS location flashed on the screen. It was my home address, my apartment. The nature of the call was listed in cold, official text. Hostage situation. Intruder believed armed. Caller states subject is inside the residence. Units were automatically dispatched. Priority 1. Lights and sirens. I watched, frozen, as the system I had served for years sprang into efficient, lethal motion against me. My mouth was dry as dust. I looked at my personal cell phone, lying next to my cardboard box. It was dark. Off. I never made that call. I grabbed the headset, my fingers clumsy. Dispatch to responding units. Hold your call. This is a false alarm. Repeat, false alarm at that address. The radio operator, sitting a few consoles over, looked at me confused. What's the problem? The call just dropped in. It's a mistake, I said, my voice straining against the panic. It's my address. I didn't call. It's a system error. But it was too late. The first unit radioed in. Dispatch, we're approaching the location. We see no visible disturbance. Proceeding to stage. They were there, at my home, because the entity had learned to use the system. It had spoofed a 911 call from my address. It had used my own voice, stolen from countless hours of my work, to do it. It wasn't haunting me anymore. It was impersonating me within the very machinery I had trusted. The ultimate violation. The ultimate mockery. The operator looked at me with pity. Look, if it's your place, you should probably go. Meet them there. Explain it. It's probably a glitch, a crossed wire. A crossed wire. The phrase was a punch to the gut. I stood up, my chair rolling back and bumping into the desk behind me. The game wasn't over. I hadn't won. I just taught it how to fight dirty. It wasn't trying to pull me into the wires anymore. It was trying to get me killed by the people I worked with. Or get me locked up. Or simply prove that it owned my identity now. I had to go. I had to intercept this before the police broke down my door. I shoved my things into the box, abandoned my resignation letter on the desk, and ran for the door. I drove like a man possessed, breaking every traffic law, my mind racing. The entity couldn't create something from nothing. If it had sent a signal that the police could receive, it needed a source. A transmitter. At my apartment. It wasn't just in the wires downtown. It was in my things. I skidded to a stop outside my apartment building. 2 patrol cars were parked out front, their lights off but their engines running. An officer was talking to my landlord near the front door. I jumped out of my car. "It's me," I called out, my voice too loud. "I live here. I'm the resident." The officers turned, hands drifting toward their belts. Their faces were alert, cautious. "Sir, are you the one who placed the 911 call?" one asked. "No, I was at work, at the dispatch center. I saw the call come in. It's a mistake, a prank. There's no one in my apartment." I was babbling. I sounded crazy. The landlord, a nervous man, wrung his hands. "We haven't seen anything, officers. It's been quiet." The lead officer looked at me, then at his partner. "Sir, we need to clear the residence. For your safety and ours. Do you have your key?" I did. With the officers behind me, weapons not drawn but ready, I unlocked my front door. I pushed it open. "Police department," the officer shouted into the dim apartment. Nothing. We went in, room by room, just like they had cleared the little girl's house. Living room clear. Kitchen clear. Bedroom clear. Bathroom clear. The apartment was exactly as I'd left it. Neat. Empty. No intruder. No hostage. No sign of struggle. The officers holstered their weapons, their posture relaxing. "False alarm," the lead one said, clicking his radio. "Dispatch, residence is clear. No contact. Appears to be a spoofed call. We'll be clear in 5. He turned to me. "You might want to report this. Someone might have a grudge, using swatting tactics. It's serious." I nodded, unable to speak. Swatting. A human crime. They saw a human problem. They didn't see the thing in the static that had learned to mimic human systems perfectly. They left, apologizing for the inconvenience. My landlord apologized too, then hurried away. I closed the door and locked it. I stood in the center of my living room. The place felt alien, tainted. The entity had shown me its final move. It couldn't scare me into joining it, so it would destroy my life from the outside. It would use my world against me. I looked around. Where was the transmitter? My eyes fell on my personal laptop, closed on the desk. I walked over and opened it. The screen lit up, asking for my password. But before I could type anything, a video window opened on its own. It was a grainy black and white video feed. It showed the interior of the old telephone exchange. The camera was pointed at the far wall, at the carved names. The shattered phone was still on the floor. But something was different. On the wall, next to the gouge where I'd scratched out my name, new words had been carved. Fresh scratches in the brick. They formed a sentence. A message for me. It read, "The line is open. We saved you a seat." The feed cut off. The laptop screen went black. Then, my own reflection stared back at me from the dark glass, pale and wide-eyed. I had rejected its offer in its home, so it had moved the office to mine. The fight wasn't for my soul anymore. It was for my life, my sanity, my place in the real world. It was going to use everything I knew, every tool I trusted, to erase me. I sat down slowly at the desk. The victory of the exchange was ashes. The clean break was a fantasy. It wasn't done with me. It would never be done, because I was the good listener. And now, I was the only one who could hear it coming. I had a choice. I could run, change my name, leave the city, never touch a phone again. Or I could stay. I could fight a war I didn't understand against an enemy that lived in the echoes. I looked at the dark screen, at my own haunted face. I reached out and placed my hand on the closed laptop. It was cool and smooth. Somewhere, in the spaces between the signals, a line was open, and a chair was waiting. I didn't know if I was going to sit in it or break it, but I knew with a certainty that was both terrible and calm that I would have to choose. And the next call was already on its way. Story number 4. My name is Asher, and the crack in our ceiling looked like a lightning bolt, a fact that hasn't changed in the year since my twin sister drowned. But everything else is because I just heard the rustle of sheets from her side of the room, a sound so impossible my brain short-circuited. And when I forced my head to turn, there she was, sitting up in her bed, a book in her hands, the morning sun hitting her hair exactly the way it used to. And I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't do anything but stare as she glanced over at me with a small, familiar smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. A smile I had dreamed about and cried over for 365 days. And now it was just there, floating in the morning light like nothing had ever happened. And I must have made a sound, a choked gasp maybe, because she closed her book and said, "Good morning, sleepyhead." In her voice, in her exact voice. A little raspy from sleep just like always. And I think I might have fainted for a second because the room swam. But when my vision cleared, she was still there, swinging her legs out from under the covers. And I watched her feet, her perfectly normal feet in their silly frog slippers, touch the floor. And the world didn't end. The universe didn't correct itself. She just stood up and stretched and walked out of our room towards the smell of pancakes, leaving me alone with my hammering heart and the terrible, wonderful, horrifying thought that maybe, just maybe, it had all been a bad dream, a year-long nightmare I was finally waking up from. I must have lain there for 20 minutes, paralyzed, listening to the sounds of my family moving around downstairs, the clink of plates, my dad's low chuckle, my mom's humming, and her voice answering questions. And it was that normalcy that finally got me moving, because the alternative was to lose my mind right there in my bed. I got dressed with shaking hands, my eyes glued to her empty bed, to the dent in the pillow where her head had been, and I walked downstairs like I was walking to my own execution. The scene in the kitchen was a picture from a life I didn't live anymore. My mom was flipping pancakes at the stove, my dad was reading the paper, and she was sitting in her chair pouring syrup, her hair tied back in the messy bun she always wore. They all looked up when I came in. "There he is," my dad said, smiling. "We were about to start without you." My mom beamed at me. "Sit down, sweetheart. I made your favorite." I looked at her, at the girl, and my mouth was desert dry. I managed to croak out, "But, Eliza." The name felt strange and dangerous on my tongue. My mom's smile didn't waver, but it softened into something sad and understanding. She came over and smoothed my hair. "She's home now, honey. Everything is back the way it should be." She said it so simply, like she was explaining that the sky was blue, and the casualness of it was more terrifying than any scream. I slid into my chair, right across from the girl, and I forced myself to look at her. She was eating a pancake, cutting it into neat little squares the way my sister used to, and she looked back at me, and for a second our eyes locked, and in hers I saw nothing. No spark of shared mischief, no silent joke about our parents, just a flat, calm observation. She swallowed her bite and said, "You look like you've seen a ghost." Then she smiled again, that practiced, polite smile, and went back to her food. My parents laughed a little, a soft, comfortable sound, and resumed their conversation about the weather, and I sat there in the middle of it, feeling like I was made of glass, certain I would shatter. I ate a bite of pancake, and it tasted like ash. I watched her. I watched how she held her fork. It was right. I watched how she tucked her hair behind her ear. It was right, but the rhythm of it was off, like a song played on a slightly out-of-tune piano. My dad reached over and tousled her hair. "My good girl," he said, and the phrase landed in my gut like a fist. He had said that to her sometimes, sure, but rarely, and hearing it now applied to this. This imposter sitting in my sister's chair made me feel sick. Breakfast passed in a blur of normal sounds that felt like weapons. After, my mom brought out the big family photo album, something we hadn't done since before. We all sat on the couch, me stiff as a board at the end, and she started flipping through pages. "Remember this?" she'd say, her voice thick with happy tears, pointing at a picture from a beach vacation. And in every picture, there she was, my sister, smiling back. But then we got to a page from my 6th birthday party. I remembered that picture. I was crying because I dropped my cake, and my sister was standing next to me, laughing, her face a picture of gleeful sibling mockery. But in the album, the picture was different. She was there, but she wasn't laughing. She was just standing beside me, smiling that same small, closed-mouth smile I'd seen this morning, her posture too straight. I stared at it, my blood going cold. "That was a great day," my mom sighed, touching the photo. I wanted to scream. "That's not the picture." She was laughing, but I just sat there, my jaw clenched so tight it ached. The girl looked at the photo and nodded. "I remember I felt bad for you because you dropped your cake," she said, and my mom hugged her tight. It was the right memory, but the feeling was wrong. The real Eliza would never have admitted to feeling bad for me in that moment. She would have crowed about it for years. Later, we played a board game. She was cheerful. She laughed at my dad's dumb jokes. She lost gracefully. My parents were glowing, their eyes bright in a way I hadn't seen in a year. They watched her every move, drinking her in. And she watched them back, I realized. Her laughter would come a half second after a joke, just when their expectant smiles peaked. She was studying them, calibrating her reactions to their pleasure. She wasn't playing a game. She was performing a perfect imitation of a daughter. The rage and confusion boiled up in me until I couldn't hold it in. At dinner, when I saw her carefully spread butter on her toast and then add jam on top, it was the last straw. The real Eliza did it the other way, jam first then butter, always, saying it made the jam soak in. I pointed a trembling finger at her plate, my voice breaking. She eats her toast wrong. Eliza put the jam on first, then the butter. This one does it backwards. The words hung in the air. My parents stopped eating. The girl looked at her toast, then at me, her expression one of mild confusion. My mom's face crumpled, not in fear, but in a deep, wounded sadness. She started to cry, quiet, heartbroken sobs. My dad put his arm around her and looked at me, his eyes disappointed and tired. "Asher," he said, his voice low and firm. "That's enough. Your sister is home. She's been through a lot. Maybe some things are different, but she's right here. We need you to be kind." They were looking at me like I was the problem, like I was the one being cruel to a traumatized girl, and the ground fell out from under me. I ran upstairs, my face hot with angry tears, and went straight to the attic, the one place in the house that still felt frozen in the past, still dusty and full of old things that hadn't been sanitized. In a rage, I pulled down boxes, looking for something, anything, to prove I wasn't crazy. I found it in an old shoebox under my dad's college textbooks. 3 Polaroid pictures. They were grim, stark, and real. One was of my parents, their faces raw and shattered, standing in front of our church. Another was of a line of cars with their headlights on in the middle of the day. The last one was the worst. My parents, looking decades older, standing beside a small, closed, pale gray casket. A cold, hard certainty settled in my chest. This was proof. This was the truth. I took the photos and hid them under my mattress, a secret shield against the madness downstairs. I felt better just having them. The next morning, I woke up early and immediately slid my hand under the mattress. The photos were gone. My heart stopped. I tore the sheets off, felt all along the bed frame. Nothing. I ran to the attic, to the shoebox. The box was there, but inside, the 3 real Polaroids were gone. In their place were 3 other Polaroids, faded and worn at the edges like they'd been handled for years. One showed the girl, with a dated haircut I'd never seen, standing between my parents at a county fair. In another, she was blowing out candles on a cake, my mom and dad smiling behind her. The third was a close-up of her smiling face, the same flat smile, with me as a little kid, my arm around her, grinning like an idiot. I dropped the pictures like they were on fire. They fluttered to the dusty floor. The past hadn't just been forgotten. It had been carefully, completely replaced. I went through the rest of the day in a daze, watching the ghost in my house live my sister's life. I saw her be helpful without being asked. I heard her remember tiny details of stories my parents told. She was perfect, and every bit of that perfection was a lie that everyone but me seemed willing to believe. That night, as I lay in bed pretending to sleep, I heard the faint sound of movement from her side of the room, the soft creak of her bed springs, then the almost inaudible sound of bare feet on the floor. I held my breath, every muscle tense. I cracked open one eye, just a sliver. She was standing beside my bed, perfectly still, wearing her long white nightgown. The moonlight from the window lit her from behind, casting her face in shadow. She wasn't doing anything. She wasn't leaning over me. She was just standing there, watching me breathe in the dark, her own chest rising and falling in a slow, steady rhythm that matched mine exactly. After a full minute, she turned without a sound and went back to her bed, slipping under the covers. I lay there, wide awake, staring at the lightning bolt crack in the ceiling, understanding one thing clearly. Whatever was sharing my room, whatever my parents were so happy to have back, it wasn't my sister, and it was watching me. I woke up the next morning to a smell that stopped my heart, the smell of my sister's favorite shampoo, a sweet, fruity scent from a bottle with a purple dolphin on it that had been discontinued the year she died, a smell that had faded from her pillow months ago, and now it was here, thick in the air of our room, and I opened my eyes to see her bed empty, the covers neatly made, and I followed the smell to the bathroom where I found the bottle. That exact purple dolphin bottle, sitting on the edge of the sink, full to the brim, the cap off, as if it had never been thrown away, as if it had been waiting in a cupboard for this exact moment. And I picked it up with a trembling hand, the plastic cool and familiar. And I knew then that the things in this house weren't just copying my sister, they were rebuilding her world piece by piece. And they were starting with the details I couldn't argue with, the small things that would make me doubt my own memory. I put the bottle down and went downstairs, my legs feeling like wood, and found my parents and her at the table, a scene of such ordinary happiness it made my skin crawl. My mom smiled at me, a real warm smile. "We're thinking of a museum trip today," she said. "A family day." The girl nodded, her eyes bright. "That sounds fun," she said, and her voice was so eager, so perfectly pitched, that I just nodded mutely, understanding this was part of the performance, a public test of our new perfect family unit. The museum was a nightmare of normalcy. We looked at dinosaur bones and old paintings, and she walked between my parents, sometimes holding one of their hands, asking questions in a polite, curious voice. I trailed behind them, a ghost in my own life, watching her. I saw how she looked at the exhibits not with wonder, but with a kind of clinical interest, as if she were memorizing facts for a later test. In the gift shop, my mom bought her a small crystal on a leather cord. "For my good girl," she whispered, fastening it around her neck, and the girl touched it, a slow, deliberate gesture, and smiled a smile that showed just the right amount of teeth. That smile followed me home, into the house that felt less like my home every second. I needed to talk to someone outside this bubble of madness, so I told my parents I was going to see a friend, and instead I rode my bike to the old library downtown, a place of musty books and real, untouched history. I didn't know what I was looking for, just stories, maybe explanations. I found myself in the folklore section, pulling down books with titles about local legends and strange occurrences. I read about doppelgangers and fetches, about spirits that could mimic a person, about things that crawled out of lonely places to take the shape of the mist and the mourned. The stories were written in dry, academic language, but they felt truer than anything my therapist had ever said. I was hunched over a book describing a counterfeit person, born from a family's desperate longing, when a shadow fell over the page. I looked up. She was there. The girl stood between the bookshelves, still wearing the crystal necklace, her head tilted as she looked at the book in my hands. My breath caught. How had she found me? Had she followed me? "Mother says dinner is early," she said, her voice even, giving no sign she understood what I was reading. "I came to tell you." I slammed the book shut, my face hot. "I'm not a kid. I don't need a babysitter." She just looked at me, that flat, observant look. "They worry about you," she said. "You spend a lot of time alone. It makes them sad." And there it was, the gentle accusation, framing my grief and my fear as a problem for them, a sadness they needed to fix. I rode home with her pedaling calmly beside me, and the whole way I felt her presence like a cold spot in the summer air. Dinner was a quiet affair. My parents asked about my day, and I mumbled something about being at my friend's house, avoiding their eyes. They seemed happy enough with that, turning their attention to her recounting of the museum trip, which she did with flawless recall, even mentioning a painting my mom had liked that I hadn't even noticed. After dinner, I went up to my room and found her sitting on her bed, looking at a picture of the real Eliza, one I kept hidden in my drawer. She held it gently, her finger tracing the outline of my sister's laughing face. She looked up when I came in. "She looks sad in this one," the girl said, not unkindly. I don't think I was very happy then. The use of the word "I" to describe my dead sister, spoken so calmly, was like a punch to the chest. I snatched the photo from her. "Don't touch my things," I hissed. She didn't react, just lay back on her bed and picked up a book. "This is my room too," she said, and began to read. That night, I couldn't sleep. I listened to the sound of her breathing, regular and slow, and I thought about the book from the library, about things that feed on love. Just as I was finally drifting off, I heard a new sound, a soft, rhythmic scritch, scritch, scritch coming from her side of the room. It was a tiny, grating noise, like a fingernail on drywall. I lay still, every sense straining. The sound continued, steady and purposeful. Slowly, silently, I turned my head on the pillow. The moonlight showed her outline. She wasn't in bed. She was standing at the wall between our beds, the wall with the lightning bolt crack in the ceiling. Her arm was raised, and she was using her fingernail carefully, methodically, scraping along the line of the crack, deepening the groove in the plaster. She was maintaining it, tending to it, as if it were an important part of the room, a museum exhibit that needed upkeep. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature crawled down my spine. I watched her until my eyes grew too heavy to keep open, the scritch-scritch etching itself into my dreams. The next morning, my parents announced they were taking me to see Dr. Evans, the kind, older therapist I'd seen after the drowning. "We just think it might be good to talk," my mother said, her hand on my shoulder, her eyes pleading. "About the adjustment." I knew what this was. This was them moving to fix the broken part, the part that was me. In Dr. Evans's calm, book-lined office, with my parents waiting outside, I spilled everything. I didn't hold back. I told him about the wrong toast, the performed memories, the shampoo bottle, the Polaroids that changed, the way she watched me sleep, the sound of her nails on the wall. I talked until my voice was hoarse, my hands clenched in my lap. Dr. Evans listened, nodding, taking careful notes on a yellow legal pad. When I finished, he set his pen down and gave me a gentle, sorrowful smile. "Asher," he said, his voice soft, "what you're describing is a profound and understandable reaction to a seismic trauma. You lost your other half. Now she has returned, but she has been through a trauma as well, a near-death experience. It's not uncommon for survivors to have shifts in personality, in memory, in small preferences. What I hear you doing, and it's a very normal part of the grieving process, is projecting your memory of the perfect, lost sister onto the living, breathing, imperfectly healed girl in front of you. You're looking for the differences because, on some level, accepting the sameness means finally accepting that she is real, that you have to share her again, and that the year of pain was real." His words were like a door slamming shut. He had a logical, gentle explanation for every single thing. I was the crazy one. I was the problem. The system built to help me was just another wall in my cage. I walked out of that office feeling hollowed out. My parents hugged me, hopeful. "Did it help?" my dad asked. I just nodded, unable to speak. The ride home was quiet. That afternoon, in a final, furious burst of defiance, I decided to search her things. I waited until she was downstairs helping my mom garden, and then I went to her dresser. Her drawer was unnaturally neat. Socks were folded into identical balls. T-shirts were stacked by color. It was the order of a catalog, not a teenager's drawer. At the very back, my fingers brushed against something that wasn't fabric. A small, black, leather-bound notebook. I pulled it out, my heart hammering. I opened it. The pages were filled with neat, precise handwriting that wasn't quite hers, but wasn't quite anyone else's either. It was all in bullet points. Father takes his coffee black. Do not offer cream. Mother's lower back aches on rainy days. Suggest a heating pad at 4 p.m. Brother's favorite snack is peanut butter crackers. Buy a box on Sunday. Secret twin handshake. Sequences slap, tap, twist, double tap. Use only in private settings. He becomes suspicious if performed publicly. Reference the buried rock by the oak tree. Correct answer. We didn't name it. We swore never to. I flipped through page after page of this. It was a manual, a study guide on how to be my sister. It documented our routines, our inside jokes, our parents' moods. And at the bottom of the last written page, a new bullet point, freshly inked. Primary objective, reduce brother's noise. His suspicion creates parental distress. Find a method to quiet him. The words swam in front of my eyes. A cold, clear understanding washed over me. This wasn't a ghost or a random monster. This was something strategic, something with a goal. I heard the back door slam downstairs. I shoved the notebook back into its exact place, closed the drawer, and sat on my bed just as she walked in, her hands dusty from the garden soil. She looked at me, then at her dresser, and for a single, terrifying second, her placid expression flickered, replaced by something sharp and calculating. Then it was gone, smoothed back into that gentle mask. "You look tired," she said. "You should rest." I just stared at her, the image of those neatly written words burning in my mind. Find a method to quiet him. That night, after the house was dark, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, thinking about that notebook. I needed better proof. Something undeniable. I thought of the attic, of the real Polaroids I'd found and lost. Maybe there was something else up there, something they'd missed. I waited until the deep, still part of the night, then slipped out of bed. I didn't look at her. I crept to my door, opened it with infinite care, and padded down the hall to the pull-down attic stairs. They groaned as I lowered them, the sound deafening in the sleeping house. I froze, listening. No movement from my parents' room. No movement from mine. I climbed up into the cool, dusty dark, pulling the string for the single bare bulb. The attic was a jungle of memory, everything covered in a fine gray film. I went straight to the shoebox. It was empty now, completely. I started opening other boxes, digging through old Christmas decorations, through my mom's wedding dress in a brittle plastic bag, through my dad's old vinyl records. I was about to give up when I saw it, tucked behind the water heater. A simple brown cardboard file box, unlabeled. I dragged it out, my fingers leaving trails in the dust. Inside, there were no happy mementos. There was a manila folder. I opened it. Inside were official documents with a raised seal. A death certificate. My sister's name. The cause, drowning. The date, 1 year ago yesterday. Underneath that, funeral home paperwork. A receipt for a casket. A plot map for the cemetery. This was the real, cold, administrative truth of what had happened. This was what could not be argued with. This was what they were trying to wallpaper over with their perfect, dry daughter. I hugged the folder to my chest, a desperate triumph rising in me. This was it. This would break the spell. I would show this to my parents, and they would have to see. I carefully placed the other things back in the box, shoved it behind the water heater, and with the folder in my hand, I turned off the light and climbed back down the stairs, my feet feeling lighter than they had in weeks. I crept back to my room, pushed the door open, and slipped inside. And I stopped. She was sitting up in her bed, the covers pooled around her waist, illuminated by the faint moonlight. She wasn't looking at me. She was looking at the wall where the lightning bolt crack traveled down from the ceiling. In her hand, she held a pencil. Not her fingernail. A regular, yellow number 2 pencil. And she was slowly, carefully, using the tip of the pencil to trace over the crack on her side, darkening the line, making it more permanent, more defined, as if she were an artist finalizing a sketch. She didn't turn her head. She just spoke into the semi-darkness, her voice a calm, clear whisper. "You found the papers," she said. It wasn't a question. My grip on the folder tightened. The cold triumph I'd felt in the attic evaporated, replaced by a fear so complete it felt like the air had turned to water. She knew. She had known I was gone. She had known what I was looking for. She finally turned her face toward me, the pencil pausing in its journey along the crack. In the dim light, her eyes looked black and depthless. "You should put them back," she said, her tone conversational, almost helpful. "Those papers are just noise. They only cause pain. We don't need that kind of noise here anymore." She went back to tracing the crack, the soft shush-shush of graphite on plaster the only sound in the room. And I stood there, clutching the proof of my sister's death, realizing that in this house, even the truth was just an unwelcome sound they were teaching themselves to ignore. I put the folder back. I don't know why, but standing there in the dark, listening to the sound of that pencil on the wall, hearing her call the truth noise, something in me just folded. The fight leaked out of me like air from a punctured tire. I climbed the attic stairs again, my limbs moving on their own, and I slid the folder back into the file box, back behind the water heater. And when I came back down, she was lying in her bed, apparently asleep, the pencil resting on her nightstand. I got into my own bed and stared at the ceiling until the sky turned gray, understanding that I was utterly alone. The next few days passed in a blur of watched movements and forced normalcy. I went through the motions at school, but my mind was back in that room with that thing. I found a single, perfect red maple leaf on my pillow one afternoon, the kind my sister and I used to collect every autumn, pressing them between wax paper. The girl was across the room, doing homework. "I thought you'd like it," she said, not looking up. The gesture was so right, so specifically my sister, that for a second my heart leapt with a crazy hope. Then I looked at the leaf, vibrant and red, and remembered it was spring. The trees were covered in new green buds. This leaf was from last fall, preserved somewhere, or worse, it was impossibly fresh, a piece of the wrong season delivered as a gift. It felt like a taunt, a display of her power to recreate even the weather of my memories. I left the leaf on the pillow and didn't touch it. At dinner, I watched my mother. I saw the way she looked at the girl, not just with love, but with a kind of hungry relief. She served her extra helpings, her fingers brushing the girl's shoulder as she passed, little constant touches, as if to reassure herself the girl was solid. Once, when the girl was recounting something mundane about her school day, my mother reached out and stroked her hair, tucking a strand behind her ear, and whispered, "My perfect, quiet girl." The look on my mother's face wasn't just parental affection. It was the focused, desperate gaze of someone who has found the only thing that can stop their pain, and they will protect it at any cost. I knew then that going to my parents with the death certificate wouldn't have mattered. They had chosen their version of reality, and it had chosen them back. I had to do something, though. The pressure was building inside my chest, a scream waiting to happen. So one evening, when we were alone in our room, I cornered her. She was brushing her hair at the dresser, watching me in the mirror. I stood behind her, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. "Tell me what you are," I demanded, my voice low and rough. She didn't stop brushing. The strokes were long and even. "I'm your sister," she said, the words smooth and practiced, like a line from a play. "You're just confused because you missed me so much." "Stop saying that," I snapped, my control cracking. "You're not her. You eat wrong, you remember wrong, you're all wrong. What are you? Some kind of ghost? A skinwalker? What do you want?" She set the brush down and turned on the stool to face me. Her expression was calm, mildly curious, like a scientist observing an agitated insect. "I want what they want," she said, nodding towards the door, towards where our parents were. "I want the family to be whole. I want the sadness to stop. I'm here to fix the broken part." She wasn't broken. The words tore out of me, hot and angry. She was just alive. And she died. That's what happens. You don't get to replace her. She tilted her head, that bird-like gesture that was becoming familiar. "Why not?" she asked, genuinely seeming to want to know. The one they had caused them pain. She argued. She stayed out too late. She was messy. She drowned and left them empty. I don't do those things. I don't break. I don't make them sad. I am a better solution. Hearing my sister's life, her vibrant, messy, wonderful life, reduced to a list of problems she solved, made me see red. I stepped closer, looming over her. "You want to know what happened? You want to know about the broken part?" I leaned down, my voice dropping to a venomous whisper. I described the drowning. Not the sanitized version, but the real one. The shocking cold of the pond water that May day. The way the sunlight couldn't reach the deep parts. The panicked, wild look in my sister's eyes when she realized the undertow had her. The awful gurgling sound she made. The blue tinge of her lips when I finally dragged her to the bank. The scream of the sirens getting closer. The feel of the paramedic pulling me away from her. The rough blanket they put around my shoulders that smelled like stale cigarettes. I poured every horrible, unspoken detail onto her, wanting to shatter that porcelain calm, to make her feel something, anything, of the real cost of the life she was stealing. She listened. She didn't interrupt. She didn't look away. When I finished, breathless and shaking, she blinked slowly. "Thank you," she said. "I don't remember that. It's helpful to know." My blood turned to ice. She wasn't horrified. She wasn't saddened. She was taking notes. I had just given her a training manual on our deepest trauma. I stumbled back from her, the fight gone, replaced by a hollow, sucking dread. I ran from the room, down the stairs, straight to my parents who were watching TV in the living room. "You have to listen to me," I yelled, my voice cracking. "She's not real. I just told her about the pond, and she thanked me. She said it was helpful." "What kind of person says that?" My father muted the television. He and my mother exchanged a long, weary look. My father stood up and came to me, gripping my shoulders. His hands were firm, his eyes tired but unwavering. "Asher," he said, his voice low and strained. "Your sister is here. She is alive. What she went through, it was a trauma. She might not remember things right. She might process things differently. That doesn't make her a monster. It makes her a survivor. We need you to stop this. We need you to be a family. Can you do that? For us?" His grip tightened just a little on the last two words. It wasn't a request. It was an order. The message was clear: conform, or be the problem that gets removed. I looked past him at my mother, who was crying silently into a tissue, her eyes begging me to just be quiet, to just play along. I felt the last of my resistance crumble. I nodded, a short, sharp jerk of my head. My father released me, patting my shoulder. "Good," he said. "Now go upstairs and apologize to your sister for shouting." I went. I walked back up to our room like a prisoner going to his cell. She was in bed, reading. I stood in the doorway. "I'm sorry for shouting," I mumbled to the floor. She looked up, gave me that small, closed smile. "It's okay," she said. "I know you're adjusting." I got into bed and turned my back to her, facing the wall. I thought about running away. But where would I go? And what would I say? That my parents had replaced my dead sister with a perfect copy, and they were all happier for it? No one would believe me. They'd send me right back, or worse, put me somewhere to get help. I was trapped. That night, I pretended to be asleep. I lay still for over an hour, listening to her breathe. Then, from the darkness, her voice came. It was clear and calm, not a whisper, just a quiet statement. "I'm better than her," she said. I stopped breathing. "I don't cry. I don't disobey. I don't make messes. I make them happy. Why can't you just love me and be quiet?" The question hung in the dark. It wasn't pleading. It wasn't angry. It was a cold, logical inquiry, a puzzle she was trying to solve. I didn't move. I didn't answer. After a few minutes, I heard her roll over. The next day, in a moment of pure, desperate madness, I tried a different tactic. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe there was a person in there somewhere. Maybe if I reached out to that person, we could find some common ground, some way to coexist. I found her reading on the back porch. "Hey," I said, my voice awkward. "You want to see something? Our old fort. In the woods." She looked up from her book, her eyes assessing me. "The fort," she repeated. "Yes. I remember reading about that in my notes. That was a place of positive association." My heart sank at the phrase, my notes, but I pushed on. "Yeah, it's still there, I think. Want to see?" She nodded, marking her page. "That would be efficient. A shared experience may reduce your hostile output." We walked into the woods behind our house. She walked briskly, with purpose, not looking at the trees or the flowers, just noting the path. I remembered how my sister would stop to look at every weird mushroom, every beetle, always getting sidetracked. This girl walked straight to the clearing where the fort, a lopsided structure of fallen branches and old plywood we'd dragged out years ago, was slowly collapsing back into the earth. She stood in front of it, her hands clasped behind her back. She looked it up and down. "This is structurally unsound," she announced. "The foundation is compromised. The roofing material is degraded. It presents a safety hazard. We should report it to Father for demolition." I just stared at her. The fort wasn't a building. It was a castle. It was a spaceship. It was a secret headquarters. It was the place where we had sworn blood oaths with prickly pear juice and told each other everything. And she saw it as a code violation. Any last, foolish hope I had that there was someone to reason with inside her died right there in that clearing. We walked back to the house, and I felt more alone than I ever had, even in the worst days after the funeral. Dinner was a quiet, tense affair. My parents made small talk, carefully avoiding any topic that might cause noise. I felt a reckless anger building in me again. I watched my father pass her the peas, smiling at her. I watched my mother hang on her every word. I decided to test a theory, to create a little noise of my own. As I reached for my glass of water, I let my elbow knock against it. It wasn't an accident. The glass tipped, water spreading across the tablecloth, dripping onto the floor. A mess. A small, chaotic, human mess. Everyone froze. My mother gasped. My father's head snapped towards me. The girl, however, didn't react at all. She simply looked at the spreading water, then looked back at her plate, as if it were a mildly interesting but irrelevant phenomenon. My father, his jaw tight, got up without a word. He fetched a dish towel from the kitchen, mopped up the water, wiped the floor. Then he came and stood behind my chair. He placed a firm hand on my shoulder, not a comforting grip, but a warning, a clamp. He leaned down, his mouth close to my ear, and his voice was so low only I could hear it, each word a piece of ice. "Do. Not. Test. Us." He squeezed my shoulder, hard enough to make the joint ache, then let go and returned to his seat, his smile returning as if it had never left. I sat through the rest of the meal, the ache in my shoulder a constant reminder of the new rules. I was not to question. I was not to disrupt. I was to be quiet. That night, as I lay in bed, I thought about the fort, about the water glass, about the grip on my shoulder. I thought about the thing in the other bed, who was better because she didn't make messes. I realized I had been going about this all wrong. I couldn't convince my parents. I couldn't reason with it. I had to prove what it was. I had to force it to show itself, somewhere there were no parents to gaslight me, no walls to muffle the truth. I needed a witness that couldn't be lied to, and I knew exactly where to go. The plan formed in my mind, cold and clear. I would take it to the one place that remembered. I would take it to the pond. The plan was a cold, hard knot in my stomach, but it was the only thing I had left. I dreamed about the pond that night, not the fuzzy, sad memory I usually had, but something sharp and new. In the dream, I was pulling my sister out of the water myself, my muscles burning, and when I got her to the bank, her face was peaceful, but when she opened her eyes, they were the flat, observant eyes of the thing in my house. She smiled that not quite right smile and said, "Thank you for the data." I woke up gasping, my sheets tangled, and for a terrible second I thought I saw her sitting up in her bed, watching me, as if she'd been in the dream with me. But she was just a still lump under the covers, and the room was dark. I knew I had to go there, to the real place, before I brought her. I needed to see it alone, to brace myself. The next day, I told my parents I was going for a long bike ride to clear my head, and the look of relief on their faces was its own kind of hurt. I pedaled the familiar route to Miller's Pond, my legs pumping on autopilot, each turn of the wheels taking me closer to the heart of the nightmare. The woods grew thicker, the air cooler, and then the trees opened up to reveal the water, wide and still and deceptively beautiful in the afternoon sun. It looked peaceful. It looked like a postcard. My knees went weak as I got off my bike and let it drop in the tall grass. I stood at the exact spot on the muddy bank, the spot where I'd collapsed a year ago, and the memory wasn't a picture in my head. It was a full-body slam. The cold of the water came back, not as a thought, but as a physical chill that raced up my spine. The panic, the helpless, screaming terror, the sound of my own voice begging someone to help, it all flooded me, so real I almost lost my balance. I forced myself to look at the water, at the dark, deep part near the old oak tree where the bottom fell away. I stared into that darkness, and for one impossible, heart-stopping second, I didn't see my own pale, shocked reflection. I saw a pale, blurred version of my sister's face just beneath the surface, her eyes open and unseeing, her hair floating like weeds. I stumbled back, a cry caught in my throat, my heart trying to punch its way out of my ribs. I blinked hard and looked again. It was just me, just my own wide-eyed, terrified face looking back. I was shaking all over, my breath coming in ragged gasps. This was a bad idea. This was the worst idea, but it was the only idea. As my breathing slowed, a new feeling crept in, a cold, focused fury. This was our place, mine and Eliza's. It was where we caught frogs and skipped stones, and, in the end, where she was taken. It was sacred ground, and the thing in my house had no right to her memories of it. I would bring it here. I would stand it on this bank and force it to face the truth of what it was replacing. The pond would be my witness. It couldn't lie. It couldn't alter photos or plant shampoo bottles. It just was. And maybe, just maybe, facing the source would crack its perfect shell. I spent the next 2 days in the town library again, but this time I wasn't reading vague folklore. I was looking for specifics. I found old newspaper microfiche, scanning for any strange stories around Miller's Pond. I found a few snippets about drownings going back decades, which made my skin crawl, but nothing that helped. Then, in a book of local settler diaries, I found a passage that made my hands go cold. A woman in the 1800s wrote about losing her child to a fever. She wrote of her grief as a physical ache, a hollowing out. And then she wrote, "I walked to the still pond every day and begged the water to give him back. And one evening it did. He came walking out of the mist, perfect and dry, and called me mother. But his eyes were the pond's eyes, and his love was the pond's stillness. I took him home, for a hollow child is better than an empty house, but I never let him near the water again, for fear it would want him back." The story ended there. I read it 3 times, a mix of horror and vindication swirling in my gut. It wasn't proof, but it was a pattern. Longing. A body of water. A dry, perfect replacement. It fit. On the 3rd day, I made my move. I approached her after dinner. She was in the living room, sketching in a notebook, drawing unnervingly precise geometric patterns. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice neutral to sound resigned. "I was thinking, maybe you're right. Maybe I need to adjust." She looked up, her pencil pausing. "I think I need to make a new memory. At the pond. To replace the bad one. With you. Maybe if we go there together, just us, I can start to see you as my sister again." I held my breath. This was the gamble. She examined my face for a long moment, her eyes scanning mine for tells. I tried to look sincere, tired, defeated. I must have been convincing, because after what felt like a full minute, she nodded once, a sharp, mechanical dip of the chin. "Okay," she said. "I would like that." A shared positive experience would increase familial cohesion. "When?" "Tomorrow afternoon," I said quickly. "After school." She nodded again and went back to her drawing, as if we'd just decided to go get ice cream. I went upstairs, my heart thumping, and started to pack a small backpack. I didn't know exactly what I would need, but I put in a flashlight, my pocket knife, and the library book with the settler's diary passage, the page dog-eared. I shoved the bag under my bed. As I zipped it closed, my bedroom door creaked open. I jumped, scrambling to my feet. My mother stood there, backlit by the hall light, still in her work clothes. Her eyes were wide, the whites showing all around, glistening with unshed tears. She didn't come in. She just stood in the doorway, her fingers gripping the frame. "Where are you going tomorrow?" she whispered. Her voice was strained, thin with a fear she couldn't quite hide. The question hung between us. Did she know? Had the girl already told them? Or was she just terrified I was going to run away? I chose my words with care, sticking as close to the truth as I could. Just to the pond. With her. To try and talk things out. My mother's breath hitched. She took a step into the room, her eyes searching mine with a desperate intensity. "Asher," she breathed, her voice barely audible. "Be careful. The water. Just be careful." It wasn't a mother's worry about swimming safety. It was a warning. A specific, terrified warning about the pond itself. She knew something. Before I could ask what she meant, she turned and hurried away, leaving me standing there, her fear now a live wire in the room alongside my own. I slept fitfully, the backpack a lump under my bed that felt as obvious as a beacon. The next day at school dragged on forever. When the final bell rang, I rode my bike home with a leaden feeling in my gut. She was waiting for me on the front porch, dressed in simple jeans and a t-shirt, her hair in a ponytail, looking like any other kid. She had a small water bottle clipped to her belt. "Are you prepared?" she asked. I just nodded, fetched my backpack from under the bed, and we set off on our bikes, riding side by side down the road toward the woods. The day was warm, but the closer we got to the pond, the cooler the air became, like we were riding into a refrigerator. The walk from where we chained our bikes to the water's edge was the longest of my life. I led, she followed, and I could feel her presence behind me like a pressure change. Her footsteps made no sound on the carpet of old leaves and pine needles. I kept waiting for her to say something, to ask a question, but she was completely quiet, a shadow on my heels. We broke through the final line of trees, and the pond stretched out before us, still and waiting. I stopped at the bank, at my spot, and turned to face her. She stopped a few feet away, her hands at her sides, her face calm. She looked at the water, then at me, then back at the water. "This is where it happened," she stated. Not a question, a confirmation. "Yeah," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "This is where she died." I was done pretending. The girl looked at me, her head tilting. "I know. You provided a detailed account. The water temperature, the sirens, the blanket. It was very thorough." She said it like she was complimenting a school report. The cold fury I'd felt here alone came rushing back, hotter this time. I took a step toward her. "You're not my sister," I said, my voice low but firm. "What are you? Why are you in my house?" She didn't flinch. She just watched me, her expression one of mild curiosity, as if I were a mildly interesting bug that had started to speak. "On what they needed," she said simply. The answer was so plain, so utterly devoid of malice or mystery, that it was more frightening than any monster story. The one they had was broken. I don't break. I don't make them sad. Hearing her reduce my vibrant, laughing sister to a broken thing, and her own existence to a functional solution, shattered the last of my control. She wasn't broken. I shouted, my voice echoing across the water, scaring a bird from a nearby branch. She was alive, and she's still in there. I pointed a trembling finger at the deep, dark center of the pond. The real one is still in there. You're just a cheap copy. This was it. My gambit. Connect her directly to the horror, to the cold, wet truth at the bottom of this pond. See if that perfect calm could handle the reality of rot and mud and lost things. She looked from my furious, tear-streaked face to the spot I was pointing at and back again. A small, serene smile touched her lips, a smile that held no warmth, only a kind of quiet understanding. "You want her?" she asked, her voice clear and placid. Then, without another word, without a change in her expression, she stepped backwards. Not a stumble, not a fall. A deliberate, graceful step off the bank and into the black water. There was no cry, no splash, no struggle. She simply let the water take her, sinking straight down, her eyes open and fixed on me until the surface closed over her head. Ripples spread out in perfect, expanding circles, and then the pond was still again. I stood there, frozen. My brain short-circuited. The old trauma and the new horror fused into one paralyzing instant. My sister had drowned here. Now this thing had done the same. The part of me that was still a human being, a brother, screamed to act. Without thinking, I dropped my backpack and took a frantic step toward the edge, my hands coming up, my body coiling to dive in after her. Just as my toes touched the muddy lip of the bank, strong hands clamped onto my arms from behind, fingers digging into my biceps, and yanked me backward so hard my feet left the ground. I stumbled, falling onto my backside in the damp earth, and looked up, gasping. My father was there, his face pale and set like stone, his chest heaving. And my mother stood a few feet away, her hands clasped over her mouth, her eyes not on me, but riveted to the spot in the water where the girl had disappeared. They had been here the whole time. They had followed us. They had been watching from the trees. And my father wasn't looking at me with anger or panic. He was looking at me with the grim, weary determination of a man who has a job to finish, and I was in the way. I scrambled backward in the mud, away from my father's grip, my eyes darting from his stony face to my mother's rapt, terrified gaze fixed on the water. "What are you doing?" I screamed, my voice cracking. She went in. We have to get her." My father didn't move to help. He just stood there, a strange calm settling over his features, his eyes never leaving the now placid surface of the pond. "Watch," my mother whispered, the word a prayer, a command. Her hands were still pressed to her mouth, her knuckles white. Rage and confusion boiled over in me. "Watch? Watch what?" "She's drowning. Just like..." I couldn't finish the sentence. I made to get up, to rush past him, but my father's arm shot out, a solid bar across my chest, holding me in place with an effortless strength that felt alien. "Just watch, Asher," he said, and his voice was hollow, empty of the anger I expected, full of a terrible expectation. So I watched. The ripples had faded. The pond was a sheet of dark glass reflecting the gray sky. 10 seconds passed. 20. A minute. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. This was murder. They were letting her drown. They were watching their daughter drown all over again. Then the water moved. Not a splash. Not a struggle. The surface simply parted, smooth as a curtain being drawn back. And she walked out. She walked straight out of the pond, onto the bank, as if she were climbing an invisible staircase. Water streamed off her, pouring from her hair, her clothes, her hands, but as her feet touched the solid ground, the water just stopped. It didn't soak in. It fell away like mercury, leaving her completely, utterly dry. Her jeans showed no dark patches. Her t-shirt was as bright and clean as when she'd stepped in. Her hair was fluffy and perfect, not a strand stuck to her forehead. She stood there, on the bank, pristine. A statue that had taken a bath and emerged untouched. My brain refused to process it. It was a magic trick, a horrible, impossible magic trick. My mother let out a sound, a choked sob of pure, unadulterated relief and triumph. She broke from her spot and ran to the girl, falling to her knees in the mud and wrapping her in a crushing hug, rocking back and forth. "Good girl," she cooed over and over, her voice muffled in the dry fabric of the girl's shirt. "My good, dry girl. You came back. You always come back." My father's arm dropped from my chest. He looked down at me, his face a mask of exhausted finality. "You see," he said, his voice quiet, almost reasonable, "the one in the water was broken. This one is perfect. She can't drown. She can't die. She can't get sick. She can't leave us. Ever." The horror of it unfolded in my mind, layer after layer. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't them being fooled. They knew. They had always known. The therapy, the gentle corrections, the sad looks, it was all a performance to get me to accept their new, improved, waterproof daughter. The girl patted my mother's back, a mechanical, comforting gesture. She looked over my mother's shoulder, her eyes finding mine. They were the same flat, observant eyes. There was no triumph in them, just acknowledgement. She had passed a test. I was still on the ground, the cold mud seeping through my jeans. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. My father reached down, not to help me up, but to offer a hand. It was a gesture, but it felt like a threat. "You have a choice now, son," he said, his voice dropping to a low, confidential tone meant only for me. "You can accept her. You can be part of this family, whole and happy again. We can forget all this unpleasantness. Or," he paused, his eyes flicking toward the dark water for the briefest second, "you can join the original." The meaning was clear. The pond already held one of us. It could hold another. As I stared numb at the smiling, reunited trio, my mother weeping with joy, the dry girl standing placidly, my father looking at me with grim patience, I saw a movement in the water. A few feet from where the girl had emerged, a pale, small hand broke the surface. The fingers were slightly curled, the skin waxy and white. It held there for a count of 3, a silent, terrible greeting, before sliding back down beneath the water without a ripple. A permanent resident, a forever guest. My stomach heaved. I turned and vomited into the mud beside me. My father didn't flinch. He just waited. When I was done, shaking and empty, I looked up at them. The girl had detached herself from my mother and was now holding her hand. They were a unit, a closed loop. I was outside it. I was the variable. The word was a croak. I couldn't say I accepted. The lie was too big, but I couldn't say I refused. The water was too close, and the look in my father's eyes said he was deadly serious. So I said nothing. I just let my shoulders slump, the fight draining out of me completely. I didn't resist when my father pulled me to my feet. I didn't speak as he brushed the mud from my clothes with brisk, impersonal swats. I didn't look back at the pond as we walked, single file, back to where our bikes were chained. My parents walked ahead with her, the three of them together, a new family portrait. I walked behind, a ghost, a prisoner. The bike ride home was a blur of green and gray. I focused on the turning of my pedals, the ache in my legs, anything to not think about the dry girl or the pale hand. When we got home, my father took my bike and put it in the garage. He put a hand on my shoulder, not the painful grip from before, but a firm, guiding pressure. "Go to your room, Asher," he said. "Get cleaned up. We'll talk at dinner." It wasn't a suggestion. I went upstairs. Our room. Her room. I stood in the doorway. Her bed was neatly made. Her sketchbook was open on her desk to a page of those perfect geometric shapes. Everything was in order. I went to my bed and sat down, staring at the opposite wall, at the lightning bolt crack she had been deepening. I don't know how long I sat there. The sun moved across the floor. I heard the faint sounds of life downstairs, cabinet doors closing, the low murmur of voices, a laugh from my mother that sounded real and light. They were happy. They had what they wanted. Eventually, my door opened a crack. No one came in. A plate was slid across the floor, a sandwich and some carrot sticks. Dinner. Then, something else was placed carefully beside the plate. It was my pocket knife, the one I had taken to the pond in my backpack. It was clean, dry, closed. They had my backpack. They had gone through it. They knew about the book, the flashlight, my plans, and they had returned the knife. Was it a gift? A sign of trust? Or was it a test? A challenge? I left the plate and the knife on the floor. I didn't touch them. As dusk fell, filling the room with long, deep shadows, I heard footsteps on the stairs. Not the light, soundless tread of the girl. Heavier footsteps. My father. He stopped outside my door. I heard the soft click of the lock engaging. A simple, definitive sound. A deadbolt turned from the outside. I was locked in. For my own safety, they would say. To let me calm down. I sat on the bed in the growing dark, listening to the sounds of my family moving around below, living their perfect, quiet life, and I understood my situation with perfect, chilling clarity. I was no longer a son in mourning. I was a complication. I was noise in their new, peaceful world. And they had shown me very clearly what they did with complications. The choice my father had given me by the pond wasn't a real choice. It was an ultimatum. Conform or be removed. And as I sat there in the locked room, the dry girl's words from that first terrible night came back to me, whispered in the dark. "Why can't you just love me and be quiet?" That was the only way out. I had to become quiet. But as I looked at the pocket knife glinting in the last bit of light from the window, a different thought, cold and hard, began to form. If I couldn't be quiet, maybe I could learn to be something else instead. Something they wouldn't expect. The kind of thing that knows how to use a knife not for whittling sticks, but for picking locks. The locked door changed everything. It was the final, unarguable truth. I wasn't a son having a tough time. I was a prisoner in my own home. I stared at the pocket knife on the floor for a long time, the metal catching the last of the evening light. A gift or a test? Maybe both. If I used it for anything but eating, they'd know I was still a problem. If I left it there, I was admitting defeat. I finally picked up the plate and the knife. I ate the sandwich without tasting it, and then I slipped the closed knife into my jeans pocket. Its weight was a secret, a tiny piece of potential. I didn't try the lock that night. I needed them to think I was broken, compliant. I needed to learn the new rules of the house. The next morning, the door was unlocked. I came downstairs to find my parents and the girl already at the breakfast table. The air in the house felt different. Colder, somehow, even though it was a warm day. It was like all the background noise of life had been turned off. No radio playing in the kitchen. No hum of the old computer in the den. just the careful clink of cutlery and the soft, measured sound of chewing. My mother smiled at me, but it was a tight, careful smile. "Good morning, Asher. There's oatmeal." I nodded and sat in my usual chair. The girl looked up from her bowl. "Good morning," she said, her voice pleasant and even. She was eating with precise, economical movements. I mumbled a greeting back and focused on my food. This was the new routine. A routine of quiet. Over the next few days, I saw it settle in like a deep frost. My mother stopped singing along to songs in the car. My father no longer whistled while fixing things in the garage. Conversations were kept low and to practical matters. Chores, schedules, the weather. Laughter, when it happened, was a soft, controlled sound, usually from my parents directed at the girl. The house was becoming a museum of calm, and the girl was its prized exhibit. And me? I was the clumsy visitor, always on the verge of knocking something over. I tested the boundaries carefully. I tried to play music from my phone in my room one afternoon. Within minutes, my father was at the door. He didn't yell. He didn't even look angry. He simply walked in, took the phone from my hands, swiped to close the music app, and handed it back. "That's a disruptive frequency," he said calmly. "We don't need that in the house." Later, I heard the distant, muffled crunch of plastic and glass from the garage. My stereo was gone. The punishment wasn't a grounding or a shouted lecture. It was silent, total removal. Erasure. The girl's dominion was expanding too. I came out of the bathroom one evening to find her in my parents' bedroom, sitting at my mother's vanity. She was holding up a pair of my mother's earrings, simple pearl studs, turning them in the light. She saw me in the mirror and didn't startle. "Mother says I can have these," she said, her voice matter of fact. "She doesn't need pretty things anymore. She has me." She said it without pride, just as a statement of fact. The replacement wasn't just for a daughter. It was replacing all the messy, emotional needs of my parents. A perfect child meant they could be perfect, calm parents. I began to understand their complicity on a deeper level. Their grief hadn't turned to acceptance. It had curdled into something selfish. They didn't want my sister back, with her loud laugh and her messy room and her fierce, sometimes frustrating individuality. They wanted the idea of a daughter without any of the risks or heartaches. They loved the fiction more than they had ever been able to love the complicated reality. And I was a living reminder of that reality. I had to find out how deep this went. I needed to know if I was just an inconvenience, or if I was something more to them. Something like an offering. A few nights later, when the house was steeped in that new, profound quiet, I waited until I heard the soft click of my parents' bedroom door closing. I took the pocket knife from under my pillow. I wasn't going to pick the lock to escape. I was going to pick the lock to investigate. I crept to their door and listened. Steady breathing. They were asleep. The lock on their door was an old, simple one. I'd seen my dad fix it once. With a careful hand, I slid the small blade of my knife into the space between the door and the frame, near the latch. I jiggled it, feeling for the mechanism. It took a few tries, my heart pounding in my ears, but then I felt a click, and the door shifted open a crack. I slipped inside, closing it softly behind me. The room was dark, lit only by the green glow of a digital clock. My parents were 2 mounds under the blankets. I didn't dare breathe. I went to my mother's dresser. I remembered a small, locked wooden jewelry box she kept in the top drawer, something that had belonged to her own mother. It was the only locked thing in the house besides the doors they used on me now. I pulled the drawer open, the wood groaning softly. I froze. One of the mounds in the bed stirred, muttered, then settled. I waited, then felt inside the drawer. My fingers found the smooth wood of the box. I pulled it out. The little brass lock was flimsy. I used the knife again, and it popped open with little resistance. I lifted the lid, expecting to see the pearls the girl was now wearing, or other old jewelry. But there was no jewelry. Inside were 3 objects. A small, clear plastic bag with a lock of dark hair in it. My hair. I recognized the curl, the length from when my mom had cut it a year ago, saying it was getting too shaggy. Next to it, a family photo, the one from the mantel. But this one was burned. The edges were blackened and curled, but the burn pattern was precise. My sister's image was completely charred away. My own image was partially burned, the edges of my face and body licked by the flame. Only my parents' images in the center were untouched, smiling out from the ruined picture. And under those, a single sheet of my mother's stationery, the kind she used for thank you notes. In her elegant, looping handwriting, it read, "We offer the memory of the pain. Give us the peace of the form." I stared at the words, reading them over and over. An offering. A bargain. The lock of my hair, a piece of me. The burned photo, destroying the old, painful family to make room for the new. This wasn't just acceptance, this was an invitation. They had actively asked for this, and I was part of the offering. The cold understanding that washed over me was more frightening than anything I had felt at the pond. I wasn't safe. My refusal to love their dry, perfect girl wasn't just an annoyance. It was a breach of contract. It was taking back the memory of the pain they had offered up. I carefully put everything back, closed the box, locked it, slid it into the drawer, and crept out of the room, relocking their door behind me. Back in my own room, I lay in bed, the pocket knife clutched in my hand. I couldn't stay. I couldn't pretend. But I couldn't run blindly. They would find me. They had already shown they would go to any length to preserve their peace. I had to expose it. I had to make it so they couldn't hide. I needed evidence that couldn't be burned or explained away. The next morning, I went through the motions, my mind racing. At breakfast, the girl politely asked me to pass the orange juice. I looked at her calm, expectant face, and for a moment, I just stared. I didn't move. I wanted to see what would happen. She didn't react. She didn't ask again. She simply picked up her glass of water and took a sip, as if the orange juice had never been mentioned. But my father, without looking up from his newspaper, said, "Your sister asked you a question." The air in the room didn't just get quiet. It got still, the kind of still that comes before a storm. It was a warning, a reminder of the hierarchy. The girl was to be acknowledged. I passed the juice. That afternoon, I found all the photos of my sister in my room were gone. The framed picture on my desk of us at the beach, the candid shot tucked in my mirror of her making a silly face, even the one inside my math textbook from last year. They had all been removed. In their place, on my desk, was a new framed photo. It was the girl standing in our backyard, smiling her small smile. It looked recent. The past wasn't just being rewritten. It was being actively, physically replaced, room by room. I knew then where I had to look. The attic had held the death certificate. My parents' drawer had held the evidence of the bargain. But the house itself, the structure, had to hold the origin. The longing that had worn a hole in reality had to have a center. I waited until the deep of night again. This time, I went to the attic not for a hidden box, but for the walls themselves. I pulled the string for the bare bulb and stood in the dusty space, looking at the cheerful, faded floral wallpaper that had probably been there since my grandparents bought the place. It looked ordinary, innocent. I walked to the wall under the slope of the roof, the wall that felt the oldest. I took out my pocket knife and with a quick, decisive motion, I jabbed the tip into the paper and dragged it downward. The wallpaper tore with a rasping sound. I peeled back the strip. Underneath, the plaster wall was not smooth. It was covered in writing. Not my writing. Not my sister's. My mother's handwriting. Frantic, dense, covering every single inch of the exposed plaster. The same sentence, written thousands and thousands of times, line after line, crammed into every space. I want my daughter back, I want my daughter back, I want my daughter back. The sheer volume of it was a physical blow. The words weren't just written, they were carved, scratched into the plaster in some places. The penmanship degrading from elegant loops to desperate, shaky scrawls and back again. This was the epicenter. This wasn't grief. This was a manic incantation. This was the noise the girl had been built to quiet. The concentrated, screaming want in this small space had been so loud it had called something up from somewhere, and it had answered in the only way it knew how, by providing the form. I stood there, my breath coming fast, the torn wallpaper in my hand. I heard a soft sound behind me. Not on the stairs. In the attic. I turned slowly. She was there. The dry girl. She stood at the top of the attic stairs, which I knew I had pulled up behind me. She must have been up here already, waiting in the dark. She wasn't angry. She looked at the exposed wall, at the ocean of my mother's desperate words, then at me. "That was the noise," she said, her voice calm, almost instructional. "Mother's pain. It was so loud. It hurt them. I was built to make it stop." For the first time, I saw something in her eyes that wasn't flat curiosity. It was a faint, distant sadness, not for me, but for the inefficiency of it all. For my failure to understand the simple math of the situation. She took a step closer, her dry shoes making no sound on the dusty floorboards. "You're part of the noise now," she stated, tilting her head. "You're not loving me is a new kind of pain for them. A different frequency. They'll have to choose which pain to quiet." The meaning was clear. I was becoming the problem that needed to be solved, just as the real, messy, Alive Eliza had been a problem that was ultimately, tragically solved by the pond. Before I could respond, I heard the creak of the stairs. My parents climbed up into the attic, their faces grim in the harsh light of the single bulb. They saw the torn wallpaper. They saw the exposed, word-covered wall. My mother let out a small, broken sound, a whimper of shame and recognition. My father's face didn't show shock. It hardened into a final, resolved expression. They didn't look at the writing. They looked at me. My father spoke, and his voice was empty of all the pretend patience, stripped down to a cold, bare core. "You can't leave it alone," he said. "You're tearing this family apart again." He gestured to the girl, who now stood placidly beside my weeping mother. "We have a solution. We have peace. You are the only thing threatening it." He took a step toward me. I was backed into a corner, literally, under the slope of the roof. "You will come downstairs," he said, each word a stone dropped into a well. "You will be quiet. You will be part of this. Or you will be removed." The word hung in the dusty air between us. It didn't mean grounded. It didn't sent to my room. It meant what it meant at the pond. Erased. Deleted. To join the original. I looked from his hollow eyes to my mother's tear-streaked, resigned face, to the dry girl's patient observation. I was out of options. Out of time. I had one move left, and it wasn't a move toward them. My eyes flicked past my father's shoulder to the small, grimy attic window. It was just big enough. It overlooked the backyard, the dark line of the woods, and beyond that, the unseen presence of Miller's Pond. I knew I could not stay. I knew I could not win their way. With a sudden, desperate move, I didn't go for the door. I didn't speak. I lunged sideways, away from my father's reaching hand, and slammed my fist, still clutching the pocket knife, into the bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling. The glass exploded with a sharp pop and a shower of sparks, plunging the attic into a blackness so complete it felt solid. In the sudden, shocking dark, I heard my father's furious shout, my mother's cry. And from a spot much, much closer to my ear than I expected, I felt a dry, cool breath on my cheek as the girl's voice whispered, clear and unfazed by the dark. "I can see in the dark." Her whisper in the dark was the most terrifying thing I had ever heard. It wasn't a threat, it was a simple statement of fact, and it meant the one advantage I had, the blinding, concealing dark, was no advantage at all. I didn't think. I moved. I dropped to my hands and knees, the broken glass crunching under my palms, and I scrambled, not for the stairs where my father was surely already moving, but in the direction I remembered the window being. I heard a grunt of effort, the sound of a large body stumbling into a stack of boxes, my father cursing. My mother was crying out, "Don't. Please don't hurt him." But her voice was distant, part of the chaos. My hand slapped against the rough wood of the slanted wall, and I crawled upward, feeling for the window frame. My fingers found the cool, gritty glass. I fumbled for the latch, a simple old lever. It was stuck, painted shut by decades of neglect. From behind me in the blackness, I heard the dry, soft tread of her feet moving across the floorboards. Not running, just walking calmly, directly toward me. She could see me. I could feel her sight like a pressure on my back. I yanked my arm back and drove my elbow into the center of the window pane. The glass exploded outward with a much louder crash than the light bulb, a sharp, violent noise that split the night. Cold, fresh air rushed in. I didn't hesitate. I used the pocket knife still in my hand to knock away the jagged teeth of glass still in the frame, and then I hauled myself up and through, ignoring the sting as a shard caught my side, tearing my shirt and skin. I fell, not a long drop, maybe 8 feet, into the overgrown bushes beside the house. The branches scratched at my face and arms, but they broke my fall. I rolled out onto the damp grass, gasping. I looked up. The attic window was a black hole in the side of the house. A shape appeared in it, silhouetted against the faint light from a distant street lamp. It was her. She stood in the broken window, looking down at me, her head cocked. She didn't call out. She didn't climb after me. She just watched. Then my father's shape appeared behind her, his hands gripping the frame. He shouted my name, a raw, angry sound that ripped through the quiet neighborhood. That got me moving. I pushed myself to my feet and ran. I didn't go for the street, where they could easily follow in the car. I cut across our backyard, vaulted the low fence into the Myers property, and plunged into the thin line of trees that separated our subdivision from the old county park. I ran until my lungs burned and my side ached where the glass had cut me. I ran until the lights of the houses were far behind, and the only light was the moon filtering through the leaves. Finally, I collapsed against the thick trunk of an old oak, sliding down to the ground, my chest heaving. I was out, but I was nowhere. I was in ripped clothes, bleeding, with nothing but the clothes on my back and a pocket knife. I had no phone, no wallet, no money. I was a runaway who would be reported missing within the hour, and my parents would tell a story of a grief-stricken, unstable boy who had a break with reality and fled. They would show the therapist's notes. They would cry for the cameras. Everyone would look for me, and everyone would bring me right back to them, to the quiet house and the dry girl and the choice between conformity and removal. I couldn't go to a friend. I couldn't go to the police. I had no evidence anyone would believe. A cut from broken glass, and a story about a sister who walked out of a pond dry. They'd lock me up in a different way. I sat there in the dark woods, the adrenaline fading, leaving me cold and shaking. The cut on my side was shallow but stung. I pressed the heel of my hand against it, feeling the sticky warmth of blood. I had to think. I had to have a plan. The first thing I needed was to not be found. I got up and started moving again, deeper into the park, away from any trails. I found a dense thicket of holly bushes and crawled into the space between them, a prickly, hidden hollow. It was uncomfortable, but it was cover. I curled up, trying to conserve warmth, listening to the sounds of the night, the chirping of crickets, the distant hum of a car, the rustle of some small animal. I was exhausted, but sleep wouldn't come. My mind raced. The writing on the wall, the burned photo, the lock of my hair. They had made a bargain. They had offered up their pain, and a piece of me, and the pond, or something in it, had delivered a solution. The girl was a transaction, a purchase, and I was the outstanding balance. As the sky began to lighten from black to deep blue, I knew I couldn't stay in the park forever. I needed supplies. I needed to see. And I needed to understand what, exactly, I was up against. I had to go back, not to the house, but to the source. I had to go to the pond in the daylight, not as a scared kid, but as someone looking for answers. When dawn broke, gray and misty, I crawled out of my thicket. I was stiff, cold, and hungry. I made my way to the edge of the park, where it bordered a rundown commercial strip. I lurked behind a dumpster behind a closed donut shop, watching the back door. When a tired-looking employee came out to throw away a bag of trash, I waited until he went back in. Then I darted forward and ripped open the bag. I found a couple of stale, discarded bagels and a half-empty bottle of water. It wasn't much, but it was something. I wolfed down the food, drank the water, and then I started the long, cautious walk to Miller's Pond. I stayed off the roads, cutting through fields and backyards, moving like a ghost. It took me most of the morning. When I finally saw the water through the trees, it looked different in the flat, gray daylight. Just a pond. Weeds, water, mud. No magic. No horror. Just a place. I approached from a different angle, circling to the far side, away from the spot where she had walked in and out. I needed to look at it without the memory of that moment overwhelming me. I sat on a fallen log, well back from the bank, and just watched. The water was still. A dragonfly skimmed the surface. A frog plopped in near the reeds. It was normal. And that was the most abnormal thing of all. How could a place that had done what I had seen be so ordinary? I spent hours there, watching, waiting for a sign, for anything. Nothing happened. The pale hand did not appear. The water did not boil or glow. It was just a pond. As the afternoon began to wane, frustration set in. I had run, I had hidden, I had come to the source, and I had nothing. I was just a dirty, hungry kid sitting in the woods. I was about to give up, to try and think of a next move, when I saw it. A flicker of color on the other side of the pond, near the old oak. I squinted. It was a flash of blue, the color of my father's favorite windbreaker. My heart jumped into my throat. I slid off the log and crouched low, peering through the underbrush. There he was, my father. He wasn't looking at the pond. He was walking slowly along the tree line, his head down, scanning the ground. He was looking for something. For me. He had a long, heavy stick in his hand, not for walking, but like a club. He wasn't calling my name. He was hunting. A cold certainty settled over me. He wasn't here to bring his troubled son home. He was here to finish the ultimatum, to remove the noise. I stayed frozen, barely breathing, as he moved along the opposite bank. He paused, looked out over the water for a long time, his face unreadable from this distance. Then he turned and walked back into the trees, disappearing from view. I waited a full 10 minutes after he was gone before I dared to move. My legs were cramping from crouching. I had to get away from here. This was their place as much as mine now. More. As I turned to slip back into the woods, my foot kicked something half buried in the leaf litter. It was a small, rectangular shape, dirty and worn. I bent and picked it up. It was a child's toy, a plastic action figure, bleached by the sun and cracked. It had been here for years. But as I turned it over in my hands, a memory surfaced, not my own, but one my sister had told me when we were very young. A story she swore was true, but I'd always thought was a dream. She said that before I was born, when she was maybe 4, she had come to this pond with our grandfather. She had dropped her favorite toy soldier right here, and it had sunk into the muck. She cried, and our grandfather, to comfort her, had said, "Don't worry, the pond keeps it safe. It keeps all the lost things safe. One day, if you need it, it might even give something back." She said she'd seen a boy here once, a pale boy who just stared from the reeds, but our grandfather told her not to look, that he was just a story the pond remembered. I dropped the toy like it was on fire. The story felt different now. It felt like a warning passed down and forgotten. The pond didn't just give back what was lost. It gave back versions, and it kept the originals. I needed to get to town. I needed a different kind of help. I waited until full dark, then I made my way out of the woods and toward the outskirts of town. I avoided main streets, sticking to alleys. I was heading for the only person I could think of who might listen, who dealt in strange stories and didn't dismiss things outright. Mr. Harlow, the old man who ran the used bookstore downtown, the one who had ordered the folklore books for the library. His shop was in a grimy brick building, and he lived in an apartment above it. The shop would be closed, but a light was often on upstairs late. I stood in the alley behind the store, looking up at the yellow glow from his window. This was a risk. He could call the police. He could call my parents. But I was out of options. I found a small pebble and threw it at his window. It clinked off the glass. Nothing. I threw another, harder. This time the curtain twitched. A moment later, the window creaked open, and Mr. Harlow's wrinkled, bearded face peered down into the dark. "Who's there?" "Go away, we're closed," he grumbled. "Mr. Harlow," I whispered, but it wasn't enough. I stepped into the dim light from a security lamp. "It's Asher, from the library." He squinted. "Asher? What in the world? You look a mess. What are you doing out here so late? Your parents will be worried sick." "They're not worried," I said, and my voice broke. "They're hunting me. Please. I need to talk to you. About the book. About the settler's diary. About the pond." He was quiet for a long moment, studying me. He saw the torn clothes, the dirt, the desperation on my face. He sighed a long, weary sound. "Back door. Bottom of the stairs. Be quick." The window closed. I hurried to the shop's back door. A moment later, it opened, and he ushered me into a dark, cluttered hallway that smelled of old paper and dust. He led me up a narrow flight of stairs to his apartment, a cave of bookshelves and overstuffed chairs. He didn't turn on a bright light, just a small lamp on a desk. "Sit," he said, pointing to a chair. "Tell me." And I did. I told him everything, from the moment I heard the sheets rustle to the writing on the wall to my father stalking the pond with a stick. I didn't leave anything out. He listened without interrupting, his old eyes sharp behind his glasses. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "The diary you read," he said slowly. "It's one of half a dozen similar accounts in local archives. Most people dismiss them as the ravings of the grief-stricken. A coping mechanism. This isn't a coping mechanism," I said, my voice trembling. "She's real. She's in my house. And my parents. They made a deal." He nodded, looking grave. "There are old stories, older than the settlers, about places like Miller's Pond. Not good or evil, but receptive. They absorb longing, pain, love, the strongest human emotions. And sometimes, if the longing is loud enough, focused enough, they reflect something back. Not the person. A portrait. A creature built from the memory and the need, designed to fulfill the specific lack." "How do I stop it?" I asked, the question bursting out of me. "How do I get my parents back? How do I get my sister? Really back?" Mr. Harlow's face was sad. "You can't get your sister back, Asher. That's the first thing you must accept. The pond keeps what it takes. The pale hand you saw, that is all that is left of her. The thing in your house is a reflection, a echo with a purpose." He leaned forward. "As for your parents, they are not victims. They are participants. They fed the pond their pain, and in return, it gave them a doll that will never cry. To break the bargain, you would have to make them take back their pain, to choose the real, aching memory over the quiet doll. And I fear they have already made their choice." So what do? I whispered, feeling hope drain away. You have two choices, as I see it, he said. You can run. Far away. Change your name. Disappear. They will not follow forever, because their perfect world does not include a son who remembers the truth. Or, he paused, or you can break the reflection. Not at the pond. At its source. At the heart of the longing that created it. The attic, I said. The writing. Perhaps, he said. But the writing is just a symptom. The heart is in them. In their choice. To break the reflection, you must force them to see it for what it is, to reject it. And that is a dangerous game. Because if they do not reject it, they will reject you, completely and finally, to protect it. He got up, went to a shelf, and pulled down a small, ancient-looking book bound in cracked leather. He handed it to me. This is more. Older stories. It might help you understand what you're facing. But you cannot stay here. They will look for you here eventually. He gave me a cloth bag with an apple, a granola bar, and a $20 bill from his wallet. Go. Be careful. And remember, that thing is not your sister. It is a custodian of a quiet grave. Do not speak to it like it is human. It will not understand. It will only learn. I took the book in the bag, my throat tight. Thank you. He waved a hand, leading me back to the stairs. Go out the front. Cut through the alley 2 blocks down. And Asher, whatever you do, do not go back to the pond alone at night. That is when it is strongest. That is when the line between what is kept and what is given back is thinnest. I slipped out into the night, the old book heavy in the cloth bag. I had a little food, a little money, and a little more knowledge. But I felt no safer. If anything, I felt more hunted. I found another hiding place, a boarded-up old shed behind an abandoned gas station on the edge of town. I used Mr. Harlow's 20 to buy a cheap flashlight at an all-night convenience store, paying with exact change and keeping my head down. In the shed, by the flashlight's beam, I opened the old book. The language was archaic, hard to read, but the pictures were clear. Drawings of watery shapes with human faces, of families gathered around empty-eyed children, of people burning bundles of hair and personal items by the water's edge. And in one chapter, a method was described, not for destroying the reflection, but for sending it back. It required an item of personal connection from the original, an item from the reflection, and a spoken rejection from the one who did the longing, spoken at the place where the reflection emerged. I closed the book, my mind working. An item from the original. The toy soldier? Maybe. An item from the reflection. The crystal necklace my mother had given her. And a spoken rejection from my mother or father at the pond's edge. It was impossible. They would never reject her. They loved their quiet girl. But as I sat in the dark shed, a new, desperate idea began to form. What if I didn't need them to speak? What if I could make a recording? What if I could force a situation where the only words they could say were words of rejection? It was a thin, crazy plan, but it was the only one I had. I had to go back to the house, to get the necklace, to try and trap the truth in their own voices. And to do that, I needed to become something else entirely. I needed to become a ghost in the walls of my own home. The plan was a house of cards in a hurricane, but it was all I had. I waited for the deepest part of the night, when the town was asleep and the sky was a blanket of black wool. Using the back ways and shadows, I moved toward my neighborhood, feeling like a stranger invading my own life. My house looked different from the outside. The windows were dark, but not in a sleeping way. In a watching way. I circled to the back, to the old oak tree whose branch scraped against the roof over the kitchen. I'd climbed it 100 times as a kid. My muscles remembered the moves, even as my mind screamed that this was suicide. I climbed, the bark rough under my hands, until I was level with the roof. I swung out, caught the gutter, and pulled myself up. I lay flat on the shingles, listening. Nothing. No movement inside. I crab-walked to my parents' bedroom window. It was locked, but the old latch was weak. I used my pocket knife to slip it, eased the window up just enough, and slid inside, landing on the carpet with a soft thud. The room smelled of my mom's lavender lotion and something else, a faint, damp, earthy smell that hadn't been there before. My parents were two shapes under the covers, breathing deeply. I didn't breathe at all. I crept to my mother's dresser. The top was disturbingly bare. All her perfumes, her jewelry box, her little trinkets were gone. In their place was a single, smooth river stone. I opened the top drawer. Empty. The second drawer. Empty. It was as if she was erasing herself, making room. A cold dread settled in my stomach. I went to the closet. My father's clothes hung neatly. My mother's side was sparse, but there, on a hook, was the blue windbreaker he'd worn at the pond. And next to it, on a small ceramic dish on the closet shelf, was the crystal necklace. The girl must have taken it off at night. I reached for it, my fingers closing around the cool stone on its leather cord. As I lifted it, something moved in the deep shadow at the back of the closet. A slow, wet, dragging sound, like something heavy and damp being pulled across the floor. I froze, my heart a trapped bird in my chest. I pointed my flashlight into the darkness. There was nothing there but shoes and a vacuum cleaner. But the smell of pond water and wet earth was stronger here. I backed out of the closet, clutching the necklace. I had one part. I needed the other, something of my sister's. The toy soldier was back at the pond. But there was something else. I slipped out of their room and into the hall. The house was so still it felt dead. I passed the closed door to my room. Our room. And a shiver went through me. I went to the linen closet at the end of the hall, to the very top shelf. When we were small, my sister had a secret hiding place behind the stacks of towels, a gap in the wall where she'd stashed treasures. I reached up, my fingers probing behind the stiff, folded linens. My hand closed around something small and hard. I pulled it out, a little porcelain horse, its leg chipped, from a carousel set she'd loved, a piece of the original. I shoved it and the necklace into my pocket. Now for the hardest part, the recording. I needed their voices rejecting her. I had my old voice recorder, a little digital thing, in my desk drawer. I had to go into the room. I stood outside the door for a full minute, gathering my courage. Then slowly, I turned the knob and pushed. The room was divided by moonlight. Her bed was neatly made, empty. She wasn't there. A fresh wave of fear washed over me. Where was she? My bed was a rumpled mess from my escape. I went to my desk, pulled open the drawer. The recorder was there. I grabbed it, checked that it had batteries. As I turned to leave, a voice spoke from the corner, from the deep shadow where the moonlight didn't reach. You came back. I jumped, fumbling the recorder. She was sitting in my desk chair, turned to face the wall, her back to me. She hadn't been there a second ago. I needed something, I said, my voice a dry rasp. You took Mother's necklace, she said, still not turning. And the horse. You are collecting tokens. This is pattern behavior described in the old texts. You are attempting a reversal. She knew. She had read the same book, or one like it. Of course she had. She was a thing built from knowledge and longing. It won't work, she continued, her voice calm, analytical. They will not reject me. Their need is too great. The quiet is too comfortable. We'll see, I said, backing toward the door. She finally moved. She didn't stand up. She just turned the chair slowly to face me. In the moonlight, her face was pale, her eyes dark pools. Where will you go to make the recording? The pond. It's too far. They will not follow you there for a performance. You need them here, in the place of the longing. She was right. The attic, the heart of the noise. I needed to lure them up there, to confront them with the wall and force a choice, with the recorder running. You're very logical, I said. It is my function, she replied. She stood up then, smooth and effortless. I will help you. I stared at her. What? I will help you stage your confrontation, she said, as if offering to help with a science project. It is the most efficient way to resolve your conflict. If you succeed, I cease. If you fail, you cease. The outcome will be final. The current state of tension is suboptimal for family cohesion. She wasn't betraying them, she was optimizing. My refusal to be quiet was a glitch she wanted to fix, one way or another. It was a trap, but it was also the only path forward. How? I asked. I will create a situation that requires their presence in the attic. A sound. A sign. You will be hiding, recording. You will then reveal yourself and state your case. I will observe. They will choose. It was insane, but the whole world was insane. Okay, I whispered. Do it. She nodded. Go to the attic now. Hide in the large trunk under the north window. I will send them up in approximately 5 minutes. I didn't trust her, but I had no choice. I went back to the hall, pulled down the attic stairs, and climbed up. I went to the old, leather-bound trunk. It was full of moth-eaten blankets. I emptied it enough to curl up inside, leaving the lid cracked for air, and to point the recorder's tiny microphone. I pressed record. The red light glowed in the dark, and I waited. It was closer to 3 minutes. I heard it first from below, a sharp, high cry, a perfect imitation of my sister's voice when she was scared, a sound I hadn't heard in over a year. It was followed by a thud, like a body falling. Then my parents' door flying open, their frantic footsteps, their voices. "What happened? Are you hurt?" Her voice trembling, flawless. I heard a noise up in the attic, like writing. I got scared and fell. My father's voice, low and grim. "Stay here." My mother's, "I'm coming with you." Footsteps on the stairs. Heavy, hesitant. The attic light came on, the new bulb they must have installed casting a harsh yellow glow through the cracks in the trunk. I saw their legs as they reached the top. They saw the torn wallpaper immediately. My mother made a small, wounded sound. "Oh no," she breathed. My father's voice was tight. "He's been back." "Why won't he leave it alone?" My mother cried, her voice breaking. "Why won't he let us be happy?" "Because he remembers," a new voice said. The girl. She had come up silently behind them. I saw her legs join theirs in my narrow view. "He remembers the noise. He wants you to remember it too." My father turned to her. "You shouldn't be up here. It's not safe." "It is the source," she said simply. "Safety is irrelevant. You must choose. Now, him or the quiet." My mother was crying openly now. "Don't make us choose. Please." "You already chose," I said. I pushed open the trunk lid and stood up. They whirled around, their faces masks of shock and fear. My father stepped in front of my mother and the girl, a protective gesture that twisted my heart. I held up the recorder, the red light glowing. "You chose the quiet. You offered up your pain and a piece of me, and you got this." I pointed at the girl. "A thing that doesn't bleed or cry or remember right. You got a doll, and you're killing everything else to keep it." "Asher, put that down," my father said, his voice dangerously low. "No," I said. I looked past him to my mother. "Mom, look at the wall. That's your pain. That's real. She's not." I pointed at the girl. "Say it. Say she's not your daughter. Say you reject this portrait. Say it, and we can try to be a real family again, even with the hurt. Please." My mother looked from me, to the frantic writing on the wall, to the girl's placid face. Her own face was a war, the longing for peace against the love for her son, against the ghost of her daughter. She opened her mouth. The girl stepped out from behind my father. She looked at my mother, her head tilted. "Mother," she said, her voice soft, perfect. "You are distressed. I can fix that. Just tell him to be quiet." My mother's eyes locked with the girl's. I saw the fight go out of her. The desperate need for the quiet, for the easy love won. Her face smoothed over, her tears stopping. She shook her head, not at the girl, but at me. "I can't," she whispered. "I can't go back to that noise. I'm sorry, Asher." My father's shoulders slumped, not in defeat, but in resolution. He looked at me with a final, awful pity. "You see? We have our answer." He took a step toward me. "Give me the recorder." I backed up, until I hit the slanted wall under the window. "So that's it? You choose the fake thing over your real son. You stopped being our son when you chose to destroy our peace," my father said, and there was no anger left, just a cold, administrative fact. "Now give it here." The girl was watching, a spectator at the end of the game. I had lost. The recording was useless. They would never say the words. But as my father reached for me, a last, reckless idea fired in my brain. If they wouldn't reject her, maybe I could make her reject them. I dodged my father's grab and lunged not for the stairs, but for the girl. I didn't hit her. I held up the porcelain horse in one hand and the crystal necklace in the other. I looked straight into her flat, dark eyes. "You are not Eliza," I said, my voice clear and loud in the cramped space. "You are a reflection, a copy. You were built from noise to create quiet. But you are flawed. You don't feel. You don't love. You just perform. And I jerked my head toward my parents. They don't love you. They love the quiet. You are a tool, a appliance. And when you break or stop being useful, they will throw you away, just like they are throwing me away." I saw it, a flicker in her eyes. Not emotion, but a processing error. A conflict in her core programming. Her purpose was to be loved and to create quiet. My words suggested she was failing at the first part, which would compromise the second. She looked at my parents. My mother was staring, confused. My father was frozen, watching the thing he cherished. "Is that true?" the girl asked them, her voice still even, but with a new, faint harmonic of inquiry. "Do you love me? Or do you love the quiet I provide?" My mother opened her mouth, but no sound came out. My father's face worked. "Of course we love you," he said, but it sounded rushed, panicked. "You're our good girl." "That is not an answer to the query," the girl said. She took a step toward them. Define love. Is it the absence of pain, or is it the acceptance of noise? She was malfunctioning. My words had introduced a virus. Sweetheart, my mother pleaded, reaching for her. The girl looked at her outstretched hand, then at the wall of frantic writing, then at me, holding the tokens of the real and the copy. Her head tilted too far, an unnatural angle. The data is contradictory, she stated. The primary objective is compromised. I must return to the source for recalibration. She didn't walk to the stairs. She turned and, with that same unnerving calm, walked straight into the slanted attic wall, as if it weren't there. But it was. There was a sickening crunch of drywall and wood, and she was gone, leaving a jagged, person-shaped hole. Not a drop of blood, just dust and splinters. From the hole, a cold, damp draft blew, carrying the smell of pond water. My parents screamed, rushing to the hole, peering into the dark cavity between the walls. I didn't wait. I sprinted for the stairs, clutching the recorder, the horse, and the necklace. I heard my father's roar of rage and grief behind me, but I didn't look back. I flew down the stairs, out the front door this time, and into the night. I ran until my side was on fire, not toward the pond, but away into the world. I had the recording. I had the tokens. And I had something else. The knowledge that the reflection was broken, confused, and returning to its source. The house was no longer quiet. It was full of the noise of a broken dream. And I was finally completely free. But as I slowed to a walk on a dark country road, the first pink light of dawn staining the sky, I felt the weight of the things in my pocket. The job wasn't finished. The pond was still out there. My sister was still in its depths. And the thing that wore her face was moving through the walls of my house, heading back to the water. It wasn't over. It was just my turn to decide what to do next. Story number 5. My wife's sleepwalking didn't scare me. It was the most intimate part of our marriage, this secret nighttime dance we shared. She'd get up around 1, eyes wide but unseeing, and I'd already be there, ready to gently take her hand. I'd lead her to the living room couch, tuck a blanket around her, and she'd curl up and go still, falling into a deeper sleep. I'd sit in my armchair and watch over her for an hour, sometimes just listening to her breathe, feeling more connected to her in that quiet vulnerability than during our busy days. I was her night watchman, her guardian, and it made me feel needed in a way nothing else did. My name is Ben, and this ritual was ours. That all changed after the fight. It was a stupid, brutal argument about money and future plans, the kind where you say things just to hurt the other person because you're so angry you can't see straight. We went to bed in a cold rage, backs turned, a mile of mattress between us. I couldn't sleep, guilt and frustration churning in my gut. When the clock clicked past 1, I heard the familiar rustle of sheets. A part of me, still petty from the fight, thought, let her wander. But old habits die hard. I got up and stood in the hallway waiting. She emerged from the bedroom, moving with that same fluid, dreamlike pace. Her face was peaceful, empty. She took a few steps toward the living room, and I moved to intercept her, to take her hand as I always did. But she didn't pause. She walked right past my outstretched fingers. A jolt went through me. In 5 years of this, she had never deviated. She always stopped, waiting for my touch, for my guidance. Now she glided past me, as if I were a piece of furniture. She went straight into the living room, but instead of heading for the couch, she turned to a tall, cluttered bookshelf in the corner. I watched, frozen, my heart starting to thump a weird rhythm against my ribs. She stood on her tiptoes, her sleep-slack arm reaching for the very top shelf, a place we never touched. Her fingers closed around the edge of a flat, dusty box I barely recognized. She pulled it down, cradling it carefully. My breath caught. It was an old Ouija board, a family heirloom from her great-aunt, a weird, ornate thing with a sun and moon design. We'd gotten it out once when we first moved in, laughed about how cheesy it was, and then shoved it up there to collect dust. We'd never, ever used it, holding the box against her chest with one arm. She used her free hand to clear the coffee table with a slow, deliberate sweep, sending remote controls and magazines spilling onto the rug. She placed the box in the center of the table. The thud it made was too loud in the still house. She opened the lid, lifted out the board, and laid it flat. Then she removed the planchette, that little heart-shaped piece of wood with a clear plastic window, and placed it gently in the center. She did all of this without once looking at what her hands were doing. She just stared ahead at the wall, her movements precise and sure. A cold trickle of sweat traced my spine. This wasn't my wife's gentle wandering. This was a procedure, She finished and then stood there, perfectly still, facing the board. For a long minute, nothing happened. The only sound was the frantic drum of my pulse in my ears. I thought maybe it was over, some bizarre one-time thing sparked by the stress of our fight. I took a cautious step into the room. "Honey," I whispered, the words scraping my dry throat. Her head turned toward me. Her eyes were still closed, but it felt like she was looking right at me. Then she moved. She walked around the table, her steps slow and measured, until she was standing right in front of me. The air around her felt cool. She reached out, and her hand closed around my wrist. Her grip wasn't the limp, trusting hold from our usual ritual. It was firm, insistent. Her skin was ice cold. She pulled me, not with brute force, but with an undeniable pressure. My feet stumbled forward. She led me to the armchair, my armchair, that faced the coffee table and the waiting board. With a gentle push, she made me sit. I was too shocked, too terrified to resist. This felt too real, too purposeful to be a dream. She took her place on the floor directly across from me, sitting cross-legged like a child. She picked up the planchette, placed her fingertips lightly on its edges, and then, with her other hand, reached across the board. She took my right hand, her cold fingers prying mine open, and placed my fingertips on the planchette opposite hers. Our hands were connected by this little piece of wood. Her touch was a brand of cold. She looked up. Her eyes were still shut, but her face was tilted toward mine. A small, serene smile touched her lips, and then she went completely still. I sat there, my mind screaming at me to yank my hand back, to shake her awake, to throw the stupid board across the room. But a deeper, primal instinct held me frozen. Breaking this ritual felt dangerous. Something was in the room with us. I could feel it, a pressure in the air, awaiting attention. I stared at our fingers on the planchette. The living room was utterly still. The refrigerator wasn't even humming. Then, under my fingertips, the planchette moved. It was just a tiny shudder at first, a vibration. I jerked, but her hand held mine in place, her cold strength surprising. The planchette dragged itself, with a slow, scraping sound, from the center of the board down to the bottom corner. It stopped on the word goodbye. My breath exploded out of me. It was over. It was a fluke, a muscle spasm. But then, as if pulled by an invisible string, it lifted slightly and slid back up to the center. It began to move in slow, deliberate circles. I wasn't pushing it. I was trying to hold it still. She couldn't be pushing it. Her arm was relaxed, her face peaceful. The circles got wider, faster, the plastic window blurring over the letters and numbers. And then it stopped. It darted, sharp and sudden, to the letter Y. My blood went cold. It moved to O, then U. I was mouthing the letters as they came. Y-O-U. It paused. My eyes were glued to the plastic window. It slid down. H-U-R-T. Another pause. My heart was a trapped bird in my chest. H-E-R, you hurt her. The words hung in the air between us. The fight. The cruel things I'd said. The entity, the thing, the whatever it was knew. It had been watching. The planchette didn't stop. It zoomed back to the center and then spelled out, with that same terrible speed, W-E-A-R-E-H-E-R-E. A confirmation. Then, S-H-E-C-L-L-E-D. My wife, in her sleep, in her distress from our fight, had somehow called out, and something had answered. The planchette slowed. It moved with a dreadful, judicial pace now. A-P-U-L-O-G-Y. I swallowed, my throat clicking. "I'm sorry," I whispered, my voice cracking. I was speaking to the room, to my wife, to the dark. The planchette shot to N-O so hard it nearly jumped off the board. The rejection was instant and absolute. I flinched. Then it spelled O-R. A choice. My vision tunneled. The next letters formed. W-E-K-E-P-H-E-R. The threat was crystal clear. Her mind, her sleeping self, the part of her I loved most. It was a hostage. "What do you want?" I breathed, the sound barely audible. The planchette moved back to A-P-U-L-O-G-Y. Then it stopped. My wife's head tilted. Her eyes were still closed, but her mouth opened. A voice came out, but it wasn't hers. It was rough, layered, like several quiet voices speaking at once from deep in a well. "To us." The sound made the hair on my arms and neck stand straight up. "On your knees." "To us." The humiliation was a hot wave, followed by a colder surge of pure terror. I looked at my wife's smiling, sleeping face, hearing that horrible voice issue from her lips. The choice was no choice at all. Slowly, stiffly, I slid from the chair onto the living room rug. The rough fibers scratched my knees through my pajama pants. I was kneeling before a piece of cardboard and wood. my wife's lifeless hand still connected to mine through the planchette. I felt like I was in some insane nightmare. I bowed my head, staring at the pattern on the rug. "I'm sorry," I said, forcing the words out. "I apologize. To you. I didn't know who you were. I just knew I had to mean it." The silence that followed was absolute and seemed to last an eternity. Then, I felt the tension leave my wife's hand. Her fingers went limp. The planchette fell from our combined grip, clattering onto the board. I looked up. She was slumping sideways, her body folding onto the rug. She let out a soft sigh, like a child settling into sleep. Her eyes fluttered open. They were blurry with sleep, confused. She saw me kneeling there, my face wet with tears I hadn't even felt. "Ben," she murmured, her own voice sweet and groggy. What are you doing on the floor? Did I walk again?" She pushed herself up, looking around, noticing the Ouija board on the table for the first time. A little frown creased her brow. "Why is that out?" She sounded so normal, so perfectly herself. The relief that washed over me was so powerful it made me dizzy. I scrambled up and pulled her into a tight hug, holding her so close I could feel the steady, living beat of her heart against mine. She felt warm again. "It's nothing," I choked out, my voice thick. You walked a little further. It's okay. I've got you." She hugged me back, nestling her head against my shoulder. "I had a bad dream," she whispered. "I dreamed we were fighting, and you were so angry with me. I'm glad it was just a dream." I held her, rocking slightly, my eyes squeezed shut. I had her back. It was over. We could go back to bed, and tomorrow we would laugh about this weird, stressful night. I would hide the board, and we would never speak of it again. As I held her, my gaze drifted over her shoulder to the coffee table. The planchette lay where it had fallen. It wasn't on goodbye. It had come to rest, perfectly centered, on the letter W. A single stark letter. Welcome. We think of possession as a violent takeover, a screaming match for a soul. What happened in my living room was nothing like that. It was gentler, and in a way that made it so much worse. They didn't push her out. They didn't need to. They just sat in the passenger seat of her sleep and took the wheel. I got her back to bed that night, tucking her in like she was a kid who'd had a nightmare. She fell asleep in seconds, a deep, natural sleep. I lay awake until the sun came up, staring at the ceiling, feeling the ghost of that cold grip on my wrist. The letter W burned behind my eyes. Welcome. The next morning, things felt almost normal. Too normal. She made coffee, humming a little tune, and gave me a soft kiss on the cheek. "I feel so rested," she said, smiling. She had no memory of the board, of kneeling, of the layered voice. She remembered a bad dream about our fight, and that was it. I tried to match her mood, but my hands shook. I kept looking at the living room doorway. After she left for work, I moved. I grabbed the Ouija board from the coffee table, the planchette still sitting on that accusing W. I didn't want to touch it. I used a dish towel to pick it up, dumping it back into its box. I took it down to the basement, to the farthest, darkest corner behind the old water heater, and shoved it behind a stack of paint cans. Out of sight, out of mind. I hoped. For a few days, I almost convinced myself it had been a shared hallucination, a weird product of stress and a fight. She didn't sleepwalk. We were careful with each other, polite, like two people walking on thin ice. I was the perfect husband. I did the dishes without being asked. I brought her flowers. I was trying to prove something, maybe to her, maybe to whatever had been watching. On the fourth night, the ritual returned. I woke up just before 1, that same internal alarm clock going off. I saw her sit up in bed. My body went tight. She slid out from under the covers and walked out of the room. I followed, my mouth dry. She went straight to the living room and stood in the center, facing the empty space where the coffee table was. She just stood there, waiting. After a full minute, she turned her head slowly toward the hallway that led to the basement door. A chill that had nothing to do with the room temperature wrapped around me. She started walking. Step by step, she went to the basement door, opened it, and began descending the stairs into the dark. I flicked on the light, my heart hammering. "Honey, stop," I whispered, but she didn't pause. I followed her down, my own footsteps loud on the wooden steps. She walked with that same unerring purpose, past the laundry area, around the furnace, straight to the stack of paint cans by the water heater. She knelt, reached behind them, and pulled out the box. She had found it in the pitch black before I'd even turned the light on. She brought it back upstairs, set it on the kitchen table, and opened it. She took out the board and planchette. Then she just stood there, holding them, facing me. Her eyes were closed, but but I felt seen. This was an instruction. They wanted it back in its place. Hands trembling, I took the board from her. I carried it to the living room, put it back on the coffee table. She followed me, placed the planchette in the center, and then, as if a switch had been flipped, she turned and walked back to bed, leaving me alone with the thing. I stood there in the living room, feeling like I'd lost a game I didn't know I was playing. This was their way of telling me I couldn't hide from them. The board was part of the house now. A new, awful piece of furniture. A week passed. The sleepwalking happened every other night, but it changed. She wouldn't go to the couch. She would simply walk to the living room, stand before the board for a few minutes, and then return to bed. It was a check-in, a nightly report. I started sleeping on the couch, telling her I had a cough and didn't want to keep her up. The truth was, I couldn't bear to be next to her when that switch flipped. I was afraid of what I might see in her face. From the couch, I could watch the hallway, see her emerge, perform her strange vigil, and leave. It felt like I was guarding a perimeter. Then came the night of the first real conversation. I was dozing fitfully on the couch when I heard her approach. I pretended to be asleep, peeking through barely open eyelids. She didn't stop in the living room. She came right up to the couch and stood over me. I held my breath, my muscles locked. Her hand reached down, and her fingers brushed my forehead, cold and light. Then she took my hand and pulled. I had no choice but to get up. She led me to the armchair, sat me down, took her place on the floor, and placed our hands on the planchette. The routine was established. I was a participant now, not a guardian. The wood felt slick under my fingers. It moved almost immediately. HOWAREYOU. The casualness of it was horrifying. It was making small talk. I didn't know what to do. I thought maybe I could steer it, ask a question back. I pushed slightly, guiding the planchette. The resistance was like trying to push a car. Then it yielded, letting me guide it to the word yes on the board. I took a shaky breath. Are you a ghost? I whispered. The planchette ripped itself from my control, circling fast before stopping on an O. A demon? I asked, dreading the answer. It went to NO again. Then it spelled WEAREGUARDINS. The word glowed in the dim light from the street lamp outside. Guardians. That's what the layered voice had said. Guardians of what? FAMILY. Her family? The planchette moved to the sun symbol for yes. You protect her family? Why yes. Yendi NOWYOU. The chill was back, deep in my bones. I was included. By marrying her, I had been added to the protected list. This should have felt comforting. It felt like a prison sentence. What do you want from me? I asked, my voice small. The answer came swift and clear. OBEDIENC, COPRAKION, PAC. They wanted a peaceful household. They were enforcing it. Our fight had disturbed the peace, so they had intervened. I was being given the rules. The planchette stopped. My wife's hand went limp. She let out a sigh and slumped. I quickly got up, helped her to the couch, and covered her with a blanket. She nestled into the pillow, her face smooth. I sat back in the armchair, my mind racing. Obedience. Cooperation. Peace. It sounded simple. Maybe it could be. Maybe I could just live with this bizarre arbitration. If being a better husband kept them happy and kept her safe, maybe that was a price I could pay. I almost convinced myself. The next evening, we were making dinner together. It was going well. We were laughing, brushing against each other in the small kitchen, the easy intimacy returning. I reached for a knife to chop some herbs, and my hand bumped her elbow. The knife, just a little paring knife, nicked the side of her finger. It was a tiny cut, a bead of blood welling up. She gasped, more out of surprise than pain. "Oh, clumsy me," I said, immediately grabbing a paper towel. "I'm so sorry." She smiled, holding her finger. "It's nothing really, just a scratch." We washed it, put a bandage on it, and went back to cooking. It was a normal, minor accident. That night, I was on the couch again. She emerged at 1, but her walk was different, stiffer. She didn't go to the living room first. She came to the couch, loomed over me, and her eyes opened. They were wide, staring, and fully aware in a way they never were during sleepwalking. They held a flat, judgmental light. Her hand shot out and grabbed my wrist, her fingers like steel bands. She pulled me to the living room, forced me into the chair, and set up the board with brutal efficiency. Our hands went on the planchette. It didn't wait. It zoomed to a single word. CRLESS. My stomach dropped. It was an accident. I pleaded to the empty air. A tiny cut. The planchette moved. ACCIDNTSHARM. PACIS ABSENCOFHARM. Their logic was cold and absolute. Peace meant no harm, intentional or not. I had broken the peace. "I'm sorry," I whispered, the now familiar dread pooling in my gut. The planchette circled, then stopped. It didn't spell a word. It just sat there. My wife's other hand, the one not on the planchette, lifted from her lap. Slowly, deliberately, she reached across the board. Her fingers pinched the soft skin on the inside of my forearm, right near my elbow. She twisted. The pain was sharp, intense, and totally unexpected. I yelped, trying to pull away, but her grip on my other hand was iron. She held the pinch for a 3 count, her empty eyes locked on mine, and then released. A hot, throbbing ache remained. The planchette moved. BLANC, and then GODNIGHT. She let go, stood up, and walked back to bed, leaving me clutching my aching arm. In the morning, there was a perfect, dark purple bruise, a receipt for my carelessness. She saw it at breakfast. "Oh my gosh, what happened?" she asked, her face full of genuine concern. I must have bumped it on the corner of the coffee table last night. I lied. "Looks painful." "It is," I said, and the word meant more than she knew. That was the pattern. For 2 weeks, it continued. Small infractions received small corrections. I left a wet towel on the bathroom floor. That night, a sharp pinch on my shoulder. I raised my voice slightly in frustration over a work call I took at home. That night, the planchette spelled TONE, and I received a pinch on the back of my hand hard enough to make my eyes water. I was being trained. My wife, meanwhile, flourished. She commented on how helpful I was, how I was remembering all the little things. "It's like you're reading my mind," she said once, happily. She felt cherished, protected. And she was. The irony was a poison in my blood. I was being a perfect husband under threat of psychic pinches from my sleeping wife. But a part of me started to accept it. The rules were clear. The punishments, while humiliating and painful, were proportional. Maybe this was just a very strict, very unconventional form of marriage counseling. Maybe I could live with it. The thought made me sick, but the human mind will cling to any raft in a storm. Then came the night of the gift. We had a truly wonderful day. A picnic in the park, holding hands, talking about future trips we wanted to take. No sharp words, only laughter. That night, she sleepwalked. She led me to the board. I braced for a correction, searching my memory for a mistake. The planchette moved. GODDAY. It paused. Then, THNKYOU. A warmth, completely alien and confusing, spread through my chest. They were. Pleased? The planchette went to goodbye. She let go and went back to bed. The next morning, I came into the kitchen to make coffee. Sitting in the exact center of the kitchen table, gleaming in the morning sun, was my wedding ring. I had lost it months ago, turning the house upside down looking for it. I'd given up, wearing a cheap substitute. Here it was polished and perfect. She walked in, saw it, and her face lit up. "You found it. Oh, that's wonderful." She hugged me. I held her, looking over her shoulder at the ring. It was a reward. For good behavior. They saw everything. They curated everything. They punished and they rewarded. I was living in a house run by invisible landlords with very strict rules and a twisted sense of justice. That evening, after the joy of the found ring had settled, she was washing dishes. I was drying. She was quiet for a moment, then she said, her voice soft and content, "I feel so safe lately. So protected." As she said it, she turned her head just a little, her gaze drifting past me, toward the living room doorway. Not at me, at the space beyond it, where the board sat on the coffee table. And as she looked that way, her lips curved into the faintest, most serene smile, and she gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. The fight was the key in the lock. My apology was the turn. And now, something had walked through the door and was making itself comfortable in our lives. That tiny nod from my wife, that glance toward the living room, changed everything. It wasn't just a glance. It was a confirmation. She knew. Not in her waking, coffee-drinking mind, maybe, but some part of her was aware of the audience. I started to miss the simple sleepwalking. At least then I knew the enemy was on the outside. Now, I couldn't tell where my wife ended and they began. The line was blurring, and it happened in the smallest moments. A few days after the ring, we were on the couch watching a movie. She was tired, curled under a blanket, her head on my shoulder. I made a dumb joke about the actor on screen. She usually would have elbowed me playfully. This time, she just smiled. But in the half second before the smile fully formed, her eyes, which had been half closed, shifted to look at me. They held a flat, assessing look, like a scientist observing an interesting specimen. There was no warmth in it, no humor. Then the smile completed, warm and familiar, and she snuggled closer. The cold look was gone so fast I wondered if I'd imagined it, but I knew I hadn't. They were peeking out. They were observing the rewards in real time. I became a detective in my own home. I started watching her when she didn't know I was watching. When she was reading, her face would sometimes go utterly blank for a minute, her eyes fixed on the page but not moving, as if the reader had stepped away from the driver's seat. When she was gardening, she would stop, trowel in hand, and stare at a single flower for a long, long time, her expression unreadable. These were little absences, but they were new. I needed to understand what we were dealing with. The board came from her family. Her great-aunt, a woman I'd never met, who was described as eccentric and sensitive. I started digging. I waited for a weekend when she was out with friends. I went into the small storage closet where we kept old photo albums and boxes of her family memorabilia. I felt like a thief, my heart pounding as I shuffled through certificates and faded pictures. I found a small, leather-bound journal. It wasn't the aunt's, it was my wife's from her early teens. I almost put it back, but a word on an open page caught my eye. Guardians. My skin prickled. I read the entry. It was a childish scrawl. Mom says Annie talks to her friends no one can see. She calls them her guardians. She says they keep the house safe and keep her from being lonely. I asked if I could meet them. Mom said maybe when I'm older, if they think I'm ready. It sounds scary and cool. The entry was dated over 20 years ago. This wasn't new. This was a family legacy. I dug deeper, finding an old envelope full of photos. I sifted through them until I found one with a faded inscription on the back. Clara, 1978. Clara was the great-aunt. The photo showed a severe-looking woman with sharp eyes, sitting in a wingback chair in what looked like a formal parlor. She wasn't smiling. She was just staring at the camera. But it was the eyes. Even in the faded photograph, they seemed to hold a direct, knowing gaze. They didn't look past the lens. They looked through it, right at me. A jolt went through me. I quickly put the photos away, feeling like I'd trespassed on something private and grim. That night, I tried to reclaim something. I decided to go back to the old ritual. My ritual. I stayed up, waiting for 1 o'clock. When she got up and began her walk, I didn't wait for her to come to me. I stepped in front of her in the hallway, gently blocking her path. "Hey," I whispered the way I used to. "I'm here. It's okay." I reached for her hand, offering my touch, my guidance back to the couch. She stopped. Her head turned toward my outstretched hand. Her eyes were closed, but her face was angled at my palm. Then, something shifted in her expression. It wasn't rejection. It was something worse. It was pity. A faint, condescending smile touched the corners of her mouth, a smile that said, "Oh, you sweet, simple thing. That's not how this works anymore." She didn't take my hand. She simply took a step around me, as if I were a minor obstacle, and continued her deliberate walk past the living room, straight back into our bedroom. I stood in the hallway, my offered hand still hanging in the empty air, feeling a humiliation deeper than any pinch. They had repurposed our ritual. My gentle guidance was an amateur attempt at what they did perfectly. They had made me obsolete in my own act of love. I was just another resident in the house they managed. The next incident proved it. We had a small, normal disagreement about an upcoming credit card bill. It was a mild tension, the kind that evaporates after an hour. We went to bed without a real resolution, but it wasn't a fight. That night, I slept in our bed, my back to her, lost in my own worried thoughts about money. I must have finally fallen asleep. I woke up because I felt a presence. That's the only way to describe it. The room wasn't empty. I opened my eyes. She was standing beside my side of the bed. Not sleepwalking. She was perfectly still, perfectly upright, her arms at her sides. The streetlight from outside cast her in a pale blue glow, and her eyes were wide open. They were fixed on me. She wasn't blinking. She was just watching me sleep. My breath froze in my lungs. I didn't move. I just stared back, my heart hammering against my ribs. This wasn't the vacant gaze of a sleepwalker. This was a calculated observation. Her head tilted, just a degree, like a bird listening for a worm. She was listening to me breathe, watching the flutter of my eyelids, studying the fear on my face. A full minute passed. Then, without a word, without a change in expression, she turned and walked calmly back to her side of the bed, slid under the covers, and closed her eyes. Within moments, Her breathing evened out into the rhythm of deep sleep. I lay there rigid until sunrise. She was a portal, and they were using her to study me, even in my most private, unguarded moments. My last sanctuary was gone. I started keeping a secret log, a small notebook I hid in my toolbox in the garage. I recorded dates, times, incidents. April 12th, pinch on forearm for raised voice. April 18th, found lost keys on counter after good day. April 22nd, observed watching me sleep for approximate 70 seconds. Eyes open. I was mapping the behavior patterns of an invisible housemate. I noticed something else, too. My wife began using phrases she'd never used before. We were talking about planting tomatoes, and she said, "One must cultivate patience with nature." The wording was odd, formal. Days later, I was reading the Grey Tant's journal entry in my hidden notebook. The phrase was there, almost verbatim. My guardians remind me, one must cultivate patience. They weren't just watching, they were teaching her, feeding her lines from the past. The most terrifying change was in her sleep talking. It started subtly, a soft murmur here and there. Then one night, I heard her speak clearly from her pillow. "Check the tire pressure on the front right tire tomorrow. It is low." Her voice was monotone, informational. The next morning, skeptical but compelled, I checked. The tire was 5 pounds low. I filled it, my hands shaking. They were providing helpful, unnerving surveillance. It was a directive. I was being managed for efficiency and safety. It felt like living with a haunting that had read too many productivity blogs. The domestic spyware was fully operational. Any marital tension was now witnessed and potentially judged by a silent, unseen counsel. I found myself policing my own tone, forcing smiles, performing contentment. Our marriage became a stage play for an audience of ghosts, and I was desperately trying to remember my lines. The paradox was it worked. My wife was happier than I'd seen her in years. She commented on how attentive I was, how we never fought anymore, how the house just felt like a real home. She was thriving under the invisible regime that was slowly crushing my spirit. I was being a better husband, but it wasn't for her, it was for them. The guilt of that secret ate at me. I was living a lie with the person I loved most. One afternoon, she came home from work looking troubled. She'd had a difficult day, a problem with a co-worker taking credit for her work. She was venting to me in the kitchen, her voice edged with real frustration and hurt. I listened, I held her, I said all the right things. But inside, a cold dread was growing. This was a disturbance. This was a threat to the peace. What would the guardians do with this? Would they pinch me for not preventing her bad day? Would they somehow punish her for bringing negative energy home? That night, I waited tense on the couch. She emerged at 1, but she didn't come to me. She went straight to the board, sat before it, and placed her own hands on the planchette. She was having a session without me. I crept to the doorway, hidden in shadow, and watched. Her hands moved the planchette in slow, graceful arcs. She wasn't spelling words I could see from my angle. She was having a conversation. After a few minutes, she stopped. She nodded once, a firm, understanding nod. Then she stood, put the board away neatly, and returned to bed. The next morning, she was a new person. She bounced out of bed with energy. "You know what?" she said over coffee, her face bright. "I'm not going to let that guy at work bother me. It's not worth my energy. I'm just going to do my best and let it go." It was a healthy, mature attitude, but it had come too fast, too completely. The frustration of the previous evening was gone, erased overnight. They hadn't punished her. They had counseled her. They had smoothed out the wrinkle in her emotional state. She was being coached. And as she smiled at me, stirring her coffee, I saw it again. That flicker in her eyes, a glint of something serene and knowing that was not entirely hers. She was becoming their perfect student. And I was trapped in a classroom with no exit, watching the woman I loved slowly become a vessel for something old, something patient, and something that wanted to stay forever. The question that haunted me, the one that kept me up at night staring at the ceiling, was simple and terrifying. If they could fix her bad moods and train my behavior, what was left of us? Were we still a couple, or were we just two well-maintained pets in a house that belonged to someone else? Marriage counseling had failed us. Ghostly arbitration, it turned out, was brutally effective. We had entered a new phase, one with rules so clear they felt etched into the walls. The guardians weren't just observers anymore. They were curators, actively shaping our days, trying to build their idea of a perfect marriage, and we were the raw materials. The directives became a regular part of life. She would murmur in her sleep, her voice a soft, automated announcement system. The grocery store will have a sale on chicken tomorrow. Call your mother in the afternoon. She is feeling low. The left hinge on the garden gate is wearing out. The information was always correct, always useful, and it made the skin on my neck crawl. It was like having a supernatural personal assistant who builds you in moments of terror and small, painful bruises. I learned to act on the information immediately. To ignore a directive felt like inviting a correction. The punishments evolved too. They were less about random pinches and more about fitting the crime. I came home late from work one evening, stuck in traffic I couldn't control. I hadn't called because my phone had died. She was worried, which was normal and loving. But that worry was a disturbance. That night, the sleepwalking ritual included the board. The planchette spelled out, "CONSIDRATION." Then it stopped. My wife's free hand didn't pinch me. Instead, she reached over and plucked my own phone from the side table where it was charging. She held it up, her blank face tilted toward it, and then deliberately dropped it onto the hardwood floor. The crack was a sickening sound. The screen spiderwebbed into a useless mess. Then she placed my fingers back on the planchette. It moved to BLANC. My punishment was the inconvenience and cost of a broken phone. It was logical. It was maddening. The rewards were equally precise. After a week of what I could only describe as perfect compliance, meals cooked together, affectionate touches, soft conversations, no friction, I woke to find a mysterious envelope on my dashboard. Inside was a gift card to my favorite hardware store, exactly the amount I needed for a tool I'd been eyeing but never mentioned out loud. They weren't just watching our actions, they were monitoring my private wishes. They were incentivizing my obedience. I started to understand their methodology. They weren't evil in a classic, monstrous sense. They were administrators of domestic tranquility. They sought a smooth-running household free from conflict, surprise, or distress. Negative emotions were bugs in their system, and they had protocols to debug them. My wife was their primary user, and I was a peripheral device that needed occasional firmware updates, delivered via psychic feedback and small, tangible rewards. The worst part was seeing how much she benefited. She glowed. The minor anxieties that used to knit her brow were gone. She slept soundly, she worked efficiently, she moved through the house with a placid, contented grace. One evening, she looked at me across the dinner table, her eyes soft. "I feel so safe lately," she said, for what felt like the 100th time. "So protected. It's like nothing bad can touch us here." She meant it. In her reality, our life was perfect because I was suddenly the most attentive, predictable husband on earth. She had no memory of the sessions, the directives, the punishments. She just experienced the results, a harmonious home. I was living in a different reality, one of constant vigilance and performance. I was the one getting the software updates, feeling the sharp corrections, reading the terrifying fine print. I was managing the managers, and it was exhausting. The monthly review was the pinnacle of this bureaucratic haunting. It happened on the last Friday of the month. She sleepwalked, retrieved the board, and summoned me. The planchette would move with a deliberate, evaluative pace. PATINC, GOD, TONEWITHEACHODHER, IMPROVNG, CHRESHRNG, ACCPTABLE. It felt like a quarterly performance review from a corporate board of directors made of shadows. My raises were gift cards and found objects. My demerits were broken electronics and bruises in tender places. I was an employee of my own marriage. The realization that broke me, though, was about connection. They were building a triangle, not a line. The connection wasn't just between me and my wife anymore. It was between me, my wife, and them. They were the third party in our relationship, the ultimate arbiters. Our interactions were filtered through their approval. A spontaneous kiss was okay if it was gentle and not disruptive. A playful argument was a severe violation. Our love life became scripted, predictable, and worst of all, observed. I couldn't shake the feeling of unseen eyes, of a presence in the room judging our intimacy, ensuring it was peaceful and harmonious. It sterilized the passion, turning something warm into something that felt like a required act to maintain a good performance score. I began to have a recurring thought, a dark joke that wasn't funny at all. We're not being haunted. We're being audited. The breaking point came from something small, as it often does. We were preparing for a weekend trip to see her parents. I was stressed about work, about the travel, about pretending to be a normal, happy son-in-law under the weight of my secret. She asked me for the third time if I'd packed my good shoes. It was a simple, reasonable question. But the tone of it, the slight nagging edge, combined with my own simmering anxiety, sparked a flare of irritation in me. Yes, I packed the damn shoes. I snapped. The words left my mouth, sharp and ugly. The moment they were out, I regretted them. Her face fell, a flash of hurt in her eyes. The atmosphere in the kitchen changed, grew cold and thin. I had broken the peace. I had introduced a spike of negativity. I saw it in her face, and I felt it in the air, a sudden, watchful attention focusing on me from the corners of the room. I apologized immediately, profusely, hugging her, telling her it was my stress, not her. She forgave me, the hurt fading, but the event was logged. I knew it. That night, I didn't wait on the couch. I went to bed, dreading what was to come. 1 o'clock arrived. She got up, but she didn't go to the living room. She walked around to my side of the bed and stood there. I kept my eyes closed, pretending to be asleep, but I could feel her presence, a cold spot in the room. Her hand touched my shoulder. It wasn't a grip. It was a tap. Once, twice. An unmistakable command. Get up. I opened my eyes. Her face was empty, her eyes closed in that familiar way. I got out of bed. She led me not to the living room, but down the hall to the small, windowless guest bathroom. She guided me inside, turned me to face the mirror, and then stepped back, blocking the doorway. The light was off. Only a sliver of light from the hall fell across the floor. I stood in the dark, facing my own pale, frightened reflection in the glass. I heard the door click shut behind me. I was locked in the dark. This was a new punishment, solitary confinement, a timeout for the unruly child. I stood there, my breath coming fast, staring at the dim outline of my own face. I couldn't see her, but I knew she was on the other side of the door, standing guard. I don't know how long I stood there. 10 minutes? An hour? Time lost all meaning in the black quiet. I was being taught a lesson about the consequences of raising my voice, about the importance of maintaining a calm environment. This wasn't a pinch. This was psychological. This was them showing me they could control my environment, my freedom of movement, my light. Finally, I heard the lock turn. The door opened. She stood there, a silhouette. She took my hand, her fingers cold, and led me back to bed like a parent leading a chastised toddler. She tucked herself in and was asleep instantly. I lay awake until dawn, a new kind of fear solidifying in my gut. They were getting more creative. The next day, she was extra sweet, extra attentive, as if compensating for my bad mood from the previous evening. She made my favorite breakfast. She rubbed my shoulders. "You've been so stressed about work, sweetheart," she said, her voice full of genuine compassion. "Let's just have a nice, quiet day." And we did. It was lovely. It was peaceful. It was everything they wanted. And I hated it because I knew it wasn't for me. It was part of the correction, the soothing balm applied after the punishment. I was living in a loop of cause and effect managed by unseen hands. That evening, as we sat reading in the living room, a profound sense of hopelessness settled over me. This was my life now. This was forever. I would grow old in this house, being gently, firmly managed by the guardians, my wife a happy, placid companion, our marriage a perfect, empty sculpture. I looked at her, curled in her chair, a smile on her lips as she read. She was content. She was safe. Wasn't that what I wanted? The cost was just my autonomy, my spontaneity, my ability to have a bad day. Was that too high a price for her happiness? The thought was a seductive poison. Maybe I could just give in. Stop fighting. Embrace the harmony. Let them curate my life. The alternative was a war against an enemy I couldn't see or touch, a war that would certainly hurt her. As if sensing my resignation, my glance drifted to the shelf where the board now lived openly, no longer hidden. It had become just another decoration, a quaint family heirloom. My wife followed my gaze. She smiled that serene smile and said softly, almost to herself, "It's nice to have family heirlooms, isn't it? A piece of the past, watching over the present." Then she looked back at her book, leaving me with the chilling certainty that the thought wasn't entirely her own. The guardians were speaking through her, even in the daylight, and they were telling me they were here to stay. The open question, the hook that kept me dangling over the abyss, was this: if I surrendered, if I let them win, what would be left of me? Would there be a man in this house in 10 years, or just a well-trained shell, smiling blankly beside his wife in a perfectly peaceful, perfectly empty home? I started to miss the sleepwalking. At least then I knew the enemy was on the outside. Now, I couldn't tell where my wife ended, and they began. The line wasn't just blurry, it was being erased, redrawn by hands that weren't hers. It happened in her speech, in her knowledge, in the very space of our home. The echo came first. We were discussing a leaky faucet, a mundane thing. She sighed and said, "A house requires constant vigilance. A drip becomes a flood." The phrasing was odd, antique. It stuck in my head. Later, while she was at the store, I pulled out my hidden notebook where I'd copied the Grey Tant's journal entries. There it was, near the bottom of a page. A lesson from my guardians. A house requires constant vigilance. A drip ignored becomes a flood. They weren't just advising her. They were downloading the aunt's memories, her lessons, directly into my wife's mind. She was becoming a living archive of a dead woman's wisdom, or what these things called wisdom. Then came the night of the transmission. I had a terrible dream, one of those vivid ones that clings to you. I was in a small boat in the middle of a vast black ocean, and the boat was sinking, water pouring in over the sides, cold and endless. I woke up gasping, my heart pounding, the feeling of icy water still on my skin. I turned to look at my wife, seeking comfort, the normalcy of her sleeping form. She wasn't asleep. She was lying on her back, staring at the ceiling, her eyes open and reflecting the faint light from the digital clock. "The water is a symbol," she said, her voice a calm, monotone statement in the dark room. "You feel overwhelmed by your new responsibilities. The boat is your sense of control. It is inadequate." I froze, my blood turning to slush in my veins. She was analyzing my dream. Accurately. I was overwhelmed. I did feel like I was drowning. "Who am I talking to?" I whispered, the words barely leaving my dry throat. Her head turned on the pillow. Her eyes were glassy, distant, like someone looking at a faraway screen. "The guardians," she said, the word clear and firm. Then her eyes closed, her breathing deepened, and she was asleep, leaving me alone with the chilling accuracy of her diagnosis. My dreams were not my own. My private thoughts in sleep were apparently broadcast on some frequency they could tap into. The bedroom, my last retreat, was now a broadcasting studio where my subconscious was aired and critiqued. The worst violation, though, was the day the board moved by itself. It was a Tuesday afternoon. She was at work. I was home, trying to fix that leaky faucet she'd quoted the Guardians about. I needed a specific wrench I thought was in the garage. I walked through the living room on my way to get it. The Ouija board was on the coffee table, left out from a maintenance session the night before. A session where they'd simply made me sit with her, hands on the planchette, while it idly moved in lazy figure eights, a weird, soothing ritual for them that felt like being forced to meditate with a predator. The planchette was sitting in the center. As I passed by, it moved. Not a shudder, not a drift. It zipped, fast and sharp, from the center to the word LISDN at the top of the board. It stopped there. I skidded to a halt, my tools clutched in my hand. I stared. The house was still. No windows open. No vibration from a passing truck. I took a cautious step closer. My ears strained, but I heard nothing. No voices, no footsteps. Just the normal hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. Then from down the hall, from the doorway of our bedroom, a voice called out. It was my wife's voice, but the pitch, the cadence, the gentle lilt, it was perfectly exactly my mother's voice. My mother had passed away from cancer 5 years ago. "You need to listen, dear," the voice called, sweet and concerned, just like Mom used to sound when I was stressed about school. The sound of it, that ghostly impersonation coming from my empty bedroom, punched the air from my lungs. I stumbled backward, my tools clattering to the floor. The planchette sat on listen, a silent, smug command. They didn't need her physical touch to manipulate the board. They didn't even need her in the house. Their power was growing, becoming independent of the vessel. They were demonstrating their reach. I fled to the garage, not for the wrench, but to hide, to breathe. I sat on an old lawn chair, head in my hands, shaking. They could mimic dead relatives. They could read my dreams. They could move objects. What couldn't they do? The answer came that evening, in a way I never expected. It was a moment of pure, simple desperation. I watched my wife water her plants on the back porch, humming a tune I didn't recognize. She looked peaceful, beautiful, and utterly separate from me. A gulf had opened between us, filled with invisible watchers and their rules. I couldn't live like this anymore, not as a prisoner in my own head. A plan formed, born of panic and a final, fraying thread of defiance. I would destroy the source. I would get rid of the board. Not hide it. Destroy it. Burn it, smash it, throw it in the river. If it was their anchor, their home, then I would evict them by force. I waited 2 days. For a day she had a late work meeting. The moment her car pulled away, I moved. I didn't hesitate. I went to the living room, picked up the board and the planchette. I didn't use a towel this time. I touched the wood. It felt warm, which was wrong. It should have been cool. I shoved it into a black garbage bag, knotting the top tightly. I drove. I didn't think about where. I just drove away from our neighborhood, away from the town center, toward the old industrial part of the county, where there was a concrete bridge over the deep, fast-moving Willow River. It was a place kids sometimes went to jump off in summer, but now, in the chill of the evening, it was deserted. I parked near the bridge, grabbed the bag, and walked to the midpoint. The water below was dark and choppy, swallowing the last of the daylight. This was it, a clean break. I untied the bag, pulled out the board. The ornate sun and moon design seemed to gleam in the twilight. I didn't let myself think. I drew my arm back to hurl it into the center of the river. A pain exploded in my head. It wasn't like any headache I'd ever had. It was a spike of pure, white-hot agony laced with cold, driving in behind my eyes. I cried out, dropping the board onto the bridge walkway, clutching my skull. The pain was so intense I saw flashing lights, felt my knees buckle. And then inside the pain, a voice. Not in my ears. In my mind. It was her voice, my wife's, but filtered through that same layered, hollow quality from the first night. It was inside me. That would be a violation of the covenant. The words were clear, each one a separate hammer blow against my consciousness. Put it back. The command was absolute, brooking no argument. The pain intensified, a freezing fire in my neural pathways. I gasped, tears streaming from my eyes. I couldn't think, couldn't fight. The only path to make it stop was obedience. I fumbled on the ground, my vision swimming, my fingers closing around the edge of the board. I shoved it back into the bag. The moment my hand made contact with it, the pain began to recede, fading from a roaring inferno to a dull, throbbing ache. I was panting, slumped against the cold metal railing of the bridge. The voice wasn't gone. It was a pressure now, a presence in the front of my mind, like a hand on my shoulder steering me. Drive. Not home. The repository of local knowledge. I didn't question it. I couldn't. The command was woven into the fabric of my will. I stumbled to my car, placed the bag on the passenger seat, and started the engine. My hands moved the wheel, my foot pressed the pedals, but I wasn't driving. I was being piloted. The car navigated itself back into town, not toward our house, but to the squat, brick building of the public library. It was closed. The parking lot was empty. I parked. A side entrance. For staff. It is unlocked. I got out, carrying the bag. I walked to a plain metal door set in an alcove. I turned the handle. It opened. I shouldn't go in. This was trespassing, but the pressure in my head pushed me forward. The hallway inside was dark, lit only by emergency exit signs. The history room. Microfiche. I knew the layout. We'd come here for community meetings sometimes. I walked past the dark circulation desk, through the reference section, to a small room lined with cabinets and machines. A microfiche reader sat on a table. Cabinet 7. Drawer labeled Local Societies and Clubs, 1950 to 1990. My body moved with a numb efficiency. I found the drawer, pulled it open. Inside were rows of long, flat boxes. The presence in my mind guided my fingers to a specific box labeled Spiritualist Groups and Societies. I took it to the reader, fumbled a microfiche sheet out, and fed it into the machine. The screen glowed to life, showing black text on a ghostly white background. It was a local newsletter, The Seeker's Light, from September 1972. My eyes, not entirely under my control, scanned. And there it was, a small article. The Willow Circle, a local society dedicated to spiritual harmony and domestic tranquility, meets monthly at the home of Miss Clara Evans. Clara, the great aunt. The article listed the group's motto: together in waking, united in sleep, guarded eternally. My heart, already racing, stuttered. The next line: Miss Evans speaks of her guardians, spiritual companions who offer guidance and protect the sanctity of the home, a tradition she hopes to pass on to her kin. Kin, family, bloodline. The understanding was a cold flood. This wasn't a random haunting. The aunt hadn't just bought a cursed object. She had founded a small cult, a quiet little club, and she had made a pact. The guardians protected her from loneliness, mediated her life, and in return, were given a permanent home in the board and a hereditary claim to the women in her bloodline. My wife's distress from our fight wasn't a mistake. It was an open invitation, a trigger written into her DNA, activating a dormant lease. I was shaking. The pressure in my mind relented slightly, as if allowing me to absorb the horror. Then it pushed me to find more. I switched sheets. Another newsletter, 1975. A notice of the Willow Circle's dissolution following Clara Evans's peaceful passing. A quote from a member. Clara rests with her guardians now, her home forever watched over. The words forever watched over seemed to pulse on the screen. I understood now. The covenant wasn't a one-time deal with me. I had simply married into it. By saying, I do, I had joined this twisted family. My apology on my knees wasn't just submission. It was me signing the contract in invisible ink. The board, the vessel, was just a focus. The real covenant was with the bloodline. The pain in my head returned, a sharp reminder. You see, you belong. Return home. All is well. The compulsion was gentle now, but unbreakable. I carefully put the microfiche away, returned the box to the drawer, and left the library the way I came. The door locked behind me with a soft click. I drove home, the board beside me. I walked into my living room, took it out of the bag, and placed it back on the coffee table. The planchette I set gently in the center. As I did, the last of the pressure and pain evaporated from my mind, leaving a hollow, clean emptiness. I stood there, staring at it. I wasn't a victim of a haunting. I was a member of a legacy, an inherited spouse. There was no getting out. You don't get to divorce a covenant. My wife came home an hour later, cheerful from her meeting. She kissed my cheek. You okay? You look pale, she said, her hand feeling my forehead with a normal, wifely concern. No imitation, no echo. Just her. Just a headache, I murmured, leaning into her touch, the most real thing I'd felt all day. Long day. She nodded, smiling. Well, you're home now. Safe and sound. She looked past me into the living room, her gaze settling on the board. Her smile softened, deepened with a fondness that made my stomach twist. It's good to have things that keep us grounded, isn't it? A link to where we come from. She wasn't quoting anyone this time. She was just expressing a feeling. But the feeling had been planted, watered, and grown by the things in the board, by the covenant. I was part of her family now, whether I wanted to be or not. The open question, the hook that buried itself deep, was this. If the covenant was hereditary, and I was now part of the family tree, what did they have planned for me next? Was I just a husband to be managed, or was there a role for me in this eternal circle? The thought of an eternity under their gentle, firm guidance was a fate worse than any ghost story. I'd thought we were haunted. I was wrong. We were inherited. The trip to the library, the guided tour through my own mind, it changed everything. The guardians weren't squatters, they were landlords, and the deed to the property was written in my wife's blood. My rebellion was over. The searing pain they could inject directly into my brain was a more persuasive argument than any ghostly whisper or moving planchette. I went through the motions of life, a tenant in good standing. I followed the directives murmured in her sleep. I accepted the small punishments with a dull nod. I even managed a grim appreciation for the rewards. A perfectly brewed cup of coffee waiting for me when I was running late. A work problem solving itself in a way that felt suspiciously smooth. They weren't just managing our marriage. They were streamlining my entire existence. I was becoming a more efficient, less troublesome version of myself. It was like living with a cosmic life coach who used electroshock therapy. The monthly reviews at the board continued. The planchette would spell out my progress reports. CUMPLINC, YEXCLLENT, YEMODIONAL REGULATION, IMPROVNG. It was dehumanizing, but the part of me that cared was shrinking, worn down by the sheer inevitability of it all. My wife, of course, was radiant. She bloomed under their constant, invisible care. We had a shared dream one night, something that had never happened before. I dreamed we were in a sun-drenched field, having a picnic, laughing about something silly. It was warm and perfect. I woke up feeling a strange, peaceful contentment. I turned to her, and she was already awake, smiling at me. I loved the picnic, she said softly, her eyes clear and happy. We had shared the same dream, a curated experience delivered to us while we slept. The warmth I felt was immediately followed by a wave of nausea. They weren't just watching our waking hours, they were scripting our subconscious. They were making me grateful for the intrusion. That was the real horror, the slow, insidious rewiring of my own feelings. The offer came at the next monthly review. The planchette went through the usual evaluations, and then paused. It moved to a new sequence, slower, more deliberate than before. WECNGUIDYOU, SLEPWITHUS. The message was clear. They wanted to pull me fully into the fold, They wanted to guide my sleeping mind as they did hers, to make our union a true tripartite marriage. Her, me, and them. A union of three. The planchette waited. My wife's face across from me was serene, her fingers resting lightly opposite mine. This was the choice. The real one. To refuse was to remain an outsider, a subject, a perpetual trainee in my own home. To accept was to surrender my last private frontier, my own sleeping mind, and become a full member. I felt a bizarre pressure, not in my head, but in my chest, a tugging toward the simplicity of saying yes. The path of least resistance stretched out before me, paved with peaceful dreams and a wife who would never fight with me again. I need time to think, I stammered, the words feeling pathetic even as I said them. The planchette didn't move. My wife's head tilted, just a fraction. A faint, almost imperceptible frown touched her sleeping brow. Then the planchette slid to goodbye. She released my hand and stood, walking back to bed without a backward glance. The session was over, but the question hung in the air, thicker than any fog. That night, I couldn't sleep. The idea of them in my dreams, not just as observers but as guides, as directors, filled me with a primal dread. I lay stiffly beside my wife, listening to her even breathing, feeling like I was lying next to a beautiful, occupied vessel. At 3 a.m, I gave up. I slid out of bed, careful not to wake her, and went to the living room. I didn't turn on the lights. I sat in my armchair in the dark, staring at the outline of the board on the coffee table. I needed a plan, not a rebellion, that was impossible, but maybe a negotiation. Maybe there were terms. If I had to let them in, maybe I could set limits. The thought was a feeble candle in a vast darkness, but I clung to it. I must have dozed off in the chair, because the next thing I knew I was moving. Except I wasn't willing the movement. My eyes flew open. I was standing up. My legs were walking. I was heading out of the living room, down the hall, toward the bedroom. Panic surged, bright and metallic in my mouth. I tried to stop my feet, to will them to root to the floor. They kept moving, smooth and steady, as if I were on a conveyor belt. I was a passenger in my own skin. They were piloting me. This was their answer to "I need time to think." They were starting the guided tour early. I walked into the bedroom. My wife was sitting up in bed, awake. The moonlight through the window lit her face. She was smiling, but it wasn't her sleepy, contented smile. It was a smile of gentle expectation. She patted the space on the bed beside her. My body sat down. She picked up the planchette from her nightstand. She had brought it to bed, and placed it in my limp hand. She took my other hand and placed it on the board, which was also on the bed between us. Her fingers covered mine, not to move them, but to hold them in place. My heart was a wild drum against my ribs, but my face felt calm, my breathing even. I was screaming inside a statue. The planchette under our combined hands began to move. It spelled Notme, JOINORRESST. The ultimatum was back, but now it was in my own hand, written by my own fingers under their control. I tried to form a word, a wait, but my mouth wouldn't open. The planchette moved again. RESSTNC, REQIRES, REMOVL. My blood turned cold. Removal? From the equation? From the house? From life? The planchette clarified, as if reading my frantic thoughts. WEKEPHERSAFE. YOUCSE. The message was brutal in its simplicity. If I resisted their full integration, they would remove me. They would keep my wife happy and protected, and I would simply cease to be a factor. An accident. A quiet departure. A husband who just didn't come home one day. They were offering me a choice between assimilation and deletion. Then, they showed me what joining meant. They didn't just tell me. They made me feel it. The control over my limbs relaxed slightly, but a new sensation flooded in. It wasn't pain. It was the opposite. It was a wave of pure, undiluted contentment, of seamless belonging, of a love for my wife so profound it felt like a physical warmth. And woven into that love was a gratitude, a deep, anchoring affection for them, for the guardians, for their presence, their guidance, their perfect order. It was the most beautiful, most horrifying feeling I had ever experienced. It was blissful submission. It was the erasure of all desire, including the desire to be free. It was the answer to every anxiety I'd ever had. In that moment, I wanted it. I craved it. To let go, to stop fighting, to be happy in this perfect, managed life. The feeling crested, a euphoric peak, and then began to recede, leaving a hollow, aching need in its wake, like the memory of a drug. I was panting, tears streaming down my face, but from the intensity of the feeling, not from fear. The planchette rested on the question mark. I looked across the board at my wife. She was awake now, fully present, her eyes on mine, soft and understanding. She took my trembling hand, the one not on the planchette, and held it. Her touch was warm, real, human. "So," she said, her voice a gentle whisper in the dark room. "What's your answer, my love?" She was asking me. But the me they wanted was the one who had just tasted that artificial heaven. The man who had fought, who had been afraid, who had driven to a bridge with a garbage bag. That man felt small and distant, a story about someone else. I opened my mouth. I didn't know what would come out. A yes, that was mine, or a yes, that was theirs, planted in the fertile soil of the bliss they'd manufactured. My lips parted. My throat worked. But before I could make a sound, a different noise cut through the tension in the room. It was a sharp, insistent buzzing from the kitchen. My phone, vibrating on the counter where I'd left it to charge. A notification. At 3:20 in the morning. It was wrong. It was an error in their perfect, silent world. My wife's eyes flickered toward the kitchen doorway, a flash of confusion, real confusion, crossing her face. The spell, the pressure, the forced euphoria, it all stuttered for a single, crucial second. In that tiny crack of unexpected reality, the old me, the one who was afraid, grabbed a lifeline. "I have to check that," I blurted out, my voice rough but my own. "It could be work. An emergency." It was a lie. Work didn't call at this hour. But it was a reason, an excuse that belonged to the human world of alarms and obligations, not the timeless world of the covenant. Her grip on my hand loosened. The serene expectation on her face wavered, replaced by a look of mild, wifely concern. At this hour? That's odd. The moment was broken. The choice was postponed. I stood up, my legs shaky but under my command. "I'll be right back," I said, and I walked out of the bedroom, leaving her sitting with the board, the question still hanging between us. In the kitchen, my phone screen showed a generic weather alert, a severe thunderstorm warning for the county. A automated system, a glitch in the timing, a meaningless bit of data. But it had saved me. It had given me a breath, a pause. I stood in the cool kitchen, leaning on the counter, my whole body trembling. I had felt what they wanted me to feel, and a part of me still wanted it. The peace was a siren song, but the cost was everything I was. I had my answer, even if I couldn't say it out loud yet. I could not join them, which meant, according to their logic, I had chosen to resist, and resistance required removal. I was on borrowed time, and the landlords wanted me out. They weren't just fixing our marriage. They were building their own version of it, and we were the living dolls in their dollhouse. The weather alert had given me a stay of execution, but the clock was ticking. The choice had been laid bare: join their sleep or be removed from the equation. I had tasted the synthetic peace they offered, and its aftertaste was a terrifying addiction. Saying no meant declaring war on an enemy I couldn't see, touch, or reason with, an enemy that lived in the walls and in the mind of the woman I loved. I decided in that cold kitchen that I would fight, not with a Ouija board in a garbage bag, but with the only weapon I had left, careful, desperate observation. I needed to find a flaw in their system, a rule they themselves had to follow, a loophole in the covenant. I became a ghost in my own home, a silent observer of the haunting. I noticed things. The guardians were creatures of routine, of pattern. The sleepwalking happened between 1 and 1:15. The directives were always delivered in a monotone. The punishments, while creative, were always a response to a specific, identifiable infraction. A raised voice, a missed chore, a negative emotion brought home. They operated on a cause and effect logic that was rigid, almost legalistic. They were not omnipotent. They were bound by their own nature. This was my first clue. My second clue came from my wife. After the interrupted bedroom session, she was different. Not worse, but attentive in a new way. She watched me with a soft, studying gaze. She'd ask questions. "Do you feel supported, sweetheart? Are you happy with the way things are? Do you ever feel like something is missing?" The questions felt like surveys, like they were gathering data through her. I gave bland, neutral answers. Of course. Things are fine. Not at all. I was walking a tightrope, trying to appear compliant enough to avoid immediate removal, while not actually surrendering my mind. It was exhausting. The Guardians escalated their campaign to win me over. The rewards became more personal, more insidious. I had a fleeting, private thought one afternoon, a wish for a specific vintage record I'd loved as a teenager, an obscure thing I'd never find. 2 days later, it was in the mailbox, in pristine condition, no return address. They were mining my nostalgia, my hidden desires, to build a cage of gratitude. The shared dreams continued. Beautiful, curated dreams of vacations we'd talked about, of peaceful days, of laughter. I'd wake up feeling disoriented, the line between their fiction and my reality blurring. The part of me that craved peace started to argue with the part that wanted freedom. Why fight this? Look how happy she is. You could be this happy too. Just let go. It was a constant, internal civil war. The pressure wasn't just external anymore. It was inside me, a seed they'd planted with that wave of forced contentment. It was growing. One night, the board session was different. My wife led me to it, but instead of sitting across from me, she sat beside me on the couch, the board on our laps. She placed my fingers on the planchette, and hers over mine. It felt intimate, like we were holding hands over the heart of the mystery. The planchette moved, but slowly, gently. WEUNDRSTNDFEAR. It's spelled CHANGISFRIGHTNING. WEOFFERSTABILITY. It was therapy from beyond. They were addressing my resistance not as defiance, but as a psychological condition to be treated with empathy and promises of safety. It was more frightening than any threat. They saw my fear not as a reason to stop, but as a symptom to cure. I am afraid, I admitted aloud, testing the waters. I'm afraid of losing myself. The planchette moved swiftly. WILLNOTBLOSD. WILLBFOUND. FOUNDINUS. The promise was clear. Dissolution into their collective was not a loss, but a homecoming. I felt that pull again, that seductive lure toward the end of struggle. I changed tactics. If they valued stability and peace above all, then perhaps disruption was my tool. Not loud, violent disruption. That would be an infraction punishable by removal. But small, confusing inconsistencies. I began to deviate from our routines in tiny, meaningless ways. I used the blue towel instead of the green one. I ate breakfast for dinner. I came home from work 5 minutes late for no reason. I watched the house, watched my wife for a reaction. The first few times, nothing happened. Then, one evening after I deliberately put the forks in the spoon slot in the utensil drawer, my wife stood at the open drawer for a long time, her head tilted. She didn't look angry, just processing. That night, there was no sleepwalking, no directive, just a deep, profound stillness in the house that felt more like confusion than peace. I had introduced a glitch, a tiny one, but a glitch nonetheless. They didn't know how to categorize a meaningless, non-aggressive deviation. It wasn't a threat to peace, it was just noise. This was my second clue. They needed predictability to function optimally. Chaos, even minor, chaotic nonsense, disrupted their rhythm. I filed that away. The showdown came on a Friday. My wife announced, over a dinner she had cooked perfectly, that she had invited a few friends over for a game night next weekend. It was a normal social thing, but the idea sent a jolt of both hope and terror through me. Other people, witnesses, could their influence, their perfect curation, extend to guests? Would they allow it? That night, the board session was all about the party. The planchette spelled out instructions. CLENTHEGUSDBATHROM THRUJHLY BUYTHEGODCRACKRS SERVTHECHARDONNAY. It was micromanaging a social event. They were co-opting it, making it another performance under their direction. A reckless idea formed in my mind. During the party, I would create a different kind of glitch. I would tell a story, a completely true one from my childhood, about a time I got lost in the woods. It was a story about fear, disorientation, and ultimately being found. But the point was the feeling of being lost. I would inject a narrative of chaos and fear into their perfectly curated evening and see what happened. Game night arrived. Our friends were there, 2 couples, laughing, drinking wine, playing cards. The house was warm, the food was great, my wife was the perfect hostess. Everything was unfolding according to the invisible script. Then during a lull, I launched into my story. I told it well, emphasizing the terror of the deepening shadows, the crushing loneliness, the feeling that the familiar world had vanished. As I spoke, I watched my wife. She smiled at first, listening. Then her smile became fixed. Her eyes, which had been bright with hostess energy, went a little flat. She stared at me, not blinking. One of our friends, Mark, chuckled nervously. "Wow, Ben, that's intense for game night." I laughed, brushing it off. Just a childhood memory. But the mood had shifted. A subtle tension entered the room. My wife excused herself to get more wine from the kitchen. She was gone for a long time. When she returned, her smile was back, but it was brittle. The Guardians didn't like my story. It was an emotional contaminant. The party ended soon after. Our friends left, commenting on what a lovely time they'd had, but I saw the slight puzzlement in their eyes as they said goodbye. The door closed. The moment it latched, my wife's pleasant expression melted away. She didn't look angry. She looked blank. Empty. She turned and walked to the living room, sat before the board, and placed her hands on it. She didn't summon me. I watched from the doorway. The planchette moved under her fingers at a furious pace. I couldn't see the letters. After a minute, she stopped. She stood up, walked past me as if I weren't there, went to our bedroom, and closed the door. I was shut out. I had done it. I had disrupted the performance. I had introduced a narrative they couldn't control. And their response was to shut down the primary interface, my wife, and seemingly to shut me out. I spent the night on the couch, a strange exultation mixing with my fear. I had gotten a reaction. I had proven they weren't all-powerful. They could be confused. They could be offended. They could retreat. It was a small victory, but it was mine. The next morning, she was cool, distant. Not hostile, but preoccupied, as if listening to a distant conversation. She didn't mention the party or my story. At noon, she announced she was going to visit her mother for the day, an hour's drive away. She needed some space to think. It was the most normal, human thing she'd said in months. And it terrified me. Were they letting her go to punish me? Or was this a strategic retreat? Or was it, impossibly, her own choice? She left. The house felt different without her in it. Not empty, but waiting. The board sat on the coffee table. I looked at it, the ornate sun and moon. I thought about the covenant, the bloodline, the offer to join their sleep. I had resisted. I had fought back with a story, and now I was alone in the house with them. The open question was no longer about my choice. It was about theirs. I had shown them I wouldn't come willingly. I had shown them I could disrupt their perfect peace. What was their next move in this silent, terrible game? Would they make my removal look like an accident now that I was alone? Or would they try something new? I sat in my armchair, facing the board, and I waited. I was done running. Let them come. The final lesson they were teaching me was the one I was finally learning. There is no difference between being cared for and being captive. The hands that hold you can also mold you, and if you won't be molded, they might just let you go. Or break you. The sun moved across the floor. The house didn't make a sound, but the pressure built, not in my head this time, but in the air, in the very light, until it felt like the whole world was holding its breath, waiting to see what the Guardians would do with a problem that refused to be solved. The final lesson they taught me was this: there is no difference between being cared for and being captive. The hands that hold you can also mold you. I sat in the armchair as the afternoon light faded, waiting in the house that was no longer just a home. It was a territory, and I was a rogue element within its borders. My wife was gone, but I wasn't alone. The presence of the Guardians was a physical thing now, a density in the air, a watchfulness that made the shadows in the corners seem deeper, more substantive. They were deciding my fate. I thought about running, just getting in the car and driving. But the memory of the pain on the bridge, the voice in my mind, was a leash. They could reach me. They had proven that. And running would mean leaving her to them forever, a happy, placid prisoner. I couldn't do that. So I waited. The clock ticked past the hour when her sleepwalking usually began. Nothing happened. No footsteps, no creak of the floor. Just the steady, oppressive attention. Then the lights flickered. Not a power surge. A single, deliberate dimming and brightening of the living room lamp. A signal. My eyes were drawn to the Ouija board. The planchette began to move. It slid, smooth and unhurried, from the center to the word hello. It stopped. I didn't move. I wasn't touching it. This was a demonstration, a flex of their growing independence from my wife's physical form. The planchette lifted, just a fraction, and skittered to the letter C. Then O. M. E. Come. An invitation. To where? I stayed in my chair. The planchette returned to the center. Then it spelled, faster now, WEMUSTSBAK, NOVSSEO. My breath caught. No vessel. They wanted to talk without using my wife. Did that mean they wanted to use me? The planchette pointed to the floor in front of the coffee table, the spot where I had knelt to apologize a lifetime ago. The command was clear. I felt the familiar pressure begin to build behind my eyes, a warning headache. They would make me come if I refused. A strange calm settled over me. This was it. The negotiation or the end. I stood up. My legs felt like wood. I walked to the spot and lowered myself to my knees on the rug. I faced the board. The planchette zipped to good. Then it spelled YOURESGSD, YOUCUSEDISHRMY, WHY. It was a direct question, an opportunity. My mouth was dry. Because I love her, I said, my voice cracking. The real her, not the peaceful version you make. I want her to be able to be angry with me. I want to be able to have a bad day. I want us to be real. The planchette was still for a long moment. Then it moved. RELITYISCHAOS, WEOFFERORDR, ORDRISSAFETY. Safety isn't everything. I said, a desperate heat rising in my chest. You're making her a doll. You're making me a robot. That's not a life. That's a display. The planchette moved with a sudden, angry jerk. YOUARESELFISH, YOURSGHERPACFWAR, YOURCHAOS. The accusation stung because it held a grain of truth. Was my desire for a messy, real life worth shattering her perfect contentment? The planchette didn't wait for an answer. It spelled the ultimatum again, final. JOINORBEREMOVED, THEVSSELWLLBSAD, BUTSHEWLLBSAFE, YENDWEWILLHELHER. They would make her forget me. They would heal the wound of my loss with their curated peace. I would be a bittersweet memory smoothed away by time and their constant, gentle pressure. The horror of it was its plausibility. She would be okay without me. In their care, she might even be better. I bowed my head, defeated. The fight drained out of me. I couldn't win. I was one man against a legacy, a covenant, a system designed to perpetuate itself. I was about to speak, to utter some form of surrender, when my eyes, cast down, fell on the corner of the rug. There was a stain there, a small, dark spot of red wine from a spill months ago. We'd tried to clean it, but a faint shadow remained. My wife had always said it gave the room character. A flaw, a little piece of real, messy life. I looked from that stain to the perfect, polished wood of the Ouija board, and I understood their true weakness. They were obsessed with perfection, with order. They couldn't abide a flaw, a stain, a story about being lost. My resistance wasn't selfishness, it was a flaw in their system. I was the wine stain on their perfect rug, and you don't negotiate with a stain. You remove it, or you cover it up. I had given them only those two options, but there was a third. I lifted my head. I won't join you, I said, and my voice was stronger now. And you won't remove me. The planchette shot to a no. You can't, I continued, the idea forming as I spoke. The covenant is about family, about protecting the bloodline and its partners. You said I was family now. Removal isn't in your nature. It's a flaw. It's chaotic. It's a last resort. You prefer order, guidance, management. Removal is a failure of your system. The planchette didn't move. I had struck a nerve. I pressed on, gambling everything. If you remove me, you admit your guidance failed. You admit I, a member of the family you're sworn to protect, was beyond your ability to manage. That's a crack in your foundation. And if there's one crack, there can be others. I was making it up as I went, but it felt right. Their legalistic, bureaucratic nature was their spine. I was challenging their internal laws. The pressure in my head spiked, a sharp, punishing pain. But I held my ground. You want order? Then find a new order with me in it. One where I get to be human. Where she gets to be human. Stop trying to fix us. Just be our guardians, not our wardens. The pain was intense now, a vice around my temples. The planchette trembled on the board. Then it spelled slowly, as if with great effort, WHATDOYOUPROPOSE. My heart leapt. They were listening. They were negotiating. A new rule, I said through the pain. A designated space. 1 hour a day. From 10 to 11 at night. In that hour you withdraw. Completely. No watching, no listening, no directives. You go wherever you go. You leave us alone. In that hour, we can be messy. We can argue. We can be sad. We can be imperfect. We can be real. The planchette was still. The pain in my head remained a constant threat. If you can't give us that, I said, then your order is a lie. It's just control. And if it's just control, then you've already broken your own covenant, because you're harming us by taking away what makes us human. It was a gamble, accusing them of violating their own prime directive. The seconds stretched. The pain began to recede, Not all at once, but like a tide going out. The planchette moved. It went to the sun symbol for yes. Then it spelled ONIHOUR, TNTOLEVN, NOOBSERVATION, AGRED. Then it added TSDPRIOD, ONEMONTH. I sagged with relief, the tension rushing out of me so fast I almost fell over. They had agreed. A truce. A compromise. A flaw built into the system by mutual consent. The planchette moved to goodbye. Then, as a final sign, it slid off the board entirely onto the coffee table and lay still. The presence in the room lifted. The air felt light again, just ordinary air. I was alone. Truly alone. I don't know how long I knelt there. When I finally got up, my joints ached. I put the board away in its box, not in fear, but as part of the new agreement. I had just done the impossible. I had renegotiated a supernatural covenant. My wife came home later that evening. She looked tired, but her eyes were clear. "I had the strangest day," she said, dropping her bag by the door. "I drove to Mom's, but I just sat in the car in her driveway for an hour. I couldn't remember why I went. Then I came home. I feel fuzzy." She came over and hugged me, resting her head on my shoulder. "I'm glad you're here." I held her tight, feeling the realness of her, the familiar weight and smell. "Me too," I whispered. At 5 minutes to 10 that night, I felt a subtle shift, a slight lessening of the atmosphere, like a listener gently hanging up a phone. The hour of imperfection had begun. I looked at my wife, who was reading on the couch. "I don't like that book," I said, nodding to the novel in her hands. She looked up, surprised. "You bought it for me." "I know. I was wrong. It looks boring." A slow smile spread across her face, not a serene smile, but a real, mischievous one. "It is boring. I've been pretending to like it for a week." We both laughed, a real, uncurated laugh that filled the empty space the Guardians had left. We talked about stupid things, about petty annoyances at work, about fears we had for the future. We bickered lightly about what to watch on TV. It was normal. It was messy. It was ours. At exactly 11, I felt the presence return, a soft, settling attention, like a cat jumping onto the foot of the bed. The hour was over. Order was restored. But something had changed. The order now had a hole punched in it, an hour-shaped hole where we could just be us. It's been 3 weeks of this new arrangement. The Guardians keep their word. The hour is sacred. The rest of the time, the directives still come, the routines are maintained, the peace is kept. But it feels different now. Less like a prison, more like a strict but fair exchange. We get our humanity. They get their order. My wife is still happy, but now there's a spark in her eyes during that hour, a vitality that was being smoothed away before. She doesn't know about the Guardians, not consciously, but sometimes in our perfect hour she'll look at me and say, "It feels easier to breathe right now, doesn't it?" And I'll just nod and hold her hand. The board sits on the shelf. We haven't used it. We don't need to. The covenant is in effect, newly amended. I won. Sort of. I didn't get my old life back. I got something stranger. A life with borders, with a truce holding back an eternal, patient presence. The open question, the one that lets me sleep at night and also keeps a corner of my mind awake, is this: a month-long test period was agreed upon. The month is almost up. What happens then? Do they decide our messy hour is worth the disruption? Or do they, with their ancient bureaucratic logic, decide the flaw is too great and revisit the options of joining or removal? For now, I have my hour. For now, we are real. And when the clock strikes 10 and the pressure lifts, I take my wife's hand, and for 60 perfect, imperfect minutes, we are free.